Naruto stared at the ceiling that was so white that it reflected light for a while, thinking about Sasuke. After some time, he sighed. There was no rain on the night of the Uchiha massacre. The entire clan was slaughtered by his own brother along with Obito, leaving Sasuke unable to even shed tears. Sasuke is one of the few relatively normal members of the Uchiha clan, but he's been forcibly pushed to this state. Itachi is truly ruthless. However, this also means that Itachi has already planned to give his eyes to Sasuke. Things are getting more complicated. Naruto sat up in bed, his gaze sweeping toward the door, and he felt a chill again. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Damn you, Uchiha Itachi." Getting out of bed, he dragged himself to the bathroom to freshen up. Tsunade had instructed him yesterday to report back on the mission. Each of the 6 people had to write a mission report. After all, it was related to the defection of the village's last Uchiha. In the empty Hokage's office, the white floral curtains fluttered slightly. With a thud, a pen was thrown on the table. "I still don't feel like writing at all," Naruto muttered, slumping back in the soft swivel chair, clearly ready to give up. "What did you just say, brat?" The rhythmic clicking of high heels echoed as Tsunade, accompanied by Shizune, entered the room with a stern expression. She slammed the documents in her hand onto the desk and then grabbed Naruto by the collar, lifting him up. "I said you're really beautiful, Tsunade-sama," Naruto stammered, nearly choking as he was hoisted up by the collar. "I'm going to die." Naruto foamed at the mouth and he unconsciously reached for Tsunade's bulging chest. With a bang, Tsunade tossed him back into the chair. "It's taken you half a day to write a mission report, and the first line was written by me. Do you have a death wish?" Considering that Tsunade had been worried about him a few days ago and had even given him the Kusanagi sword without asking for it back, Naruto obediently lowered his head in apology. "I'm sorry, Tsunade-sama." Tsunade leaned back in her chair and let out a deep sigh. Shizune had already prepared tea for Tsunade and was about to pour some for Naruto when Tsunade waved her off. "Let him pour his own." "Yes, Tsunade-sama." The ageless secretary, Shizune, noticed that Tsunade seemed to be in a foul mood and stepped aside. Naruto blinked, unsure of what was going on, and cautiously moved forward to pour himself some tea. "Why are you being so cautious? Do you think I'm going to eat you?" "It's not that. I got a bit hurt," Naruto said awkwardly. "You seem especially open today, Tsunade-sama. Did something bad happen?" Tsunade shot him a glare, folding her hands on the desk. "What are you doing with someone else's fan, huh?" Naruto was momentarily confused. "What fan?" Hearing this, Tsunade rubbed her forehead and looked over at Shizune beside her. Shizune understood and took a step forward, explaining in a gentle voice to Naruto. "Not long after you set out, Tsunade-sama requested for assistance from although the higher-ups of Sanagakure agreed. Kankuro's puppet was broken by Sasuke, and it's still being repaired." Shizune paused mid-sentence and looked towards Naruto. "Sanagakure then mentioned that Temari's fan was taken by you. Without the fan, she essentially has no combat ability. And they're concerned about Gaara coming to aid Konoha alone, worried that." "Worried about what?" Naruto frowned, picked up the teacup and took a sip. "They said if the next case Cage gets beaten up by Konoha's shinobi again, it could lead to serious problems. If things escalate, they might have to invoke the emergency protocol agreement signed between the Naidame Hokage and Sanagakure." PFF'd. Naruto spat out the tea in surprise. "There's such an agreement between Konoha and Sanagakure?" "Yes, but it's set to expire in 3 years. What's with this sudden rush?" Naruto was speechless. "We are all shinobi. Am I not allowed to spar with Gaara?" "Don't underestimate the former Cage, you fool," Tsunade rebuked Naruto. "If those war-crazed maniacs hadn't died, Konoha would have been wiped out long ago." Hearing this, Naruto couldn't help but wonder. It seems Tsunade didn't seem to hold the previous Cage in very high regard either. "I'm talking to you." Tsunade sat at her desk, her face stern as she reprimanded him. "What on earth are you thinking? As a man, you just robbed a fan. Where's the pride of Konoha?" "Huh?" Naruto was confused. "What do you mean?" "What do I mean? Sanagakure actually asked Konoha for a fan. Of course it's embarrassing." Tsunade's strong, slender finger tapped on the desk loudly. "You should have taken more than only a fan. In that situation, you could have done anything you wanted. Sanagakure wouldn't be able to pursue the matter afterward. After all, it's a duel between genin. Life and death are up to fate. I can do anything." What a lewd statement. However, Naruto remembered that at that moment, a system option had been triggered, and he might have done a bit more than only taking the fan. "Tamari, are you listening to me?" "Well, it doesn't matter now." Tsunade gritted her teeth and said, "If it weren't for the recent diplomatic ties, I want to punch that arrogant Sanagakure's Jonin to death. Isn't she just a Sanagakure's princess? Who isn't a princess these days? Damn it." After a moment of silence, Tsunade spoke again. "Go return the fan to Sanagakure. Let's put this matter to rest." "Where do I return it?" Naruto asked. Isn't this place a bit too private? Naruto looked up at the neon pink sign of the 4-story hotel. Looking around, Naruto noticed Anbu on the rooftops and Sanagakure's shinobi guarding the entrance. It immediately became clear to him that he had come to the right place. Tsunade really knew how to stir things up. That old woman's mischievous actions really disgusted the Sanagakure's representatives. The eyes looking at me are too cold. Naruto shrugged indifferently. He spent 2 seconds reminiscing about all the sad moments of both this life and the last, finally suppressing his laughter before walking solemnly towards the special hotel. Stop. The Sanagakure's shinobi stopped Naruto coldly. Naruto was startled, his mind already racing with countless dramatic scenarios of a god of war's husband. He was about to mobilize the 100,000 soldiers to boost the performance. T.N. God of war's husband is the usual trope in Chinese's urban novel for a useless husband of a beautiful CEO. But that useless husband turns out to be a powerful person, usually a mercenary with the nickname, God of War. Please change your shoes before entering. The Sanagakure's shinobi gestured towards a pair of disposable shoes nearby. Wow, such high standards. Naruto's excitement faded instantly. He forced an awkward smile, changed his shoes, and walked into the hotel. Following the guide, Naruto knocked on a room door on the 3rd floor. About half a minute later, footsteps approached from within, and the door was pulled open. Without any dramatic lighting, Temari stood there with her arms crossed, glaring at Naruto with a look of disgust. Pervert, she spat. Please make way, I need to come in, Naruto said as he stood at the doorway. Pervert. Temari still blocked the entrance, not letting him in. Whatever, think what you want. Naruto glanced at Temari, then looked to the inside of the room through her back. Through the white sandalwood door, the room appeared spacious, with sheer curtains billowing gently in the breeze. Sunlight poured in through the large bay windows, casting swaths of light over the down comforter and an expensive carpet that Naruto couldn't name. I'm here as a representative of Konoha to negotiate with you from Sanagakure. If this is your attitude, I don't see any reason to continue. Temari's expression was anything but pleasant, but after a moment, she stepped aside warily, allowing him to pass. Naruto strode in and immediately sat down on a chair facing the large bay window. He turned to look at Temari, then stretched out lazily in the sunlight, letting out a brief groan. Don't make such weird noises, Temari muttered, her face darkening as she approached Naruto. Her long white legs were covered with fishing nets and she sat opposite him. All the curtains in the room were drawn back, and the door was wide open, allowing light to flood in. Although Tsunade had played a trick on Sanagakure, it was Sanagakure who was at fault first, and it was Temari's inferior skills that caused her to lose her fan. Now, if Sanagakure wanted it back, they could only swallow their pride. Even so, Sanagakure, and particularly Temari, maintained a strong stance. She recalled the moment during the Chunin exams when she was overpowered by the young man in front of her. The memory made her grit her teeth in frustration. Are you trembling? Naruto's gaze drifted down to Temari's legs. Sanagakure and Konoha have already made peace. I'm a law-abiding citizen of Konoha, so there's no need for you to be scared. You, Temari shot Naruto a fierce glare, turning her face away as she squeezed the words through gritted teeth. Give me back my fan, and you can leave. What fan? My fan, the 3-star fan, you stole it. Temari was on the verge of losing her composure. I forgot where I put it. Naruto replied seriously, maybe I tossed it somewhere, or maybe I used it to prop up a table leg. Stop with the nonsense and give me back my fan. Why? Naruto suddenly asked. Temari's expression showed both anger and nervousness, and she sat down 5 meters away from Naruto. From the moment she entered the room, Temari had tried to maintain a strong attitude, hoping to exert some pressure on Naruto. But her legs were tightly pressed together, betraying her unease. Because it's my fan. But it's mine now, Naruto said nonchalantly. I took it fair and square. If you want it back, you'll have to take it from me. Konoha and Sanagakure have already established diplomatic relations. Temari took a deep breath and said, trying to suppress her anger. It doesn't matter. Personal grudges should not be elevated to the village level. Naruto replied slowly, his eyes scanning Temari, who shuddered violently under his gaze. Can you stop staring at me like that? You actually noticed? That kind of blatant staring isn't exactly subtle. Okay. Temari gritted her teeth, wondering what the hell was wrong with this person. He's utterly shameless and infuriating. Is he really a shinobi from Konoha? He feels more like a villain straight out of a movie. So what? Naruto's face suddenly turned indifferent, his eyes fixed on Temari as he said, you intended to kill me back then, didn't you? War is. Temari was caught off guard, stammering and unable to form a coherent response. War is just like that. Genin can only carry out decisions made by the higher-ups. As a genin, you are a soldier once you go to the battlefield. There's no time to think about anything else in a life or death struggle. But in that moment, Temari's mind went blank, and she couldn't come up with a response. Putting the war aside, you wanted to kill me, but in the end, you and your 2 brothers both survived. That's a fact. Naruto interrupted her thoughts. He lifted his head, staring intently into Temari's eyes, his voice carrying a sense of pressure. Yes or no? Yes. Temari replied, sweat beginning to form on her forehead. Silence. Tap. Tap. Naruto drummed his fingers on the edge of the chair, his eyes like a deep sea, staring at Temari expressionlessly without saying a word. Temari couldn't stand this feeling of oppression and turned her head away. Tears slowly welled up in her eyes due to the tension. The nervous tears swam in her eyes. She wanted to reach out and wipe them away, but under Naruto's sharp, hook-like gaze, she couldn't muster the courage. She thought that, in hindsight, she should have drawn the curtains, closed the door, and driven out all the sunlight, returning the room to darkness. In this way, she could openly be afraid, scared, tremble and shed tears in the shadows. Showing weakness isn't a right everyone is born with, especially not for her, the eldest princess of Sunagakure. Her father is dead, and the village's higher-ups had already decided to groom Gaara as the next case cage. But Gaara was inexperienced, having grown up isolated and withdrawn since childhood. Because of this, it is difficult for him to grow into a respected and qualified case cage. Even though the village's higher-ups had agreed on the decision, the actual process of training him wouldn't be easy. She had to shoulder the responsibility as the elder sister, allowing her two younger brothers to rely on her. No matter what, she had to get her fan back, and Sunagakure couldn't afford to make further concessions to Konoha. Just as she was about to open her mouth to break the silence, the other party spoke first. Tell me, how do you plan on getting the fan back? Temari swallowed hard and opened her mouth for a long time before speaking. Her momentum was obviously much lower than before. Please give it back to me, I'll pay you. Money? Naruto didn't even furrow his brow. I don't need such thing. You wanted to kill me at that time, but I still let you go. And now, you're asking for the fan back? Tsunade had given him the task of returning the fan, ending the matter. But Naruto knew that if he simply handed it back without a word, he'd be in for a lecture when he returned. He had no desire to write that mission report. Sasuke had already run off, so what was there to review? Should he write in the report that he killed 4 of the 5 Otogakure's shinobi, and then returned after running out of chakra? That definitely wouldn't fly. The report had to be written according to the Konoha's regulations. Originally, only the team leader needed to write one, but who knew what Tsunade was planning? Not only did Shikamaru have to write a mission report as the team leader, but all the other 5 who participated in intercepting Sasuke's defection had to write one too, which led to that scene earlier this morning. Instead of going back to write a report, I might as well stay here a little longer. Also, was she about to cry? Interesting, Naruto grinned. But you electrocuted me back then, Temari said, barely holding back her shame. That should have made us even. That's because you insist on being stubborn. Naruto countered, if you'd surrendered earlier, you wouldn't have suffered as much. Beg for mercy? How can I beg for mercy? Temari's spirit suddenly flared up again, as if she had recalled something infuriating. You really are a complete pervert. This is just a common shinobi tactic. There is nothing wrong with interrogating the enemy on the battlefield with torture. I would do the same no matter who it is. Naruto was not panicked at all and lied without hesitation. You're lying. Temari glared at Naruto. That incident was the most humiliating experience of her life. I'm not lying. Besides, you weren't the first to be interrogated by me during the Chunin exams. Stop, I don't want to listen to your perverted self-narration. Temari took a deep breath. Interrogated? Back then, you didn't even ask me anything. You were just satisfying your sick tastes, Temari retorted, her emotions flaring up as if she wanted to shove Naruto into the nearest sewer right away. What was there to ask? Naruto smiled playfully. Should I have asked how many people you sent to invade Konoha? What does that have to do with me? You're the Sunagakure's princess. I couldn't kill you, and you refused to surrender. What else could I do besides interrogate you? Besides, I already held back a lot. It's a different era now. Who still uses conventional ninjutsu routines? Temari knew she was in the wrong and did not insist any further. The fan, she asked. That depends on how you behave. Naruto suddenly stood up and slowly walked towards Temari. What are you doing? Temari panicked. She was genuinely frightened by this person in front of her. Stop, don't come any closer. What are you afraid of? Naruto stopped just 2 meters away from her. Nothing. Temari shook her head in denial. Are you afraid of me? Naruto asked with expressionless face, looking down at Temari who was sitting in the chair. Aren't you? The latter tried to stand up, but he stopped her. Sit. I'm not. Temari's muscles tensed. I don't know what you're talking about. From the moment you walked in, you've been extremely agitated. I can tell you hate me, but, Naruto said slowly, you know you're not in the right, so you're just trying to cover your fear with anger. Your body remembers the pain, and that fear has grown. Tell me, am I right, Haim-sama? Temari's nails were almost digging into her flesh, but she lowered her head and said nothing. The two stared at each other in silence until Temari's body began to tremble slowly. Finally, she looked up sharply and shouted through gritted teeth, You bastard, what do you want? The next case cage should be Gaara, right? Naruto suddenly brought up a completely unrelated topic. Temari froze when she heard this. Why are you asking about that? A war between Jinchuriki is inevitable, so of course I'll find an opportunity to beat him up. Naruto said, although there is some kind of agreement, I'm the best at taking advantage of loopholes. Why are you doing this? Temari couldn't hold back her anger anymore and said angrily, it's just a fan, why? Why? Naruto's eyes suddenly turned cold as he closed in on Temari, standing right in front of her. You're asking me why? Then why should I give you the fan? I took that fan fair and square. Why should I return it to you just because of some trivial village interest? It seems you don't understand something. I am me, and the village is the village. I am the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. Right now, my personal authority is almost on par with the village's. As long as it's not too extreme, there's nothing the village can do to stop me. Temari was terrified. She knew that even with the fan in her hand she was no match for the man in front of her. So now, facing the aggressive Naruto, she found herself at a loss for the first time. From the moment you walked in, you haven't shown me any respect. What do you think I am? Naruto leaned forward slightly and stared straight into Temari's eyes. 3 months ago, I was nothing in Konoha, but now, even if I did something horrible to you here, no one would dare to kill me. What do you think I am? Someone who would apologize just because you act spoiled, and then act like some naive, gentle boy. I could have killed you back then, I can do it now, and I can do it in the future too. Naruto's voice became louder and louder, nearly becoming a roar. His pupils gleamed with a sinister red hue, and slowly changed shapes. The two are so close, one standing, the other sitting. I've already told you, you were born into privilege, but don't think everyone has to bow to you. This isn't some friendly shinobi game. I could kill you and your brothers anytime. Now tell me, what are you going to do? Temari was almost frightened to tears by the overflowing killing intent that filled the room. Her chattered as she recalled the terrifying feeling of being completely dominated by fear. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, woo woo woo. Temari's psychological defenses crumbled entirely. She was terrified, realizing that even as a big sister, she wasn't invincible. Her muffled sobs echoed in the large room, tears streaming down her face like a bullied child. Her pale, smooth skin glistened with tears. Seeing this, Naruto thought to himself, it should be enough to scare her to this extent. I could go back and report to Tsunade without problem. Now, it's time to ease up and stop. Naruto had no intention of straining the relationship between Konoha and Tsunagakure too much. He did this purely to help his leader, Tsunade, to regain some standing with Tsunagakure. It was a simple task, as making Temari cry is something that he gets used to after doing it the second time. It's not that difficult. Now that his objective has been achieved, Naruto decided to stop scaring her. Alright, since you've realized your mistake, and considering Tsunade-sama repeatedly advised you not to act impulsively, Naruto looked at Temari, who was sobbing with her head down. Stop crying. I'll give you back the fan, woo woo woo. I said stop crying, I'll give it back to you, woo woo woo. The more Naruto spoke, the harder Temari cried. She seemed to be unable to suppress her tears. Her eyes were like a fountain, with tears flowing uncontrollably. If you keep crying, I'll attack you. Naruto skillfully reached out and patted Temari's head as if comforting a cat. Stop it already. What's there to cry about? You are a pervert, woo woo woo. The stress Temari had been under recently exploded at that moment, and in her overwhelming sense of injustice, she didn't care who was in front of her. She clung to the devil and sobbed loudly. Naruto was startled, and his clothes were instantly soaked with tears, sticking to his stomach. He thought to himself, it seemed I've gone too far. I have accidentally pushed Temari past her breaking point. Some psychological effect, whether it was the hangover effect or the imprinting effect, had caused her to cling to me tightly. She didn't want to let me go at all. After a while, Temari's sobbing gradually subsided and she seemed to regain her composure, though for some reason, she still didn't let Naruto go. I should go now, Naruto said coldly. After Naruto finished speaking, Temari still didn't move, nor did she let go, though her sobbing had stopped. The room was silent, the only sound coming from the wind howling through the forest outside. Let go, Naruto said in his usual cold tone. He could feel Temari's body tense up before she slowly released him, her face deeply buried in his chest, flushed and hot. Here's your fan, Naruto said, and a huge fan landed on the ground with a thud. Just as he was about to leave, Temari suddenly grabbed him again. What is it? I'm sorry, got it. Naruto replied without lingering and left immediately. When he returned to the Hokage Tower, the mission report was already written. Judging from the handwriting, it should be written by Shizune. Tsunade was asleep at her desk, surrounded by stacks of documents, while Shizune was smiling awkwardly beside her. After whispering thank you, Naruto quietly left. Walking out of the Hokage Tower, the bright sunlight cast sharp shadows on the ground, making him frown. Since he hadn't brought Sasuke back, Naruto decided it was best to avoid Sakura for now. She needed time to calm down and gradually accept that Sasuke had chosen to leave and forge his own path. If one wanted to get stronger in Konoha, besides having a godlike bloodline, only taijutsu geniuses like Guy can achieve that. Sasuke had chosen a larger stage to hone his skills and pursue his own goals. That was his choice, and Naruto had no reason to convince him to give up his hatred and continue to stay in Konoha playing shinobi games, being raised as the last bloodline of the Uchiha clan. As Naruto walked through the streets of Konoha, he pondered how to comfort Sakura next time. Life was like a long train ride. Some people get off earlier, and perhaps it's best to be grateful for the time spent together? Lost in thought, when Naruto looked up, he noticed a familiar small figure heading towards the Hyuga clan's compound. Hinata. Ah, the sudden voice startled Hinata, but she relaxed when she realized it was Naruto. The two walked side by side down the street, keeping a small distance between their shoulders. Naruto-kun, have you finished your mission? Hinata asked while fidgeting with her fingers. But then, as if she remembered something, she quickly stopped and put her hands down, looking uneasy. It's okay. Naruto noticed Hinata's little movement. I was just joking last time, you don't have to worry about it, Hinata-chan. Okay. Hinata obediently clasped her hands behind her back, her gaze unsure of where to settle. She smiled nervously, then her face turned bright red again. What about you? Have you been busy lately? Ah, not really. Hinata replied softly. Worried that Naruto might think she was being too perfunctory, she quickly added, Team 8 is mainly responsible for tracking and reconnaissance, so I haven't had many missions lately. Most of the time, Shino was assigned to a mission alone, so I've been focusing on training recently. The Aburame clan is indeed very strong, and their abilities in both reconnaissance and combat are outstanding. Moreover, Team 8 is a reconnaissance team specially formed by Sandame, so Hinata's teammates often got pulled away for various special missions. Hinata-chan, you're working really hard. No, not really. Hinata quickly lowered her head. I don't have much talent, so I had to spend more time training. I don't want to hold my companions back. Companions are supposed to help each other. There's no need to push yourself too hard. Naruto was in a state of relaxation after the mission. He spoke whatever came to mind, his whole body warm and at ease. You can't make everyone happy, so don't belittle yourself. I know you've been working hard to prove yourself, Hinata-chan, but sometimes, it's okay to take a break. Hinata, as the member of the Hyuga clan's main family, is not suitable for participating in certain high-risk missions. It's also because the Hyuga clan's main family's Byakugan is so powerful that it can be plugged in and used at any time like a USB drive. It would be fine if Hinata was exceptionally talented, but not everyone is a genius. Thank you, Naruto-kun. I feel much better now, Hinata said softly, her lips curling into a small smile. That's good. Naruto replied with a smile. He knew that no matter what words of encouragement he offered, Hinata would feel better. Those who are favored always have a bit of confidence. To be honest, before Sandame's funeral, because of his status as a Jinchuriki, Naruto didn't dare to have much contact with Hinata, a member of Hyuga clan's main family, so as not to bring trouble to Hinata. After Sandame's death, before he could even catch his breath, Itachi came to capture him. Then came the matter with Tsunade and then Sasuke's defection. It was one thing after another. Are you heading home now? Naruto asked casually. He had nothing to do at the moment, and if Hinata wasn't going home, they could stroll around together. After all, going home would just mean lying down, so he might as well take a walk with this sweet girl. Me? Yes, I'm going home. Hinata replied shyly. Father sent someone to find me. It seems that he has something to tell me. No worries, Naruto said, touching his face and smiling. I was thinking of walking with you for a bit, but if your father is looking for you, I better not. I don't want you to get in trouble because of me. The Hyuga clan's compound was just ahead, and there was no point in him going further. Plus, walking together in broad daylight might cause Hinata to get scolded when she got home. That won't happen, really. Hinata was a little flustered. She lowered her gaze and then cautiously looked up, stealing glances at him, clearly nervous. Perhaps she didn't realize it, but this expression was incredibly cute. Naruto had to resist the urge to pat Hinata's head. After all, in moments like this, randomly patting someone on the head just because they're too cute is almost the same as being a creep. Huh? What? Naruto asked, feeling a bit nervous, thinking he might have been seen through. Is it really not okay? Hinata stammered, mustering up her courage to ask. Naruto didn't refuse and took a detour to send Hinata back. Although Hinata didn't say much along the way, she seemed genuinely happy. It wasn't until he watched her disappear into the gates of her home that Naruto finally turned and left. After returning home, Naruto lay on the couch for a while, his thoughts drifting to the upcoming high-level meeting. After a moment of frustration and restlessness, he slowly closed his eyes. The wind chimes from the old house that he had brought over still hung in their usual spot on the balcony, ringing softly in the breeze. The window frame rattled in the summer wind, and the living room was so quiet that he could hear his own steady breathing. Dang! A sudden synthetic voice echoed in his mind, jolting Naruto awake. He sat up straight on the couch, and fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. Kyuubi's approval, 27%, the progress increased? Naruto, still groggy and confused, hadn't expected the progress to go up. He had been taking things as they came, not actively trying to increase the percentage. While he was happy about the increase, the walk had happened hours ago. Why did it only show up now? Was the system malfunctioning? Naruto tapped his head a few times but received no response. The wind chimes on the balcony continued to rain, and after thinking it over with no clear answer, he shrugged it off and clutched the blanket, returning to sleep. The Hyuga clan's compound, clan head's residence. Hinata approached her father, bowed respectfully, and then sit with Caesar posture on the tatami mat. She lowered her head, her eyes downcast, filled with deep respect and fear for the clan head in front of her. She didn't dare to look up at him, nor did she dare to speak loudly. After a long silence, she finally spoke first. "Father, what do you want to talk to me about?" Heishi sat in Caesar posture solemnly on the upper seat, dressed in dark blue attire. His legs were thick from the long period spent sitting in Caesar posture. Hinata didn't sit in Caesar posture very often since she was a child, so she was spared from the adverse consequences. The village will soon hold a high-level meeting concerning Uzumaki Naruto. Heishi had a blank expression on his face, with no emotion visible, and he stared straight ahead with his Byakugan. "I want to hear your thoughts." I don't have any," Hinata replied hesitantly. "A shinobi's life isn't suited for you. Being too close to Naruto isn't good either, it's dangerous." Faced with her father's disapproval, Hinata bit her lower lip, her resolve beginning to waver. She could vaguely guess the intention behind her father's words, but her father was a silent and serious man, and he would not say more if he felt it was unnecessary. It felt like whatever she did was wrong, and whatever she liked needed to be corrected. Whether it was her choice to be a shinobi or her feelings for Naruto, it seemed she had never been able to satisfy her father. Silence. Heishi wasn't pleased with his daughter, who was naturally timid. She lacked the talent and the strong will necessary to be the clan leader. The Hyuga clan needed someone bold to take on the great responsibilities. Compared to Hinata, he was more inclined to nurture Hanabi. But now, Heishi sensed something unusual. This time, there was no shy or timid response from his daughter, only an endless silence. "I'm sorry, father. Please allow me to make this decision for myself. I want to become a shinobi on my own terms," Hinata said in the most timid voice, yet it carried words of defiance. "It's pointless. You have no talent. Continuing down the path of a shinobi will only become increasingly difficult for you." There was no emotion on Hieshi's face, but his tone left no room for doubt. Hinata bit her lip and shook her head in refusal. "Father, I don't want to give up." Click, the lock on the door turned slowly. A blonde girl, now dressed in casual clothes, pushed the door open. At the entrance, she adeptly changed her shoes, her graceful leg curves fully on display as she bent her knees. The keys jingled as she placed them on the shoe cabinet. She walked barefoot into the living room. "Seriously, how did you end up falling asleep on the couch again?" Ino, tying up her long blonde hair, muttered as she walked, placing the food she had brought on the table. "What's the matter with you giving me the key without asking, huh?" Half asleep on the couch, Naruto opened his eyes, squinting at Ino's back before dozing off again. Ino stood with her hands on her hips, but could only sigh. Afternoon. The two sat at the dining table. Ino looked at Naruto, who clearly hadn't slept enough, and asked with a frown, "Hey, did you even hear what I just said?" "What?" Naruto replied, focused on his meal, not bothering to look up. "Thanks for the treat. It's really good. You must have made it yourself, Ino, I can tell." "Don't say such half-hearted and gross things, you jerk." Ino clenched her fist, tempted to smack this bastard's head with a spoon. "I'm being serious, it's delicious," Naruto said sincerely. "Having someone bring food is way better than cooking yourself. Whether it tastes good or not, just praise it first, especially from a wealthy girl, that's a win for sure." "Whatever." Ino crossed her arms and turned her head to the other side. "I didn't make it." "No way." Naruto didn't even pause to think. It didn't matter who made it, as he just wanted to praise Ino. "As long as you brought it, I'll like it." "You bastard." Ino sighed, placing a hand on her forehead. "You'll go to any lengths just for free food." "I'm not bringing you any more." "Huh? Does that mean I can come over to your place to eat?" "Go to hell." Ino's face turned bright red as she remembered the maid outfit incident. "It's all your fault. Now, every time my parents see me, they would always smile strangely. I'm too embarrassed to stay at home." "Don't you dare bring that up again, or I'll beat you up." "That was an accident, and didn't you say your parents weren't home?" Naruto retorted. Ino had nothing to say to that, so she changed the subject. "What's with the key?" "Don't get me wrong, I just think it's too scary when you knock on the door every time." Naruto put down his chopsticks, stood up and said, "Please accept the key." "Huh? Scary?" Ino puffed out her cheeks slightly. "Although I can understand you saying that, considering what happened, but..." She tried to maintain her composure, but her speech quickened a bit, and her fingers unconsciously twisted a strand of her blonde hair. It could be easily misunderstood, right? It would be embarrassing if my parents found out that I suddenly had the keys to a guy's house. Naruto looked puzzled. Can't you just hide it? Ino gulped, her heart suddenly racing. Hide it? Keep it secret from everyone? Just hearing that sounded so forbidden? Oh no, my brain is going to burn. Why are you blushing? Naruto frowned slightly. I felt like I didn't say anything lewd. It was just hiding a key. Was Ino really this honest? Who's blushing? Ino stood up straight and quickly walked towards the bathroom. I'm going to wash my hands. Naruto shrugged, figuring Ino had agreed. After all, it was just a spare key, no big deal. Then, he sat back down to finish his meal. Ino walked out of the bathroom slowly, and she seemed to have washed her face. Her hair was slightly wet, but her expression had returned to normal. Have you made up your mind? A breeze from the balcony swept through the living room, lifting the hem of Ino's skirt. She stood with her hands on her hips. Since you're begging me, I suppose I'll take it, begrudgingly. Thank you very much, Naruto replied, playing along. Sometime later, after rinsing her mouth in the bathroom, Ino waved at Naruto, who was slouched on the couch, and said, let's go out for a bit. I have something to tell you. Naruto reluctantly set down his copy of Icha Paradise and looked at her in confusion. Aren't you supposed to report back to the Hokage Tower tonight? We've been busy for a while, so Asuma-sensei got us a 2-day break, Ino said, letting her hair down before skillfully tying it up again. We can't do missions all the time. What's this about? Naruto put down the book reluctantly. It's about you. Ino grabbed Naruto's wrist and pulled him up, dragged him to the door, then turned back with a playful yet fierce expression. Let's go. I went through a lot before finally found out about it from my dad. Bang. The door was closed shut. Naruto had a rough idea that this was about the high-level meeting. The Ino-Shika-Cho clans had always been closely allied, and if they were to take a stance, it would undoubtedly be the same one. Moreover, Ino-Shika-Cho's stance will obviously be affected by Tsunade's attitude. Jiraiya had already left the village some time ago, but he still retained a voting right. He'd left as a nominal mentor, telling Tsunade he'd be back in about 6 months. The Akatsuki was of great concern to him, so Jiraiya was planning to gather intelligence on the organization that Itachi had joined. He'd already made arrangements with Naruto, promising to return every 6 months to teach him new ninjutsu. Ino walked in front of Naruto with her hands behind her back, then turned her head and glanced at the slow-moving Naruto and said, You seem to have grown taller? Yeah, maybe I've been eating better. Naruto replied. Over the past few months, his body had grown rapidly. Whether it was due to the system or just a growth spurt, he wasn't sure. You used to only reach here, and now you're, Ino measured with her hand, raising it above her head. Do boys grow this fast? I don't know about others, but I definitely have, Naruto said. The mission to retrieve Sasuke failed? You're quite well informed. Not really, I just guessed, Ino said, still walking ahead with her hands behind her back. Even though I didn't have much of a relationship with Sasuke, he was still my childhood crush. With his personality, once he's set on something, he won't give it up. As they walked side by side, Ino mostly led the way, steering them toward a less crowded area. If you keep talking like that, I might get jealous. Jealous of what? Ino responded with a playful grin. Sasuke has always been handsome. Okay. There's no girl who doesn't like Sasuke. There actually is someone. Who? Hinata. Ino. If you keep this up, I'll get jealous. Jealous of what? Naruto shot back with the same playful tone. Hinata has always been very gentle. Okay. Who doesn't like a rich girl? Tisk. I'm rich too, Ino muttered under her breath. What did you say? What does this have to do with you, pervert? When Naruto first arrived in this world, it was the height of summer, and things weren't looking good. Now, in the blink of an eye, it was September. The sun blazed, plants grew wild, Sandaime is dead, and Sasuke had defected. The situation seems to have improved. The only thing left is to unseal the Kyuubi. You zoned out again, huh? Naruto suddenly snapped out of his thoughts and saw Ino's slightly puffed cheeks and a look of dissatisfaction on her face. Come with me, Ino said, grabbing Naruto's arm and pulling him toward a secluded alley. In a shady alley on the east side of Konoha's main street, vines crept up the walls, twisting and turning as they clung to both ends of the alley. Ino tugged Naruto along, quickly crossing the boundary where sunlight met shadow. As soon as they stepped inside, the temperature dropped, giving an unusual chill. The sound of their hurried footsteps echoed loudly in the quiet alley. Under the old walls of blue bricks and red tiles, Ino suddenly pushed Naruto against the wall. She furrowed her brows, trying to look serious, but since she wasn't as tall as Naruto, the scene ended up looking somewhat comical. What are you doing? I told you, I have something to talk to you about. What is it? You didn't have to drag me to such a remote place, did you? Naruto was a little embarrassed at the moment as Ino seemed unaware of how close they were standing. Naruto could see the soft curves below Ino's neck subtly swaying and also catch the delicate scent of a young woman standing so close. His heart skipped a beat, and a rush of dopamine hit him. "What's with that look in your eyes?" Ino asked disdainfully. "Why does it feel like you're getting excited, you jerk?" "It's nothing," Naruto said, scratching his face in embarrassment. "Damn it. You definitely had some dirty thoughts just now, didn't you?" Ino said disdainfully. "You weren't thinking of me as the object of your fantasy, were you? You're so beautiful, Ino, so it's impossible not to have wild thoughts." "Well, when you put it that way, I guess you're not wrong." Ino turned her head away, trying to hide her embarrassment, though the attempt was weak. Her pale face and neck flushed a deep red, and the way she tried to hold back her shyness was extremely cute, like a strawberry cake drizzled with cream. I don't care about such a small matter as being the object of delusion by a disgusting boy." "Can you remove the word disgusting?" Naruto sighed. "I refuse." Ino stepped back, crossing her arms with a wary look. "Don't go getting all hot and bothered over a beautiful girl, you perv. I'm sorry, but I can't forget how you looked in the maid outfit." "That's the most embarrassing moment of my life," Ino growled, clearly getting flustered as Naruto steered the conversation. "Well, I'll never forget it, it's burned into my memory." Ino was so angry that her chest heaved with every breath. She swore, "You'd better hope you never fall into my hands. I really look forward for that day to come." Ino took a moment to calm herself, taking a deep breath before saying, "What I'm about to tell you is top secret, okay? No one else can hear it." "Really?" Naruto asked, feigning seriousness. "Then you should get closer, it will be bad if someone overhears us." "Oh, alright." Ino obediently leaned in closer, only realized something was wrong after she did. "Ah, you tricked me again." "I didn't trick you. If you stand too far away, you'll have to speak louder, and what if someone overhears us?" Naruto looked around and said with his hands spread out, "Anyway, you took so much trouble to drag me here, isn't it just to avoid being overheard? If someone does hear us now, then bringing me to a secluded place was pointless, wasn't it?" "Ah, you might have a point there." Ino blinked, unable to figure out what to say for a moment. "Don't tell me you're getting shy at a time like this," Naruto teased, not giving her a chance to react. "Of course not." Ino regretted the moment she said this. She caught a glimpse of Naruto's triumphant smile and felt her face darken, but there was no turning back now. "Stop laughing." Ino pinched Naruto's waist and frowned. "Listen carefully. If you miss a single word, I won't repeat it." "Got it," Naruto said, still grinning. "Damn it," Ino glared at him before standing on her tiptoes to whisper in his ear. Her warm breath tickled his ear, and her voice trembled slightly. I forgot." "What?" He was surprised and turned his head sharply. Their lips were almost touching, separated by only the thinnest of spaces. Naruto could see Ino's blue pupils suddenly widen, reflecting his face. Above them, the sun blazed fiercely, and the chirping of birds echoed from the distant woods. As the summer breeze blew, a girl's flushed face spoke volumes more than any lengthy monologue ever could. "What's going on with her?" Naruto's heart started pounding wildly. He wasn't sure what was happening, but her expression, her lips, they were just too cute. "Damn, I could hardly hold it back any longer. This woman is too good. Where did this enchantress come from?" Her approach was so outdated. Who would really forget what they were going to say just because they were too shy? She had to be lying. Damn it, I couldn't let her have the upper hand. Both of them pretended to be calm, and they turned their heads away in sync. "Ah, I forgot." Ino suddenly squatted down, hugging her head in frustration. "Well, forgetting is normal." Naruto coughed, looked at Ino, who was squatting on the ground in frustration, and suddenly called out, "Ino." "What?" Ino paused and looked up at him. "I saw your panties." "Ah." Ino stood up suddenly and punched Naruto in the stomach. "Die, you pervert." Naruto wasn't really hurt, but after taking the punch, he decided to just stay on the ground, looking up at Ino, who was looking down at him with contempt. "Get up," she ordered. "My ribs are completely broken." "Don't exaggerate. You're just pretending, right?" Ino also narrowed her eyes and looked at that shameless person in front of her. "Not really, it does hurt a little," Naruto said, "but if you do it again, I might feel better." "Ino, can't you be serious for once?" Ino complained. "I need to think carefully about what I wanted to say just now. I clearly memorized it before I left the house." "No rush, take your time." Naruto leaned against the wall. The coolness of the alley was refreshing, relaxing him from head to toe, like being at the bottom of a well, avoiding the scorching sun outside. Ino, dressed in a casual white shirt and a deep blue skirt, stood by the old green wall covered in vines. In the alley where sunlight couldn't reach, her legs looked so white they seemed to glow. Ino didn't look at him and turned away. However, she soon noticed that the gaze from behind her wasn't going away. She finally could not bear it anymore, then turned around angrily and walked towards Naruto aggressively. Wait, don't hit my face," Naruto exclaimed, covering his face in fear. Ino didn't hit him. Instead, she bent down, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, "I remember now. Dad said that the village's higher-ups plan to develop a perfect Jinchuriki, but Tsunade-sama is against it. The advisors are undecided, and it's unclear which side they'll ultimately support." The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. She looked at the person, who was always noisy, suddenly became silent. His messy blonde hair covered his brows, and his eyes slowly dimmed. "Naruto, are you okay?" Ino squatted down in front of him. She moved her hands slightly but didn't know what to do. At that moment she realized it belatedly, and her heart felt like it was weighed down by a heavy stone. She began to feel sorry for the shameless and always unserious guy in front of her. It seemed as if everything was unfair. No one stood for him, and the word "develop" felt incredibly cold. She didn't fully understand the situation with the Jinchuriki and only had a general understanding of it. In the past, she hadn't thought much of it, but the more she learned, the more she realized how contradictory the village's higher-ups were. They never saw the Jinchuriki as companions, only as a special weapon to be nurtured. On one hand, they were wary of Jinchuriki, but on the other, they were in need of Jinchuriki. "I'm fine." Naruto sighed as he stood up. "Let's go back." Don't worry too much. Tsunade-sama is here." Ino tried to offer some comfort but realized she hadn't thought things through. There didn't seem to be a good way to reassure him. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. After returning to Konoha Street and walking for quite a while, Ino suddenly found that the scenery around her was somewhat familiar. She turned her head sharply and noticed that they were right in front of the Yamanaka flower shop. "You should go home now." Naruto looked at her. "I'm not in a hurry," Ino replied, her hands behind her back, blinking rapidly as a slight panic set in. It felt like that unsettling silence when a girlfriend suddenly says something like, "It's fine, go to sleep," a silence so heavy even God couldn't break it, leaving one feeling more uneasy than before. "You really should go home," Naruto repeated, glancing at Ino. "I still have some things to take care of." What things? Is it urgent?" Ino's panic grew as she asked. On the roadside, Naruto gave Ino a quick look before answering, "It's nothing, really. Just some personal business. Thanks for the info. We're already in front of your home now, so you should head back. I'm going to leave." With that, Naruto turned around and was about to leave. "It can't be that urgent, can it?" Ino's palms were sweating as she suddenly grabbed Naruto's wrist. "What's wrong?" Naruto was genuinely confused, but there was actually no expression on his face. I feel like you're in a bad mood," Ino stammered, her gaze flitting around nervously, her cheeks tinged with pink. "No, I'm not." Naruto was telling the truth. He had a good idea of what Danzo was planning, but he hadn't expected the two advisors to be so indecisive and not fully support Tsunade. This was something Naruto hadn't anticipated, but it wasn't a big problem. He now had the tail-releasing method in his hand, meaning he could turn the tables on them at any moment. If the plan to develop a perfect Jinchuriki was approved and something went wrong, every higher-up who supported the plan would be held accountable, possibly even losing their positions. From Naruto's perspective, the current situation allowed him to advance or retreat strategically. The progress of the Kyuubi's power was only at 27%. Naruto's only worry is that if the seal of Kyuubi is unlocked at this time, will the progress of obtaining Kyuubi's power stop? But if the advisors sided with Danzo, he'd have no choice but to unseal the Kyuubi. The tricky part was figuring out what to do with the Kyuubi afterward. It would be ideal if there was a better solution. Although Naruto tried his best to get rid of his identity as a Jinchuriki, he also wondered if there might be a better way to deal with Kyuubi. After all, releasing him might lead to him being captured, which didn't sit well with him. He has raised Kyuubi for so long, so he has some feelings for him. It didn't seem appropriate to just let him go out and be chased. He wasn't after the Kyuubi's power, as the system's power was far greater. With abilities like adamantine sealing chains and the 4 symbols seal at his disposal, and both in their max level, the system had saved him the time of training. It was like the system was feeding him power directly, possibly even offering a full set of forbidden techniques in this shinobi world. As for Asura and Indra, he didn't care about them at all. After all, he wasn't originally from this world. The Otsutsuki raised gods. Trash. Naruto really did have something to do. He wanted to find Tsunade and ask about the situation. But Ino thought he was just trying to be strong. Earlier, she hadn't been able to offer any comforting words, and now, seeing him about to leave, she felt even worse. In desperation, Ino suddenly grabbed Naruto's wrist. "Wait, what's wrong?" Naruto was genuinely puzzled, as his mind was occupied with other matters. You wanted to see the maid outfit, didn't you?" She lowered her head, her face flushing a deep red in an instant. What did you just say?" "What, you clearly heard it." Ino turned her face away and muttered, not daring to look Naruto in the eye. "Can the skirt be shorter?" Naruto asked. "No way, absolutely not," Ino replied indignantly, crossing her arms in front of her chest and making a big X with them. "How about wearing black stockings?" "I don't have anything like that." Ino shook her head vigorously, her face showing a look of disdain. "You really are a complete pervert." Thanks, that wasn't a compliment, you bastard. Ino was almost driven mad by him, feeling like she was on the verge of losing her temper entirely. Forget it, maybe another time. Naruto unexpectedly declined. Huh? Ino was a little confused, but she felt even more uneasy. After all, such a shameless and vulgar person suddenly lost interest in something dirty, so of course it made her feel that something was wrong. Aren't you usually always going on about how you want to? Ino's face flushed, her gaze shifting away, her voice trailing off. If you're really in a bad mood, I don't really know what to say. You don't have to go that far. Naruto chuckled with a hint of helplessness. I really have something to do. Honestly, I'd still love to see it, but… Naruto said, pointing behind Ino, Auntie seems to be watching us from the shop. Ah, Ino's expression changed dramatically, and like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, she panicked. She quickly turned around and then jerked her head back, her pupils shaking in shock. After leaving the Yamanaka flower shop, Naruto wanted to go to the Hokage Tower. But then, considering that it was getting late, he decided this matter wasn't urgent and headed home instead. He found a place to eat, then returned home to wash up and lie down. As soon as he closed his eyes, his consciousness sank into the seal space. What greeted him was the sight of that massive red barred cage, and the DVD player was running idle. Kyuubi was drowsy, barely acknowledging Naruto's presence. To be honest, Naruto hoped that Kyuubi would become a charming fox spirit. But unfortunately, Kyuubi didn't seem to get it, so Naruto had to let things be for now. The problem, though, was that there wasn't a suitable vessel for Kyuubi to possess. The power of these Biju is too strong, and other than a Jinchuriki, there was no container capable of holding them. Either release them or keep them sealed. In fact, Naruto was more inclined to let Kyuubi go, although it might cause some harm, but what would the future hold? He wanted to ask Kyuubi first and let him choose for himself. But regardless of the choice, unsealing Kyuubi was inevitable. Kurama, wake up. I have something to talk to you. Naruto's voice echoed in the sealed space, prompting Kyuubi to reluctantly open his eyes. He seemed to have a bit of a grumpy wake-up attitude, glaring at Naruto with a fierce expression. Kid, if you have something to say it quickly. Don't disturb me while I'm sleeping. The day you get out of here is coming soon, you bastard. Naruto walked up to the red bars and kicked them, then asked in an irritated tone, I want to know where you want to go. Out of here? Kyuubi suddenly lifted his head, and a glint of light finally appeared in his large eyes. But soon that light turned into confusion, which then shifted to suspicion, and his attitude quickly became arrogant again. Human, do you really think you can fool me with your lies? Kyuubi banged his paw against the bars, showing a face that said, I've already figured out everything. He bared his sharp teeth, his face almost pressing against the cage. I've seen through your tricks. Are you trying to use me as a shield again? There's an Uchiha brat outside, right? No, there are no Uchiha in Konoha anymore. Naruto spread his hands and said in a mocking tone, no way, could it be that the strongest Biju is afraid of mere Uchiha shinobi? Shouldn't trash like them be the ones afraid of the great Kurama, the strongest of all Biju? Not like me, living under the shadow of Uchiha Itachi every day, never feeling at ease, it's truly unbearable. Uchiha Itachi? Kyuubi seemed to enjoy the compliment and said in a mocking tone, are you talking about that little brat who started that fire some time ago? Yeah, he's probably the strongest among the Uchiha, right? Naruto said, lying through his teeth. The strongest Uchiha? Kyuubi gave him a disdainful look. Anyway, it's time to make a choice, Kurama. Naruto suddenly became serious, I'm going to remove the seal and let you out. Have you had enough of living? Nope. Naruto shook his head, then looked at the mountain-sized Kyuubi and said, I found a way to remove the seal without dying. You don't have to worry about that. What I want to know is, what do you plan to do once you're out? Destroy Konoha. Kyuubi replied without hesitation. Well, it's up to you. Naruto sighed, rubbing his forehead, but if you do that, you probably won't get far. Do you really want to be captured again? Then what do you suggest? I don't have any good ideas right now. I'm just giving you a heads up. Naruto looked up at Kyuubi. Destroy the Konoha village if you want, just don't step on my house. Naruto pulled his consciousness out of the seal space. Naruto lay there with his eyes half closed. The sky outside the window was gloomy and the living room was also dim. What he said earlier was partly to coax the fox. He wouldn't remove the seal while in Konoha. After all, if Kyuubi really did as he said and destroyed Konoha after he came out, then Naruto would be the one who suffered. Biju can't die, so at worst, they can just start over again. But all the crimes they've done will be pushed onto the Jinchuriki's head. Naruto will never be so lenient to Kyuubi. After all, an obedient fox is a good fox. The higher-ups have already had the idea of developing a perfect Jinchuriki, even drafting proposals. Meanwhile, Kyuubi's mind is set on destroying Konoha. If such thing really happens, no one would listen to Naruto's explanations. Not only would he have to take the blame, he might even become a missing nin. He had finally earned the right to walk around freely in Konoha, and he was just a step away from dealing with Danzo. At this point, he's told to give up everything and become a missing nen? He couldn't accept that. He refused to let a mere Biju or Danzo force him into doing something he didn't want to do. What does the hatred of the original body and the hatred of Kyuubi have to do with me? With this thought in mind, Naruto slowly closed his eyes. But he didn't sleep well that night. He dreamt of Kyuubi attacking Konoha, with Ino and Hinata standing on a rooftop in their Chunin uniforms. Their eyes were filled with despair as a Bijudama descended upon them. Naruto woke up several times, drinking water in the kitchen each time, before finally managing to sleep until dawn. The next day, Naruto, who didn't get up until noon, washed up with his eyes closed, ate some bread and milk, and went out. He still had no clear plan about yesterday's events. He had the sealing technique to control Kyuubi. And with Tsunade around, Danzo would be kept in check, but these measures were only enough to serve as a guarantee for the Jinchuriki to live a stable life and they wouldn't break the deadlock. He needed to talk to Tsunade and find out where she stood. Naruto took a detour to the Hokage's office, climbing to the top floor. The Hokage's guards were nowhere to be seen, so Naruto didn't hesitate and directly pushed open the door to the Hokage's office. With a creak, the door opened, and before he even stepped inside, he saw the Godime Hokage, Tsunade, sound asleep on her desk. If he looked closely, he could even see a droplet of drool glistening at the corner of her mouth. The window behind the Hokage's desk was wide open, and the white curtains fluttered in the stifling breeze. Naruto stood there for a while, but instead of waking Tsunade, he found 3 chairs, lined them up, and lay down on them, making himself comfortable. Hoo-hoo, the office was filled with the sound of steady breathing. The clock on the wall ticked on for 40 minutes before 2 sets of footsteps suddenly approached from outside. 3 seconds later, the office door was pushed open. Standing at the doorway were Konoha's 2 gatekeepers, Hagane Katetsu and Kamizuki Izumo, their arms laden with documents. They froze at the sight of both Tsunade and Naruto fast asleep. One slumped over the desk and the other sprawled across the chairs. The two exchanged a look and then glanced back to make sure they hadn't walked into the wrong room. What was with this lazy atmosphere? Godem-sama. Why are you sleeping again? Katetsu, who had a bandage wrapped around his face, exclaimed, nearly dropping the stack of thick documents in his arms. Ah, Tsunade mumbled as she groggily woke up, the right side of her face imprinted with ink from a book, with a droplet of drool still hanging at the corner of her mouth. Katetsu and Izumo were Chunin who usually guarded the village gates and also served as proctors for the Chunin exams. Before Tsunade returned to the village, they were like bricks that were moved wherever they were needed. The village gate didn't require constant guarding, especially not at night or during significant events, so these 2 important but not so important people are needed to guard the gate just to maintain decorum. After Tsunade came to power, she naturally needed her own aides, so she began training the duo as her right-hand men. As for the 2 previous Hokage's guards, Reido and Aoba, after serving as the guards of the Sandaime and Yondaime Hokage respectively, they were gradually being reassigned now that the new guards were being trained. During this transition between the old and new guards, while Katetsu and Izumo were still getting familiar with their new roles, they were under the guidance of the previous guards. When there was nothing to do, they guarded the gates. When there was something to be done, they ran errands for Tsunade. An hour earlier, Tsunade had sent them to fetch some documents, and when they returned, they were greeted with this ridiculous scene. They were so stunned that it felt like a vein was going to burst. Tsunade was clearly napping and slacking off, and somehow, Naruto had slipped in and joined her. Oh, it's you guys. Tsunade's calm demeanor showed no sign of guilt for being caught slacking off. You're back so quickly. Sorry, I accidentally dozed off. Looking at Tsunade's habitual slacking off and shameless appearance, the duo gatekeepers were very upset. Katetsu then placed the half-human height stack of documents on Tsunade's desk. He sighed helplessly and pointed at Naruto, who was still sleeping on the arranged chairs, and asked, Godem-sama, why is he here? Tsunade glanced at Naruto, who was sleeping soundly in the chair, and said calmly, I called him here. You 2 can leave first. Yes. With a click, the office door closed, and Katetsu and Izumo respectfully exited the Hokage's office. After running their errand, they had to get back to guarding the gate. Once they were gone, Tsunade frowned, got up, and walked over to the sleeping Naruto, casually lifting him off the chairs. Huh? Naruto groggily opened his eyes and saw Tsunade's angry face. You little brat, don't you know better than to sleep wherever you want? I have something I need to ask you, Tsunade-sama. Naruto's survival instincts kicked in. Huh? Tsunade narrowed her eyes, staring at him for a moment before tossing him back onto the chairs. She then walked to the window, where the scorching sunlight and lush green forest were reflected in her pupils. With her back to Naruto, she asked, What do you want from me? Upon hearing this, Naruto stood up from the chair, walked to the front of the desk, and stopped about 3 meters away from Tsunade. He got straight to the point. I heard that the higher-ups want to train me to be a perfect Jinchuriki, is that true? Where did you hear that from? That's not important. If the leak of high-level intelligence is not important, then what else is important? Tsunade turned her head slightly, her face wrapped in the white sunlight looking serious. Naruto suddenly felt thirsty and didn't reply immediately. He casually picked up the teacup from the desk and poured himself some tea. In this village, even if a dog dies, I'll be the last one to find out. Tsunade-sama, how could you think that I could learn of high-level intelligence unless the higher-ups wanted me to know? Or perhaps, this information was from a specific higher-up trying to test my attitude? Isn't that right, Tsunade-sama? Tsunade turned fully to face Naruto, rolling her eyes. Dropping all pretense, she bluntly said, the higher-up you're talking about is me. Well, I'm truly honored, Naruto said. Tsunade-sama, you must have a reason for doing this. Even though I don't understand it, I'm still deeply impressed. Stop complaining, Tsunade retorted, not mincing words. Details of high-level meetings shouldn't be leaked easily, but there's some wiggle room. Anyway, the point got across. Anyway, those are what you figured it out on your own. They have nothing to do with me. That's really inconvenient, Naruto complained. That's what a Hokage is like, brat. Do you think this position is so comfortable? Tsunade plopped back into her soft chair. Thank you for your hard work, Tsunade-sama, Naruto said, timing his flattery just right. Don't give me that. Tsunade gave him a disdainful look. How much truth actually comes out of your mouth? Tsunade-sama is the most beautiful woman in Konoha. Well, that's probably the only truthful thing you've said. Tsunade seemed very pleased with this and looked at Naruto with a smile. Well then. Due to various complicated reasons and coincidences, now that you have learned of this information, what's your stance? Is it important? Naruto asked. Of course it's important. Tsunade sat at her desk and reached for the teapot. Her chest was so tightly pressed that it looked like it might pop out, making the scene rather intense. Naruto couldn't hold it anymore, so he stood up and picked up the teapot to pour tea for Tsunade. Thank you. Tsunade took a big gulp, set down the cup, and continued, I'm against it. Such outdated and rigid plans won't get past me. After a pause, Tsunade lifted a finger slightly, her gaze locking onto Naruto's face. So, I need to be sure your stance matches mine. I will always stand on your side, Tsunade-sama. Naruto said without hesitation, your stance is mine, no exceptions. That mouth of yours is your only redeeming feature. Tsunade leaned back into her chair and asked, do you want to hear a more complicated explanation or a simple one? Naruto thought carefully for a moment and then answered. I'd like to hear both. You really are greedy, Tsunade said with a hint of a smile on her face, but that's exactly something you would say. You haven't really gotten to know this shinobi world yet, have you? Huh? I guess not. Naruto scratched his head. I've only looked at the map. I roughly know the names of the leaders of the 5 great nations and some of the surrounding smaller countries. Just looking at the map isn't enough. Tsunade's red lips curved into a seductive smile as her alabaster-like arm moved, tossing the thick booklet to Naruto. Take a look at this first. What is it? Naruto caught the booklet and casually flipped through a few pages. Upon seeing Jiraiya's signature, his expression immediately became serious. It's a compilation of intelligence your teacher Jiraiya gathered while traveling the world over the years. Part of it has been handed over to the higher-ups, and the other part is in my hands. Tsunade, in her usual relaxed manner, fixed her gaze on Naruto. You've seen the map, so you should know that the Land of Fire is an inland country. The sea breeze blows from east to west. Compared to the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth, the Land of Fire has a lower elevation, which results in more rain and forests. So, the Land of Fire has a temperate maritime climate. Naruto frowned. Is this also the reason why there is no drought in the Land of Fire or the surrounding small countries, and there is rain all year round? Correct. Tsunade gave Naruto the affirmation. It's good that you can understand this. The Land of Earth and the Land of Wind are inland with many mountains and steep ridges, which block the sea breeze and form cold, condensed air currents. So the Land of Waterfalls and the Land of Grass, which are on the windward side, get rain, while the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind on the leeward side experience less rain over the years. Combined with the desert terrain of the Land of Wind, it easily creates a high-pressure climate. When the air sinks, the humidity will decrease, which leads to sandstorms. When Naruto first saw the map of the shinobi world, the more he looked at it, the more it resembled an inverted version of a Western European's map. It can't be said to be exactly the same, but it is quite similar. The origin of the bloody mist of the Land of Water was almost certainly based on a racism massacre. Whether in terms of geography or history, there were striking similarities. The sea breeze from the Atlantic blew over to the shinobi world, and the dead geographical knowledge began to overwhelm Naruto's mind. The stunning realization left him deeply shocked. The history of the bloody mist of the Land of Water ended long ago. Under the leadership of the new Godem Mizukage, Terumi Mei, Kirigakure is rapidly rising, Tsunade added. The Land of Water has built a large fleet of ships and currently controls most of the key sea routes. They've established a maritime alliance with the Land of Lightning, which has many coastal connections, to develop chakra-based civilian technology. What is this? Some kind of sun never sets empire scenario? Naruto complained. T.N. HTTPS. N. Wiki, the _empire _ which _ the sun never sets. Sun what? Nothing. Naruto chuckled awkwardly. The Land of Wind has developed a new rare mineral. According to intelligence, it can conduct chakra, and if mass-produced, it could change the balance of power in the shinobi world. Tsunade continued. Meanwhile, the Land of Fire's current strategy is to avoid direct conflict with the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning, while also trying to divide the relationship between the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth, so that the two superpowers on the inland region will gradually split. Under such circumstances, the strength of the Land of Fire is gradually declining under the rapid development of the other four great nations. That's why the Konoha's higher-ups came up with the idea of a perfect Jinchuriki. I was wrong, Tsunade-sama. I'd like the simpler explanation. Naruto raised his hand in defeat. The simple version? Tsunade snorted, narrowing her eyes and then said a smile. In simple terms, the future of the shinobi world lies in peace and technological development, not in war. Naruto agreed with this. The wars among shinobi had lasted for 1,000 years. Given the current state of the world, the trend was toward peace and prosperity. Traditional ninjutsu would eventually be replaced, and new ninjutsu and technological exploration will be the main theme of the future. A moment of silence passed. The summer breeze gently blew through the room. I don't really have any specific thoughts, Naruto said. I understand everything you said, Tsunade-sama, and I don't want to be developed as a weapon. So, my idea is to continue standing by your side, Tsunade-sama. Hearing this, Tsunade no longer hid her intentions. She let out a sigh and asked, then, are you interested in becoming Hokage? I have no such desire at all. Don't you want to consider it? Tsunade asked. You are almost a natural-born Kage, just like Kakashi. Full of the will of fire. No, what I mean is that you are very shameless, just as shameless as me. Tsunade said, curling up in her soft chair and stretching lazily, letting out a faint moan. Naruto replayed Tsunade's words in his mind, and thought in his heart, no wonder she said so much. It turned out that she was trying to trick me into taking over the Hokage's position? Tsunade-sama, have you been using a new shampoo recently? Naruto quickly changed the subject. Well, Tsunade frowned slightly. If you want, I can give you some. After saying that, she seemed to have thought of something and waved towards Naruto, signaling for him to come closer. What's wrong? Naruto wasn't sure what Tsunade was up to, but he walked over anyway. Bend over. Tsunade said lazily. He did as he was told, standing next to Tsunade and leaning closer. His vision was immediately occupied by a large area of soft, creamy expanse of Tsunade's skin, so smooth and delicate it seemed otherworldly. Almost instantly, Naruto was caught in a whirlwind of conflicting thoughts. Where are you looking at? I'm sorry, Tsunade-sama, it's hard to look away. Tsunade didn't seem angry. She grabbed Naruto's face with both hands, squeezing and squishing it as she spoke. I can roughly guess why you don't want to be Hokage. If you refuse, I won't force you to take on the role. You can live the life you want. I already see refuge. Naruto mumbled, his words slightly slurred as Tsunade continued to pinch his face. I know. Tsunade didn't stop her hands, kneading his face like clay. It's not easy for you to get to where you are today. I hope you can live a happier life. At such a young age, you are more cunning than anyone else, and also look like an old man with a gloomy look. That's completely. Naruto, irritated by her pinching, reached out to pinch Tsunade's face. It's impossible to be happy like this. Who wants to be treated like a weapon? If anyone wants to be a Jinchuriki, let them. Damn it. Do you think I have a choice in this? Tsunade increased the strength of her grip, with a look of dissatisfaction on her face. Let go already. You let go first, Naruto said anxiously. Ah, are you trying to kill me? You first, Tsunade, now stubborn, retorted. If you don't let go, just wait and see how I'll beat you up. Under Tsunade's tyranny, Naruto was the first to give in and reluctantly let go of his hand. You're dead. Tsunade grabbed him, and Naruto, closing his eyes and bracing for a beating, but instead, he found himself pulled into an unexpectedly warm embrace. With me here, the path you walk won't be as hard as before. You won't have to hide anymore. You'll be walking at the front, with everyone behind you. Late at night, Naruto walked home along the brightly lit streets of Konoha. The village was still bustling, with the streets glowing like ribbons of light. Even though night had fallen, more and more people were gathering outside, creating a lively and noisy atmosphere. Naruto casually enjoyed his grilled eel as he walked, but Tsunade's words kept echoing in his mind. She had told him that now, with her as his support, he didn't have to endure hardships anymore. From now on, his path would be smoother, and he would always be at the forefront, surrounded by others. And so it seemed. Ever since Tsunade had dragged him to her inauguration ceremony and made him stand beside her in a close and familiar manner in front of everyone, no one in the village had shown him any hostility anymore. However, who could predict what the future held? Naruto didn't dwell too much on it. After all, Tsunade was not omnipotent, and he still had his own responsibilities to take care of. As he walked along the main street, he stopped at a corner and bought some takoyaki. While waiting for his order, a familiar figure in the crowd not far away caught his attention. After taking a quick look, Naruto was instantly stunned. Why is it her? A bad feeling welled up inside him, and his instincts told him to get out of here quickly. He looked at the takoyaki on the stall and urged, "Boss, can you make the takoyaki faster?" "Huh? Burned? No, you must be mistaken, dear customer." The skinny boss with gray hair seemed to have bad hearing, however, his hands were quick, the oil sizzled, and the smell coming from the brightly lit stall was mouthwatering. "Forget it, I don't want it anymore," Naruto said, unable to wait any longer. He quickly walked away. "Customer." The old man showed a puzzled expression, but he could no longer find the customer. Without even turning his head, Naruto quickened his pace, silently cursing his luck. After blending into the bustling crowd, he finally felt somewhat relieved. Turning his head slightly, Naruto confirmed that the figure had not caught up with him, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. What a close call. How could there be such a coincidence? If I ran into her now, it would be really awkward. I'd better go home quickly, it's too dangerous outside. A familiar voice suddenly sounded in his ears, and Naruto turned around suddenly and gasped. Tamari suddenly appeared, with her giant fan strapped to her back, and she stood beside him with a flushed face. Her face was flushed, her eyes were unfocused, and she bit her moist lower lip, looking like she wanted to say something but couldn't. The dim streetlight illuminated her face, making her seem as if she had been bullied by someone. "Fancy running into you here," Naruto said with an awkward smile, his eyes scanning the surroundings, ready to bolt at any moment. The incident of returning the fan last time was really beyond his expectations. Initially, he just wanted to vent his frustration for his superior by scaring Tamari a bit. But as a result, things escalated. He became murderous as he was talking and accidentally frightened her to tears, ending the situation in a rather messy way. Lately, Konoha and Sanagakure had grown closer. After blocking off the land of Earth, only the lands of Fire and Wind remained as the superpowers in the inland region. It just so happened that both sides had lost their cage and were tricked by Orochimaru, which left them in a weakened state. So, the two sides simply decided to reconcile. In order to curb the increasingly close relationship between the lands of lightning and lands of water, the two great powers quickly formed an alliance. Naruto originally thought it would be best not to meet Tamari again in the future, but he didn't expect the awkward meeting to come so quickly. It had only been 2 days since our last encounter, how awkward. "Yeah, fancy," Tamari muttered, her usual strong demeanor absent. She quickly looked down, her face turning even redder. "Well, since it's such a coincidence, let's reward ourselves by never seeing each other again," Naruto said with a nervous laugh and started to walk away. "Wait, please." Naruto felt a tug on the corner of his clothes, and instinctively turned around to frown at Tamari. "Let go." Tamari gasped softly and immediately released her grip, her face showing a look of fear that made it seem like she was about to burst into tears. There were a lot of people on the street right now. If someone saw me making the eldest princess of Sanagakure cry, there was no doubt Tsunade would drag me back to her office for a beating. Damn it. Naruto gritted his teeth and, just before Tamari's tears could spill over, he leaned in and harshly whispered, "Don't cry." Woo-woo. Tamari's tears welled up in her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering rapidly as she bit down on her lower lip, her face flushed red. She looked like she was trying hard to endure the shame. For some reason, Naruto seemed to catch a glimpse of a strange emotion in Tamari's eyes at that moment. It doesn't seem like anger. There are so many weird people these days. "Hey, don't cry here." Naruto's gaze turned cold as he covered Tamari's mouth with his hand. "Don't make a sound." Seeing that no one around them was paying attention, he roughly dragged Tamari toward a more secluded area away from the crowd, gripping her wrist with no gentleness. MMPH. Tamari's face suddenly grew hot, and she followed Naruto obediently without saying a word. In the dark alley, with a thud, Tamari was pressed against the wall by Naruto, who asked her with a fierce look in his eyes, "Why are you following me?" "I'm sorry." Tamari averted her gaze, and the tears she had been holding back finally began to fall. "What's wrong with you?" Naruto rubbed his forehead, the dim light of the alley making his frustration evident. "Why are you apologizing out of nowhere? Didn't I tell you not to cry?" Tamari couldn't get any words out through her sobs. "This is ridiculous." Suddenly, footsteps were heard at the entrance of the alley, accompanied by voices asking if anyone had heard crying. This scared Naruto so much that he quickly clamped his hand over Tamari's mouth. He pressed his body against hers, holding his breath. They were only about 2 meters away from the lighted alley entrance, with their bodies pressed together, hidden in the shadows. Naruto's head was turned away from Temari's, making them look like a couple embracing. He could feel Temari's heart pounding wildly and her tears streaming down uncontrollably as his warm breath brushed against her ear. I just heard someone crying. How come the voice suddenly disappeared? A few footsteps approached, and several young men walked past the entrance of the dark alley. You must have heard wrong. Could they be inside the alley? There was a brief silence before one of them spoke up. Then why don't you go in and check? Screw you, it's so dark in there. You'd probably play a prank on me. No way I will go. Amid a chorus of boos, the group's footsteps gradually faded away. Naruto let go of Temari and pulled her out of the alley, back into the light. He glanced at Temari, whose lips were smeared with saliva, and then down at his hand, which was wet with her saliva. Without hesitation, he wiped his hand on Temari's clothes, his face full of impatience as he said coldly, I'm leaving now. If you keep following me, I won't be so nice. Naruto originally thought that Temari would be angry or lash out at him, but he didn't expect Temari to freeze up instead. She reached out as if to grab his clothes again but then quickly pulled back as if she'd been electrocuted. Her eyes were red and swollen, her face pale, and as she opened her mouth to speak, tears began to fall once more. Don't chase me away, I'll be good. Dang it. Option 1. Spend the night with Temari. Reward. Jashin's dog, the object of Hidan's faith, which contains and suppresses all consciousnesses, and is restricted by the caster. Option 2. Drive Temari away. Reward. Jashin's blessing, one-time immortality. Jashin's dog? Jashin's blessing? Naruto was stunned. How did this suddenly involve Jashin? Isn't that what Hidan worships? Tayuya joked about me being a Jashin last time, but that was just a joke. Now, these options seem a bit off. The idea of immortality doesn't really appeal to him. With Kyuubi and Tsunade around, it is basically impossible for him to die so easily. Compared to immortality, what interested Naruto more was the reward for the first option. Is Jashin's dog a real dog? If possible, I wanted to stuff Kyuubi into it. Since he doesn't want to be a fox, be a dog. If Kyuubi turns into a dog, then things will be easier, and I can release him at any time. In other words, even if I shed the burden of being a Jinchuriki, Kyuubi can still be contained. It doesn't matter where Kyuubi wants to go, as long as he doesn't cause me any trouble. Without much hesitation, Naruto chose the first option. He'd give Kyuubi a surprise, and finally, he could genuinely call it a good dog. Stop crying already. Naruto sighed, I'll take you back. The system didn't specify where to spend the night, so they could stay anywhere. In short, the system's guidance was a bit dim-witted. Can you please not chase me away? Temari said with a blushing face, I'll be good. This is different. What's up with you anyway? Naruto was a little confused. You better explain, or I'll chase you away immediately. I know Konoha's layout better than you, so you won't be able to catch me. This barely veiled threat was enough to make Temari nervous. No, wait, I'll talk. Temari said, her hands fidgeting behind her back, then she said with a somewhat uneasy look, I don't know myself. I just feel safe being near you. Safe? Was she that scared? Naruto's face showed no emotion, but he was already thinking about how to use this to complete the mission given by the system. As for conscience, he didn't have that kind of thing. If she was genuinely frightened, this matter could be explained as temporary dependency, which might only last a few days or a week at most. Thinking of this, he coldly glanced at Temari again, concluding that she likely only had a mild case. After all, he hadn't released too much killing intent and had backed off right after scaring her. I can choose not to chase you away, Naruto said, but you have to stay with me for the night. You'll have to explain things to the Tsunagakure side. I don't want to get reported. Is this a mission? Temari blurted out some incredible words. Why was there an abnormal blush on her face when she lowered her head? Why does this person seem a little strange? Forget it. Naruto didn't think too deeply about it. After all, being scared like this could be considered a mental illness. It's better to be lenient with someone unwell. You can think of it that way, he replied. They were in the southeastern part of Konoha, a quieter area where most residents had already turned off their lights. The street lights were sparse in the night. Bringing her home obviously carries a greater risk of exposure and may also cause unnecessary trouble, so Naruto felt it would be better to go directly to the hotel where Tsunagakure's people is staying. After all, they just needed a place to stay. Although there are great risks in going deep into the enemy's territory, this is Konoha, so Naruto is fearless and not overly worried. Then let's go to my room, Temari suggested nervously. She is the kind of girl with such a good figure that people think it is reasonable for her to wear a skirt. When she is too nervous, her legs would start moving slightly on their own. Maybe from sweating, her pale legs were pressed tightly together. Alright. Naruto didn't refuse, thinking about completing his mission while also looking at her legs. Naruto found himself extremely impatient with Temari, or perhaps it was more accurate to say he had no desire to be patient with her. This was an unusual situation, almost as if he had an innate dislike for her. It might be because he had let her off during the Chunin exams due to her status, and now every time they met, he had to be mindful of her status. Whenever Temari showed even a hint of her usual stubbornness, it seemed to set him off, making him unusually irritable. When she paused, Naruto couldn't help but glare at her with cold eyes again. Temari trembled under his gaze, her face showing a mix of hurt and timidness. Mustering up the courage, she asked, "Does it trouble you to be around me?" Naruto didn't answer, but he wondered if he had used that trick himself before. It had been so long that he couldn't remember. But then he abruptly said, "Let's go." Without waiting for her response, he grabbed Temari's hand and roughly dragged her forward. He shot her a cold glance, pinching her face as he warned, "Don't let me hear those meaningless words next time." "Sorry, don't say that either." "Yes." Walking on the road, Naruto occasionally used his peripheral vision to observe Temari beside him. He silently came to the conclusion in his heart that someone as strong-willed as her wouldn't just break down like this without a reason. Judging from Temari's current condition, it seemed like she was dealing with something mild, possibly a result of long-term repression. I had scared her as a fluke, and now she was having a bit of a breakdown. Generally speaking, this situation will not last too long, and everything will be fine once she gradually regains her composure. At the hotel where Sanagakure's people had been staying, Naruto noticed how deserted it was. Due to the alliance between their villages, most of the Sanagakure's shinobi had already left Konoha. Aside from Temari, only a few people remained. They left yesterday. Temari explained in a small voice. The emptiness of the hotel gave it a cold, desolate feel as a few remaining Sanagakure's shinobi were busy with their luggage. The sound of their footsteps echoed in the brightly lit hallway as they walked to a room. Temari quickly entered the room without turning on the lights, while Naruto stood idly at the doorway, not interested in prying into someone else's space. Click, the light in the room turned on. The warm yellow glow filled every corner of the room. Temari stood by the door, looking somewhat flustered and too nervous to meet Naruto's gaze. She kept her head down as she said, "The room is a bit messy, please come in." She had only been inside for a few minutes, so there wasn't much to tidy up. Whatever she was doing in the dark, Naruto didn't bother to guess. The two sat on the couch, a steaming cup of tea on the table between them, creating a slightly awkward atmosphere. "I'm leaving tomorrow too," Temari said uneasily, crossing her legs and clutching the hem of her clothes with her hands. I wasn't trying to cling to you on purpose. It's just, I don't know what's wrong with me. Ever since that day, everything has felt strange." He sat there with the steam rising from his hot tea, not seeming inclined to respond. He stared at Temari for a long time before finally giving a half-hearted reply. "Oh." Temari froze for a moment, her eyes starting to well up with tears again. Naruto felt it was necessary to guide her appropriately, if only to secure a quiet night for himself. He looked at Temari, pondered for a moment, and then spoke, "Temari, if you want me to help you, you have to show the appropriate sincerity. I'm very busy. Every day, I have to do many meaningless things. But these meaningless things are more important than you. Do you understand?" His original intention was to make Temari behave and warn her to keep her distance from him, but as soon as the words left his mouth, Naruto felt something was off. "I understand. What do you want?" Temari straightened her posture, sitting almost on the edge of the sofa, clearly too nervous. "I don't want anything," Naruto replied coldly, leaning back into the sofa. "The point isn't what I want, it's about what you have." "I can give everything I have," Temari said, a bit too eagerly. "But I don't need it," Naruto said flatly. Naruto's calm demeanor remained unchanged as he watched Temari through his deep blue eyes, with no ripples in his heart. "What you're going through is only temporary. Once you leave Konoha tomorrow and return to Sanagakure, you'll start to feel better." "It's not like that." Temari suddenly stood up, her hands folded in front of her chest in distress. "Sit down." "Okay." Temari awkwardly sat back down, her hands brushing the edge of the sofa. Naruto reached for the teacup on the table and studied Temari through the rising steam. My judgment was correct, her condition was only temporary. While her behavior was strange, it was starting to normalize, as evidenced by her attempt to argue back. In short, there was no need to pay too much attention to Temari. She was just going through a rough patch, and it would pass in a few days. Having made up his mind, Naruto fell silent, continuing to sit on the sofa to pass the time. "Please wait a moment," Temari suddenly said, standing up again, but she froze when she met Naruto's gaze. This time, however, Naruto didn't tell her to sit down. He just stared at her for a few seconds before saying, "Don't leave this room until dawn." "Okay." Temari nodded, and then began to rummage through her belongings. Pieces of underwear were turned out and scattered on the ground. Naruto, adhering to a "no harm in watching" mentality, kept his eyes on Temari as she knelt by the wardrobe. Lustrous blonde hair, skin as white as fresh snow, wasn't the land of wind supposed to be a desert country? It seemed that, despite the harsh sunlight and terrain, the girls from Sanagakure turned out quite beautiful. Chio? Okay, maybe not Chio. but the younger ones were all quite attractive. Temari's limbs were slender, and her figure was perfectly proportioned, as if blessed by the heavens. Watching her like this was certainly pleasing to the eye. But the moment Temari pulled out a pair of fishnet stockings, Naruto instantly lost his composure. "What are you going to do?" Temari let out a soft yelp and quickly turned around, hiding the fishnet stockings behind her back embarrassedly. Her face suddenly turned red, and she spoke hesitantly, "This is my sincerity. I don't." Naruto initially intended to say he didn't need it, but then he reconsidered and swallowed his words silently. Okay. Temari's condition was likely to last only a few days, and she would probably return to normal after a good night's sleep. Naruto had no intention of taking advantage of her, he just wanted to complete the task at hand. But, as the long night stretched ahead, admiring the fishnet stockings wasn't a bad way to pass the time. Well, it was certainly better than sitting idly. With that thought, Temari happily took her sincerity into the bathroom. This time, it was Naruto's turn to be restless. To be honest, the visual impact of fishnet stockings was a bit overwhelming to him. In order to avoid losing his composure, he clutched his water cup, ready to take a tactical sip if necessary. The bathroom door opened, but Temari didn't come out right away. Naruto was sitting on the sofa at the side of the room, so he naturally couldn't see what was going on in the bathroom next to the door. "Could you turn off the lights?" Temari's voice carried a strange, forbidden undertone, as if she had discovered a new world on the internet for the first time. Even Naruto, who is usually as steady as an old dog, felt his heart begin to race. "Why turn off the lights?" Naruto asked and thought to himself, "If the lights were off, how could I see the fishnets? Are you trying to show me a glowing watch?" "I'm a little embarrassed," Temari admitted. "I only brought one pair of stocking with me, but, if you really want to see." "No need, your sincerity doesn't have to go that far." Naruto quickly took a tactical sip of water. "Put on your clothes before you come out, damn it." "Okay." The voice coming from the bathroom sounded a little disappointed. Naruto coughed awkwardly and shook his head, trying to dispel the images that had formed in his mind. Temari's test had clearly gone beyond what he was prepared to handle, and he'd almost answered wrongly. Only one pair of stocking, and she wanted the lights off, huh? When she finally emerged, the lights were still on, and Temari, thankfully, was fully dressed, and everything was harmonious except that she was not wearing shoes. The only difference was that she was now wearing the fishnet stockings on her legs. Naruto chalked it up to Temari's current illness. He wasn't interested in taking advantage of her, but he figured there was no harm in legally admiring the fishnets. Even if she returned to normal in a few days, the worst she could do was scold me a bit, and that was that. Still, he couldn't help but be struck by the powerful visual impact of those fishnet stockings. Temari's legs weren't just slender, they were smooth and perfectly rounded. They were like freshly cleaned turnip, white, smooth, and with a hint of the toned muscles that came from years of shinobi training. Most people's legs don't stand perfectly straight. Even if they try, there's always a slight curve. Even if the calves are slender, it's hard to show that kind of temperament, as they always feel covered with dust and lack of taste. But Temari's legs, encased in the fishnet stockings, were perfectly straight, her skirt accentuating the curves, and her eyes carried an enigmatic, dangerous allure. "This is my sincerity," Temari said quietly as she sat down on the sofa, her gaze lowered. "I can already feel your sincerity," Naruto replied, glancing at her fishnet-covered legs. "If that's the case, I might consider helping you." Temari blushed and suddenly fell silent. Naruto wasn't in a hurry. He continued to observe Temari quietly, waiting patiently. To him, Temari was a patient, and if he hadn't met her tonight, it would have been none of his business. But now that he had accepted the mission and put forward conditions, he naturally had to be patient. Naruto may not be a good person in the true sense, but he is definitely a person with principles and ethics. After that time, I started feeling strange. A trace of uneasiness appeared on Temari's face, and she twisted her hands and stammered, "I've been having nightmares and getting distracted easily." Hearing this, Naruto withdrew his gaze and his expression became more serious. "Nightmares? What do you dream about? Me?" "No," Temari shook her head. A trace of sadness that was inconsistent with her age appeared on her youthful face. "I dream about my father, the Yondaime Cage." "Oh, family issues." Naruto took a tactical sip of water, his eyes fixed on Temari, gesturing for her to continue. "Father wanted to kill Gaara. I could see the hatred and fear in his eyes every time he looked at Gaara." Temari said, gripping her thigh tightly, "Father is not a heartless person. He is a qualified Cage. But when it came to Gaara wasn't always the way he is now. He used to call me Ne-san when he was younger." Temari's voice began to waver, on the verge of tears, but later, because of father's actions, he became irritable, and even Kankuro is afraid of Gaara. Seeing that Temari was about to cry again, Naruto interrupted her by tapping the edge of his cup. "There's nothing I can do about that. I'm a Jinchuriki too, and I constantly feel the urge to kill. I even fantasize about turning the higher-ups into dogs and keeping them on my balcony." In terms of being messed up, Gaara and I are about the same." Tamari was taken aback for a moment, but quickly waved her hands and said, No, that's not what I meant. Gaara has changed. After the Chunin exams, we made up." "Is that so?" Naruto was a little embarrassed, then rubbed his chin and said, "I might have just revealed a pretty big secret. Did you hear all of that?" "Huh? Did you remember it?" Tamari didn't know how to respond, so she managed to squeeze out a sentence, "Sumimasen, I'll try my best to forget it." "No need. I could just silence you." Tamari pursed her lips, suddenly stood up, walked towards Naruto, and sat next to him very boldly. The sofa was just big enough for one person to sit comfortably. If two people sat on it, it would be a bit cramped, which could lead to some accidental contact. Naruto didn't push her away, after all, this wasn't something he asked for. Tamari was practically leaning on him now. He had boundaries, but they weren't many. Tamari hummed, "I started having these nightmares, and every time I woke up, I felt the need to find you. I don't even know why you're always on my mind. Even though I know you don't like me, I still want to be near you. I wasn't like this before, but the closer I get to you, the more at peace I feel. I can't stand the suffocating anxiety anymore. I think I might be beyond saving." Naruto remained silent, treating her words as just another symptom of her current condition. "It was a shame I didn't have a recording device with me. If I could record this part, I could use it to tease Tamari once she was back to normal." At this time, the clock on the wall showed that it was already past 12:30 a.m. Click. The lights suddenly went out. Naruto felt something warm wrap around him, and a pair of watery eyes shone brightly in the darkness. Tamari leaned her head on his shoulder, hugging him tightly. Naruto found it somewhat boring and wasn't moved by this at all. Just as he was about to push Tamari away, he suddenly heard her speak in a low voice, "Just this once, let me hug you this once. You can do whatever you want." Naruto sighed, telling himself not to hold it against someone who wasn't in their right mind. Thankfully, Tamari didn't make any further moves. She just hugged him and then started crying her heart out. She talked in broken sentences about her two brothers, but hardly mentioned anything about herself. Mother's thoughts were always focused on Gaara, and she passed away not long after. Tamari mumbled as she curled up in Naruto's arms, "Now, father is gone too, and Gaara has to become the case cage." Sanagakure wasn't entirely united. There were still many who harbored deep hatred and fear towards Gaara. Even though Gaara was the son of the previous case cage and the Jinchuriki of Shukaku, ascending to the position of case cage wasn't as straightforward as it might seem. There won't be bloody battle, but some people definitely need to be cleared out. Gaara's transformation has won the support of most of the elders, and they've almost unanimously decided to groom him into a qualified cage. As the eldest princess of Sanagakure, Tamari has no way out. The weight on her heart and the burden on her shoulders were overwhelming the moment she learned of the death of Case Cage. Throughout the night, Naruto had a terrible headache, listening to Temari's intermittent ramblings. Sometimes, she'd start crying as she spoke, and after crying, she'd begin to fidget. Fortunately, no matter how angry Naruto was, he didn't throw her off the sofa. He endured it and somehow got through the night. The next day, early morning, a mechanical synthetic sound woke Naruto up and he suddenly opened his eyes. Jashin's dog, the object of Hidan's faith, which contains and suppresses all consciousnesses, and is restricted by the caster, was successfully granted. Sensing the movement, Tamari also drowsily opened her eyes. At this time, her skirt was barely serving its purpose. Naruto glanced over and then quickly looked away. Not bad. Tamari's eyes weren't fully open, but like a cat, she crawled up Naruto's body. Her lips moved closer, her half-closed eyes glistening. Her neckline was wide open, and the holy light was protecting her body. In his mind, Naruto repeated 100 times not to take advantage of a patient, and he forcefully pressed his hand against Tamari's face, pushing her off and onto the ground. "I'm leaving now," he said. It was the same routine, the same feeling, just in a different place. But this time, Tamari didn't panic. She just sat on the ground, looking up at Naruto as he stood up. "Can you stay a little longer?" "No," he refused very bluntly. "I'm not staying here for you, I have other reasons." Tamari shook her head and smiled softly. "I don't mind. Can I see you again in the future? I want to stay by your side." Naruto was already by the window, ready to leave. Hearing Tamari's words, he turned back and said, "If you remain as weak as you are now, my answer is no. Whether it's supporting Gaara's rise to power or your own training, if you can't bring value to me, it's best we don't meet again. We're just using each other, we don't owe each other anything. Nothing happened. You'd better forget me quickly after you're clear-headed, because I'll forget you just as fast, understand?" With that, Naruto leapt out of the window, disappearing silently into the thick fog of dawn. Tamari remained seated on the ground, staring silently at the open window. The cold morning wind blew in, making Tamari shiver. Suddenly, her face turned bright red. She let out a soft cry, covered her face with her hands, and started breathing heavily. Her eyes instantly became clear, no longer dazed. How could I? The last bit of unease in her heart had dissipated over the night. It was as if she had poured out all the emotions she had accumulated over the years. Temari's mind was now calm, like entering the sage mode. All the shameful memories came rushing back to her mind. She covered her mouth tightly, tears of embarrassment streaming down her face. Naruto was tormented by Temari so much that he almost didn't sleep all night, and he returned home with dark circles under his eyes. Click. He opened the door. He first headed to the bathroom to freshen up. After drying his hair, he skillfully collapsed onto the bed. Although the night wasn't without its gains, as he at least had obtained the container for sealing Kyuubi. Staring at the ceiling, he closed his eyes. When he woke up again, it was already evening and his head felt heavy. Naruto groggily sat up, dazed for a moment. After washing up, he left home with his hands in his pockets, heading towards Ichiraku Ramen. The streetlights cast their glow, and the night was bright. As the evening breeze blew, he clenched his fist. Now, I have both the tail-releasing method and the Biju's container, which means I can get rid of my Jinchuriki identity at any time. At Ichiraku Ramen, Shikamaru, Choji, Naruto paused at the entrance of the ramen shop. The lights shining on the faces of the three people. Why are you here? Choji raised his bandaged hand, just got out of the hospital. Shikamaru had his usual dead fish eyes, picking him up from the hospital. Then let's have some barbecue. My treat, Naruto suggested. Yay! Choji raised his hand in full agreement. As for Shikamaru, he shrugged, looking completely indifferent. The three of them headed to a barbecue restaurant, choosing a seat by the window. After ordering a dozen plates of meat and some juice, the three began eating and chatting. It's really a headache. Sasuke ran off, and the mission failed, Shikamaru said with some frustration, swallowing a piece of meat. He sighed and turned to Naruto. I had to ask, how come you don't seem to care that Sasuke ran away? What should I feel? Naruto took a sip of juice and leaned back in his chair comfortably. You don't understand. Sasuke will seek revenge sooner or later. You. Shikamaru frowned. I'm beginning to suspect you let Sasuke go on purpose, but I still have to thank you. Why are you thanking me for? What if I did let Sasuke go on purpose? That's not important. Shikamaru leaned back in his chair, looking extremely lazy. My plan almost got everyone killed. The gap in power between the two sides was too great. Leaving someone to face the enemy one-on-one was the worst strategy. Everyone is fine in the end, right? You don't have to dwell so much on it, Naruto said, sipping his juice and glancing at Shikamaru out of the corner of his eye. There's no point in worrying about things that didn't happen. Yeah, Shikamaru, you've done a great job, Choji said between bites, managing to offer reassurance. Hearing this, Shikamaru stopped overthinking and joined Naruto in serving Choji the grilled meat. The table fell into a comfortable silence, free of any awkwardness. The meat sizzled on the grill as Choji ate heartily. Moths fluttered around the lampshade above them, while the clinking of glasses from nearby tables filled the air. The fan turned lazily, and the rising steam highlighted the peaceful expressions of the trio. A couple walked past the window, and the girl's floral skirt was blown up by the night wind. The three people inside the restaurant squinted their eyes tactically as she passed. By the way, Naruto, Shikamaru suddenly spoke up. You've been getting pretty close to Ino recently. Ino has been mentioning you from time to time. Though not always in a good way. Choji added, swallowing another piece of meat, his eyes squinting, like, saying you're too intense or something. Really? Naruto didn't react much, continuing to place meat on the grill for Choji. He actually couldn't be used to eating too greasy grilled meat, and just a little bit was enough to make him lose his appetite for it. Choji, on the other hand, needed a lot of fat for his training, so he could quickly burn it off during combat to replenish chakra and energy. Our relationship is indeed pretty good, Naruto said, his eyes flickering slightly. As for being too intense, don't tell me you guys didn't catch the color of the panties that just walked by. Shikamaru. Drink more water. Choji. This barbecue is great. Naruto, you should have a few more pieces. Naruto didn't eat, instead raising his hand and calling out, could we have 10 more plates of barbecue, please? Sizzle. The last few pieces of meat were placed on the grill by Choji. Naruto instinctively raised his hand to order more, but Choji quickly grabbed his hand and said, that's enough. If I eat more, there won't be any room left for a midnight snack. Choji was the type who would never skip a midnight snack, so making room in his stomach was standard practice. Hearing this, Naruto sat back down. As they took a break to digest the food, Shikamaru suddenly brought up Sakura. Naruto was stunned for a moment, then quickly remembered that he had seemingly forgotten about Sakura. There were too many things going on recently, and he had been constantly on the move. If Shikamaru hadn't mentioned her, he wouldn't have remembered at all. I'm not really sure how to face her, especially since I didn't bring Sasuke back. This is not your responsibility alone, Shikamaru said, almost slouched in his chair, his head tilted back as he stared at the ceiling. He himself wanted to leave. No one could have brought him back. He didn't give anyone a heads up before he left. It's not like we could know what he was thinking. I haven't thought much about it. For now, I don't know what to say to her, so maybe it's better not to meet at all," Naruto said, his hand resting on a glass, the red watermelon juice reflected in his eyes. "Take care, customers," the server said as the three of them left the barbecue restaurant and prepared to go their separate ways on the streets of Konoha. With a sudden thud, the two gatekeepers jumped down from the rooftop and landed in front of the trio. Before Shikamaru could ask, Kotetsu turned to Naruto and said, "Naruto, come with us to the Hokage Tower. Tsunade-sama wants to see you." "Now, what's it about?" Naruto looked confused. "Yes, it seems that someone from Tsunagakure specifically requested to see you," Azumo added. The Hokage Tower was brightly lit. By the time Naruto arrived, Tsunade had already left, leaving her secretary, Shizune, to take Naruto to meet the last group of Tsunaгаkure's shinobi who were about to leave. When Shizune led Naruto to the reception room and he saw that the only person from Tsunagakure was Temari, he immediately understood. Shizune was present, and she skillfully exchanged greetings and polite pleasantries with Temari. The land of fire and the land of wind are allies. Listening to Temari and Shizune's conversation, Naruto quickly grew bored. His gaze drifted towards Temari, and as he glanced her over, he noticed she was occasionally looking at him out of the corner of her eye. The corners of Naruto's mouth twitched slightly. He wasn't sure if she had fully recovered, but her confident demeanor while talking to Shizune suggested that she had moved past her previous mood. Under the lights, Temari's smile was as radiant as a blooming flower. Naruto didn't dwell on it, zoning out as he stared at a corner of the room. It wasn't until Temari mentioned his name and began thanking Konoha for their understanding and assistance to Tsunagakure that he tuned back in. Temari also acknowledged Konoha's efforts in fostering relations between the two villages, and put forward a tentative idea for further strengthening cooperation in people's livelihood. As Naruto was starting to doze off, Temari walked up to him. Sensing something, he looked up to see her smiling face. "Thank you," she said. "Ah, no problem," Naruto replied, unsure of what exactly she was thanking him for, "so she called me over just to say thank you." "I have a little gift for you," Temari said, handing him a small palm-sized gift box before turning and heading out. Naruto casually tossed the box in his hand, which was unusually light, and a bad feeling immediately crossed his mind. As Temari hadn't gone far, a thought suddenly flashed through his head. Shizune stayed behind in the reception room to organize the content of the previous conversation and record it in the writing for Tsunade to review. "I'm leaving first." "Okay," Shizune replied without looking up. After bidding her goodbye, Naruto quickly walked down the corridor. He looked around, but Temari was nowhere in sight. Guessing a random direction, he finally spotted her figure at the far end of a long hallway. Under the hallway lights, Temari's slender back and long, fair legs, smooth as white turnip, exuded a mature aura. "Wait a minute." Naruto called out to her just as she was about to leave the corridor. "What's wrong?" Temari turned around, looking at him with a puzzled expression from across the long hallway. "Let me touch it," Naruto said calmly, without changing his expression. Hearing this, Temari fell silent for a moment, then angrily responded, "What kind of nonsense are you spouting, you pervert?" Naruto at the other end of the corridor listened to Temari's scolding with an expressionless face, letting it go in one ear and out the other. Without saying anything, he turned and walked away in the opposite direction. As Temari watched Naruto's figure gradually fade into the distance, she stood there for a while with her lips pursed. Then, she took a few steps and turned into another corridor. In a place where no one could see, she slid down against the wall and sat on the ground. In the dim hallway light, her eyes showed a strange expression. She thought she might be back to normal in a few days, but right now, it still felt a bit too much. Leaning against the wall, she slowly stood up, and a smile tugged at her lips as she thought about the gift she had given him. It was as if she had finally managed to win a small victory. Slowly, she got up and left. "I look forward to seeing you next time," Temari murmured. At the entrance of the Hokage Tower, Naruto opened the gift box as he walked, and a black line appeared on his forehead. "Who does she think she's messing with, damn it?" Muttering to himself, Naruto walked away with a bored look on his face. When he returned home, he suddenly realized he needed to take a bath. The summer night was just as hot. With a muddled and unclear state of mind, he stepped into the bathroom, filled the tub with water, and sank into it. The high-level meeting would likely be held in the coming days. The hot water submerged his body and Naruto leaned in the bathtub with the bathroom door wide open, without any defense. His mind drifted back to what Tsunade had said, and he thought that this upcoming high-level meeting would likely involve a broader group, not just a small circle with Tsunade, Danzo, and the two advisors. The clan heads of the big clans in Konoha generally considered part of the broader higher-ups, having a voice in matters. If Danzo took this opportunity to involve all the clan heads and get them to take a stand, it could significantly weaken Tsunade's authority and decision-making power as the Godem Hokage. It would even allow Danzo to openly suppress her faction. This wasn't a conspiracy, it was an open strategy. But since Tsunade hadn't discussed it much with him, Naruto naturally wouldn't be so tactless as to ask questions. Whether the meeting went in Tsunade's favor largely depended on how she handled it. Just as he was comfortably soaking, he suddenly heard the sound of keys turning in the door. Huh? Before Naruto could react, the door burst open with a loud bang and Ino's voice rang out. You pervert. Ino kicked off her shoes and quickly rushed to the bathroom door, where she screamed at the sight of Naruto soaking in the tub. Why didn't you close the door while you were bathing? There's no one else at home, so why bother? Naruto said with dead fish eyes. Not only am I leaving the door open, but I also don't plan on wearing clothes either. Ah, pervert, greedy pervert. Ino turned her face away, her cheeks flushed. You, get out here. With a splash, Naruto stood up from the bathtub. Ino immediately covered her eyes and bolted out of the bathroom, leaping onto the sofa to hide. What are you doing here so late? Naruto came out wrapped in a bathrobe and asked while drying his hair. Aren't you worried Auntie might be concerned?
Ino suddenly realized she didn't have a good answer. I have a key, so I can come whenever I want.
Yes, of course. He said to Ino as if he was coaxing a child. You have a key, so you can indeed come anytime you want. But did you keep it a secret from Auntie? Ino opened her lips slightly, looking adorable as if she had just remembered something. I forgot, Mom must have known that I came to your place. So, why did you come here? Naruto asked again in a roundabout way. This time, Ino was a little slow to react and blurted out the answer. Tsunade-sama told me that you had. Halfway through her sentence, Ino suddenly clammed up, eyeing Naruto warily before saying, Nothing, I just couldn't sleep, so I came over to check on you. Tsunade-sama, huh? Naruto frowned. That woman really has too much free time. She is already the Godem Hokage, but she still doesn't do anything serious all day. Ino sat obediently on the sofa, her body stiff and unmoving, feeling extremely nervous. She had accidentally sold out Tsunade due to a slip of the tongue, and now, there was a guy wrapped only in a bathrobe standing right next to her. Wait a second, I'll change my clothes and take you home. Naruto said without looking back, and walked straight into the room. Help yourself to some water. Ino remained motionless, sitting dazed on the sofa. Even when Naruto came out wearing his clothes, she hadn't moved. What's wrong with you? I don't feel well, Ino said, her mouth turning downward slightly. Then don't go back. Stay here for the night. Naruto said as he walked toward the entrance, putting on his shoes. I'll go tell Auntie so that she doesn't worry. Wait, Ino couldn't sit still any longer. She rushed to the door, grabbing his arm with wide eyes, asking in disbelief, Are you crazy? Are you really going to go? Aren't you feeling unwell? Naruto had already put on his shoes and pretended not to understand. It's such an important matter, so there's no way you're faking it, right? You're not allowed to go. Come back here. Ino's face flushed and she grabbed Naruto's arm tightly. Alright, I won't go, but you need to give me a reason, Naruto said calmly. I'm not happy, Ino said frankly. Why? Naruto looked Ino up and down. Did Tsunade-sama say something that made you so angry? I'm not angry. Okay, you're not angry. He glanced at the door, then back at Ino. So, are you planning to stay here tonight, or go home? Ino hesitated for a moment. Go home. Good, her rationality was still intact. This made things easier. Naruto took off his shoes and led Ino back to the living room. Wait a minute. The water was boiling in the kitchen. Crickets chirped outside, and beyond the window, the night was pitch black. The light in the living room was clear and steady, like a lighthouse in a dark sea. Standing in the kitchen, Ino watched as Naruto prepared cocoa and quietly said, I'm not angry anymore. What did Tsunade-sama say to you? Naruto asked. She said you took the panties from the Sanagakure's princess, so you too must have. Ino trailed off, not finishing her sentence. Well, it's actually not a big deal. That Godem Hokage is really… Naruto was speechless, feeling Tsunade really didn't act like a responsible person. It's just a pair of socks, and I already threw them away. Really? Yeah, there was a click as the water finished boiling. Let me do it. Ino pushed Naruto towards the living room, and he went along, lying down on the couch. He glanced at the dark night outside, then back at Ino bustling in the kitchen, and suddenly felt a sense of what married life might be like. Although Temari's incident had been a bit of a hassle, but in the end, nothing really happened. I guess she has returned to normal now. Naruto was also relieved that he hadn't taken advantage of the situation. Otherwise, Temari wouldn't have represented Sanagakure in extending a gesture of goodwill towards Konoha before she left. Although this matter didn't directly involve him, being specifically called upon did connect him did. At the very least, the written records of Temari and Shizune's conversations would have some impact during the high-level meetings. After all, the handling of the Jinchuriki was the first significant matter Tsunade had to deal with after the loss of the last Uchiha during her tenure as the Hokage. In other words, it was a power struggle between the old and new factions inside Konoha. Everyone assumes that Kyuubi and the Jinchuriki are inseparable, and that there is a certain possibility of creating a perfect Jinchuriki. But in reality, Naruto planned to release Kyuubi, and even found a new container for Kyuubi. What are you thinking about? Ino came out carrying Koko, pulling the lounging Naruto up off the couch with an annoyed look. Get up. I was thinking about when I'll get to see a maid outfit. No, a maid with black stockings. You pervert. Ino gritted her teeth. But there's no such outfit here, and I left those clothes at home, so it's really a shame. No worries, I have one, Naruto immediately responded. Ino backed away 10 steps and looked at him with disdain. Why would you have something like that, pervert? I've always had one. You're definitely a pervert, a complete pervert. Isn't that perfectly normal? Naruto was puzzled. It's good to have a few sets stored away, just in case. You are really not just a pervert. Ino pressed herself against the wall, the light in her eyes fading. That stuff should just disappear. Late at night, on the streets of Konoha, the two walked side by side, occasionally exchanging a few words. The high-level meeting should be tomorrow, right? Ino said, with her hands behind her back. I heard from my dad that the Yamanaka clan will also make a statement, but we share the same opinion as the Nara clan and the Akamichi clan. The Ino Shikacho trio has always been united. Naruto murmured, that's just how it is. You don't have to worry, we're all on Tsunade-sama's side, Ino said. Tsunade-sams is really amazing, you know, she's one of the legendary Sannin and now, the Godem Hokage. Yeah, I guess. Naruto said. Anyway, don't worry. Ino glanced at Naruto out of the corner of her eye, noticing that he seemed to be growing taller. He no longer wore his forehead protector, and his golden hair fell freely around his face. Okay. Naruto didn't say much more. The fireworks festival is in a few days. Are you going? Ino asked. When? 3 days later. 3 days later, the 23rd, I think it was Ino's birthday. I can't remember exactly. Oh well, I'll just ask Shikamaru and Choji tomorrow. Then, are you going to wear a yukata? Naruto asked. Duh, how could I not wear a yukata to a fireworks festival? Then I'll definitely be there, you really are. Because Naruto's mind was preoccupied with the upcoming high-level meeting, he felt a bit tense. It was not until they reached the Yamanaka flower shop that he snapped out of it. I should head back now, said, glancing at the Yamanaka flower shop. It seems that my parents have already gone to bed. It's already so late. Go ahead. Naruto didn't leave immediately, but watched as Ino walked to the door of the Yamanaka flower shop. Ino reached out to push the door, but then she froze. No matter how she tried, the door wouldn't budge. Locked? She looked up at the window, which seemed to be locked too. She called out a couple of times, but there was no response. In the end, Ino returned to the big tree with an outrageous expression on her face. She pointed at the Yamanaka flower shop, then at herself, and was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Looks like you missed the curfew. What a shame. It's only 11, Ino's face turned bright red. Maybe uncle was too tired from work. Anyway, you can't get back in now. Naruto grabbed Ino's arm and pulled her over. Come on, let's go back. Where to? Ino quickened her pace to keep up, the night breeze lifting her hair as she held it down. But I don't have any clothes. I have 3 sets of maid outfits, 4 sets of aprons, and… Naruto began listing off, but quickly got his comeuppance as Ino pinched him hard on the waist. Go to hell, you pervert. I'm not wearing any of that. Really, we look like a couple right now. What? No. There's no way that's true. Ino hurriedly denied it. Don't say such weird things. My parents will hear it. They continued walking back, bantering along the way. Ino, your face is so red. Huh? Maybe it's because it's too hot. Ino was a bit flustered from being exposed. To divert the topic, Ino asked quietly, I mentioned I wanted to secretly hide it last time, right? Like keeping it from my parents and all. But now it seems like I can't even keep the keys hidden. She was referring to how she often visited Naruto's house, feeling a bit uneasy about it. Well, even if they know, there's nothing we can do about it. Naruto suddenly took Ino's hand, and she froze, her bright blue eyes widening like glass marbles as she looked at him. He stared directly at her face. What? Ino's eyes were brimming with moisture. Then, let's do something they don't know about, he suggested with a hint of mischief. Have you ever held hands with anyone else? Do my parents count? Ino's voice trembled. No, what about with other girls? I'm envious. What's there to be envious of? You're holding hands with girl right now, aren't you? Ino was so nervous that her palm quickly became sweaty. She tried to pull away but found her hand firmly held. Your hand is so soft. Stop saying things like that. It's too embarrassing. Ino bit her lower lip, her face flushed. It makes me uncomfortable. Naruto enjoyed seeing this softer, more vulnerable side of Ino. Despite her usual bravado, a little pressure would make Ino panic, and she couldn't maintain her composure. Now we have one more secret that no one else knows about. Let's keep it between us, Naruto said. Ino's reaction was intense, her hand was warm and soft. Letting herself be led, she followed Naruto back home in a daze, as if they had gone for a long walk and then returned. With a bang, the door was pushed open. Without waiting to turn on the lights, Ino pulled her hand away and rushed into the bathroom with a flushed face. "Are you okay?" Naruto knocked on the bathroom door from the outside. "I'm fine." There was no light in the living room. Naruto lay on the sofa, thinking it would be a while before Ino came out, so he simply closed his eyes and let his consciousness sink into the seal space. Drip. Drip. Naruto opened his eyes suddenly, and the mountainous figure of Kyuubi appeared before him. The DVD player was playing nothing, but Kyuubi wasn't dozing off as usual. Instead, he was staring intently at Naruto. It was as if Kyuubi had known Naruto would come, and his face was full of wariness and caution. "What have you done this time? There's a disgusting smell on you." "Is there?" Naruto sniffed himself and looked up at Kyuubi. "Does spiritual consciousness have a smell?" "Of course it does." Kyuubi replied in a tone that suggested he was lecturing a younger generation. "You've been tainted with another scent. Something like a curse. Anyway, brat, stay away from me." Naruto thought about it and realized that the curse Kyuubi mentioned was likely from the system's Jashin's dog. Even in the seal space, Kyuubi could sense it, which meant it could potentially contain Kyuubi. In truth, Naruto was more interested in containing Danzo, hoping to get a dog with a Sharingan that could use Izanagi. But Danzo's current combat power is really outrageous. Without the proper tools, he felt it was best not to confront Danzo. After all, dealing with Kyuubi's situation was still the priority. "Kuroma, are you scared?" Naruto suddenly laughed, with a hint of smugness in his voice. "How could I be scared? I just don't want to get too close to you." "I see. My apologies then." Naruto said this, but he couldn't stop smiling. "Kurama, how about we have a good talk?" He realized his moral bottom line were slipping lower and lower, to the point where he was even trying to deceive a fox. "What's there to discuss with a human brat like you?" Kyuubi looked down on Naruto, with his huge fox head resting outside the red bars and his eyes looking particularly fierce. "Get lost, you cursed brat. Stay away from me. You're going to make me sad talking like that. Don't you have any feelings for me at all?" "Feelings? With you? Can you even talk like a human and not like—" Kyuubi couldn't show facial expressions, but somehow Naruto could see disdain in his eyes. "To be honest, Kurama, I'm the one who cares about you the most." Naruto moved a bit closer. "Everyone outside just wants to take your power. They're either trying to seal you away or treat you like some kind of offering. But I'm different. I never thought of using you, and I'm always thinking about giving you freedom. If you don't believe me, go out and ask around. You won't find a Jinchuriki as good as me anywhere in the entire shinobi world." Kurama shifted its gaze, staring at Naruto with a doubtful look but remained silent. "Do you know what life Shukaku goes through? He's locked up all day, chatting with some old man, and later, he is sealed into the body of a little jerk, being suppressed all day long." Naruto attempted to appeal to Kurama's emotions, trying to make it understand the difference in living conditions among the Biju. "Look at you. You can watch DVDs every day and you get to eat whatever you want. Aren't these enough to satisfy you? All of these are things I've had to work my butt off to afford. I'm barely able to spend on myself. I'm barely making ends meet, working hard to save money to buy you toys and food. I'm already 30 million ryo in debt, and I hide from place to place every day for fear of being hacked to death by debt collectors." As Naruto spoke, he covered his face with a look of pain. If he could cry, he would have tears streaming down his face in the seal space. Kyuubi was annoyed just by looking at him, and his brain felt like it was about to split after listening to Naruto's long-winded explanation. "Is everything you said true?" "Of course it's true. I, Uzumaki Naruto, never lie." Considering you've been providing for me, I'll believe you this time," Kyuubi said hesitantly, "but don't get too cocky, this is what you should be doing. As a Jinchuriki, I am guilty. It is all my fault that Kurama-sama has suffered. I repent every day. I often wake up from nightmares. The indescribable guilt makes me want to die to atone for my sins." No, you don't have to go that far." Kyuubi didn't know what to say for a moment. "I must. I'm going to take on 3 more jobs for Kurama-sama, even if it kills me from exhaustion." Naruto's acting became more and more smooth. He thought about all the sad things he could think of in his previous life, forced out a few tears, and collapsed on the ground. "It doesn't matter if I work like a horse. I've had a miserable life since birth. If serving Kurama-sama can give my life a little meaning. Even if it's just a little, I'm willing." Kurama was somewhat swayed, looking at the wretch lying in the seal space, remembering how he had torn through his parents, and suddenly felt a bit guilty. "Kid, get up first, don't act like I'm—huh?" Naruto suddenly noticed that his consciousness was gradually fading, as if he was being pulled out of the seal space. How come he fell asleep on the sofa again? It's really a headache. The lights in the living room aren't on. Aren't you afraid of catching a cold sleeping here? Naruto suddenly opened his eyes, just in time to see Ino bending over, wrapped in a towel. Her wet hair hung down, and a drop of water fell on his cheek. Ino had one hand holding her towel tightly, but she was still startled. The living room was pitch black, only the orange light from the bathroom allowed them to see. Naruto, waking up on the couch, could only see Ino enveloped in the bright, thread-like light. Her skin, flushed red from the bath, was as vivid as a blooming flower. Ino suddenly felt like she had nowhere to hide, her expression one of feigned anger, but she didn't scold him. "Is it nice?" Ino unexpectedly asked. Cough cough cough. Naruto choked. Bending over in a fit of coughing, he quickly muttered, "I'll get you some clothes," before rushing into the room. After saying that, Ino's face turned bright red and she began to regret saying such thing. But mom said that if I didn't say something like that at this time, I wouldn't be able to impress a man at all, and I would probably just lose completely. Still, it was so embarrassing. Although there's an unexpected reaction from that idiot, it was unexpectedly cute. Ino stood beside the sofa with her eyes looking down, trying her best to suppress her smile. With a soft click, the light was turned on. Ino was stunned and stood motionless. She was wrapped only in a towel, fully exposed under the light, her pale thighs on display. The boldness she had felt moments ago vanished in an instant. When Naruto realized that Ino was even more adorable than he had imagined, his mind went blank. He was almost certain that Rhino must have taught her daughter some dangerous tricks. History has proven that human beauty begins when clothing is put on. Like mountains obscured by mist and water hidden by mountains, people always praise the majestic and mysterious high peaks shrouded in fog and the rivers cloaked in clouds. The same goes for young girls. Shakespeare used sonnets to praise a close same-sex friend, but that didn't stop Naruto from applying the sentiment to Ino. He couldn't take his eyes off Ino at all, and it wasn't because of the large towel she wore, but because of everything beyond it. The girl's blushing face, the way she bit her lower lip, her timid gaze, and her awkwardness. At this moment, it was clearly an endless midsummer night outside the balcony glass window. A summer that even the gods boasted about, but it couldn't compare to the beauty of the girl before him. Ino, still holding onto the sofa, couldn't look away either. She had originally just wanted to play a little trick, but when she noticed Naruto's intense gaze, who was holding a coat, her breathing quickened. It was an indescribable look, nothing had happened. It felt as if a lifetime had passed in his eyes. And when he finally looked away, it was as if a rainy day funeral had just concluded in his heart. "Here's your clothes." "Thank you." Ino reached out to take them, feeling a strange sense of loss. Their eyes met again, and they both instinctively looked away. After a long silence, Naruto stood up and said awkwardly, "I'm going to take a bath." Bathing 3 times a day, even the toad sage would have shed 3 layers of skin by now, so he just wanted a simple soak, enough to rinse off the sweat on his body. "You're not going to drink my bathwater, are you?" Don't imagine me as that kind of pervert. I'm still a normal person," Naruto said with some dissatisfaction. "Am I that kind of person in your heart?" "Yes," Ino said, holding her face. "Some people even prepare maid outfits. I don't even know how to wear something like that." "I don't know either." "You're lying. You clearly," Ino, unable to hold back any longer, clenched her fists. "You'd better not bring that up again. I'm really sorry for not peeking while you were bathing." "What are you saying? Peeking is what's abnormal." Ino was on the verge of a breakdown. "Anyway, if you want to bathe now, you'll have to wait a while for the water to heat up again. If you don't mind, you can use mine. I don't mind at all. Strictly speaking, I just need a quick rinse." Naruto said, "I've already bathed twice today, but it's just too hot." "No sneaky drinking," Ino said, trying to stay serious, though her ears were slightly red. "If your bathwater was swapped out for milk or chocolate or something, it might be worth considering. But just plain water. Essentially, the taste is no different from the water boiled in the kitchen." Naruto stood there, stroking his chin with a serious look on his face, and began to express his outlandish thoughts. When Ino heard the word taste from his mouth, she was too shocked to even remember what she had been planning to scold him about. If the bath was filled with something solid rather than liquid, that would be a different story. For example, petals or jelly would probably be widely accepted. No, to be more precise, they'd likely be very popular. From a general standpoint, the desire to drink bathwater is usually a pleasant fantasy that arises in small, confined, and highly private spaces. "Stop talking." Ino shrank into the sofa, clutching her head as if her very soul had been tainted, her eyes completely losing their luster. "Oh, by the way," Naruto, retrieving his clothes from the balcony, passed by the sofa and spoke to Ino, who was questioning her life choices. "There's no need for me to imagine anything because you're already beautiful enough, Ino." "Beautiful?" Ino's eyes gradually regained their luster. With a bang, the bathroom door closed. Ino took small, shallow breaths, straightening up and glancing toward the bathroom. Then, with a soft groan, she collapsed back into the sofa, her face deeply flushed. She remembered Naruto's unwavering gaze from earlier, and immediately felt a certain part of her heart was being fulfilled. Though her technique had been clumsy, the outcome was surprisingly effective. Lying on the sofa, Ino's heart raced, her eyelids drooping slightly as her body temperature slowly rose. The mix of embarrassment and exhaustion overwhelmed her, making her feel a bit lightheaded. Click. Naruto was covered in steam when he came out of the bathroom. He wanted to continue teasing Ino, but found that the latter had fallen asleep on the sofa. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he noticed it was already past 2 in the morning. The Yamanaka flower shop wasn't particularly close to Naruto's place, and Ino had made 3 trips back and forth tonight. It's no wonder she was exhausted now. Once the surroundings grew quiet, it was easy to fall asleep suddenly. Honestly, Ino's sleeping posture was surprisingly stunning, with her mouth slightly open as she breathed softly. In the silent, brightly lit living room, her gentle breathing could be heard clearly. The sight of the girl, wrapped in a towel, asleep on the couch without a hint of defense, had a significant impact on Naruto. He took shallow breaths, adjusting his heart rate several times to calm himself down. He made an effort to divert his gaze from the tempting sight of her pale legs and avoid focusing on any key areas, mentally chanting, Thomas the Tron, to put himself in sage mode. If he loses his composure at a time like this, the consequences will probably be very disastrous. Naruto didn't believe that if he did something inappropriate, Ino would trust his less than noble character when she woke up. The odds were high that she'd throw him out like trash. The towel was already showing signs of loosening, and after some contemplation, Naruto decided to carry Ino to the bed. After mentally preparing himself, he carefully slid one arm around her bent legs and the other behind her neck, gently lifting the curled up, sleeping Ino. Fortunately, Ino seemed to be in a deep sleep. Her breathing was still even, and there was no sign of waking up. Naruto's movements were very gentle, and he laid her on the bed, but he did not leave immediately. This is his room. It has been dark from the beginning, but it is very familiar and simple to him, so there is no need to turn on the lights. The faint glow from the living room provided enough illumination to see by, but only the rough outline of things was visible. Naruto stood by the bed for a while, staring at Ino's vague sleeping figure for half a minute. Suddenly, he sighed softly for no reason, turned around, and fumbled in the wardrobe for a thin blanket, which he draped over Ino before quietly leaving the room. With a click, the door closed, and the last sliver of light in the room vanished. Naruto opened his eyes from the sofa. The light in the living room was dim. There would be a high-level meeting later in the day, so he couldn't fall back asleep. It would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous, but luckily, he wasn't alone in the house. Sitting up, he turned his head to look at the closed bedroom door, knowing that inside was a beautiful girl wrapped in a bath towel. By this time in the morning, the towel might have already been discarded. His head felt a bit groggy as he didn't get enough sleep. Dragging his tired body to freshen up, he guessed it was just before dawn. He tossed his clothes from last night into the washing machine and noticed Ino's clothes were in the larger and smaller dryers. After taking out Ino's fully dried clothes and neatly folding them on the sofa, he slowly shuffled in his indoor slippers to make breakfast, leaving a portion on warm hold. After finishing his breakfast, the sun was almost up. He prepared everything and left a note for the still sleeping Ino in the living room. He originally planned to write something playful, but after recalling Ino's sleeping face from the night before, he changed his mind. He left a warm note instead and then headed out the door with a bang. Note: I put the bath water in the refrigerator, ***. Hokage's office. Tsunade was yawning as her little secretary urged her silently to hurry up. When she reached the entrance, she found Naruto slumped against the wall, already asleep. What's wrong with this guy? Tsunade bent down and shook him awake. Wake up. Blinding light hit his eyes, and Naruto felt like his soul was being shaken out of him. Just as he was about to lose his temper, he looked up and saw a towering expanse of white, causing him to swallow back his words. Good morning, Tsunade-sama, Naruto said somewhat embarrassedly. How did things go with your little girlfriend yesterday? Tsunade asked playfully, with a smirk on her lips. As expected of Tsunade-sama, but I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I am a good person. Who knows, maybe you should talk to the Yamanaka clan about it. Tsunade grinned, showing none of the usual Hokage decorum. How about working hard to become Hokage? I can help you convince the Hyuga clan. They're pretty traditional, so they probably wouldn't mind you having 2 wives. Sorry, but becoming Hokage is absolutely impossible. Naruto refused again. Hearing Naruto's refusal, Tsunade didn't show any change in expression, as it was just her usual teasing. She herself didn't really want to be the Hokage. She's a lazy Hokage who started picking a successor as soon as she took office. Yeah. Tsunade pinched his cheek, then stood up and walked into her office, leaving a sentence, come on in. Okay. Naruto obediently followed her inside. After sitting down, Tsunade didn't pay much attention to him, instead focusing on the stack of documents in front of her. These documents come in every day. If I don't review them for a few days, they will pile up. Is that so? Naruto wasn't particularly interested but replied out of courtesy. Is it because there aren't any capable people available right now? So the power can't be delegated? Tsunade took a sip of water and glanced at Naruto. You sure know a lot, kid. Just a little. Tsunade-sama, you might as well train Kakashi-sensei as your successor, and get it done in one step, Naruto suddenly said. Tsunade coughed violently, and the cup fell into her chest. Fortunately, there was only a thin layer of water left, so it didn't spill onto her clothes. How did you know what I was thinking? In response to Tsunade's question, Naruto spread his hands. It might be a bit much to say this, but who else besides Kakashi-sensei could become Hokage? Pervy Sage has no intention of staying in one place and is always wandering around. In fact, he was just talking nonsense. The more he knew, the more trouble he would have. While there was some truth to what he said, Kakashi still had a long way to go in terms of power and needed to accumulate more achievements to become the Hokage. Both the Yondaime and Godem Hokage had made significant contributions to Konoha. In other words, unless Kakashi can unlock the Mangekyo Sharingan and achieve extraordinary feats in a large-scale war, contributing significantly to Konoha, it was too early to talk about him as a successor.
Even if Tsunade did have the intention of selecting Kakashi to be the Rokudaime Hokage, it was because Kakashi was, without a doubt, the most qualified candidate in terms of both intellect and overall ability among the adult shinobi.
But things are not always that simple. If a better candidate appears in the future, Tsunade will naturally nominate them instead. In other words, Naruto was only talking about the first layer, while Tsunade had already thought about the second. Yet, she still found his comments intriguing. Since you're not aiming to be Hokage, stay out of such matters, Tsunade said. Okay. Tsunade picked up a document and put it down again, then turned to look at Naruto and gave him instructions with a serious expression. When we enter the high-level meeting room later, follow my lead. If someone asks you a question, don't answer it carelessly. You can only answer when I tell you to. Do you hear me? I heard you. I'll follow Tsunade-sama's lead. Naruto replied obediently and had no other thoughts. Anyway, Tsunade likely had a plan in place. As for the rest, he'll just deal with it if things didn't go smoothly. After all, Naruto has never participated in a high-level meeting, and he guessed that this was also Tsunade's first time to participate as the Hokage. At 9:45 a.m., Tsunade put down her pen and tossed the documents on the table. She stood up, signaling Naruto to follow her as she walked out. Tsunade led the way, the crisp sound of her high-heeled sandals echoing in the hallway. Shizune, the head of the medical department and the Hokage's secretary, walked side by side with Naruto, following closely behind. At 10 a.m. golden sunlight pierced through the clouds, shining through the large corridor windows onto the massive, ancient wooden doors of the conference room. Tsunade-sama. The Chunin guarding the door greeted her respectfully and slowly pushed the doors open. The door of the conference room creaked, and the unique smell of wooden doors hit Naruto in the face. Inside, the room was bathed in light, just like the hottest and most merciless sun at noon. At 10 a.m. Ino stared at the unfamiliar ceiling for a long time before suddenly realizing that she hadn't gone home last night. Yesterday, Tsunade told her about the gift for no apparent reason, and then she felt aggrieved for some reason, so aggrieved that she felt very depressed and then she ended up wandering around aimlessly. She doesn't know why, but by the time she realized what was happening, she had already arrived at that jerk's house. Back then, seeing the faint light through the door, she assumed that Naruto had already brought the Sanagecure's princess home, and the thought made her feel so wrong she wanted to cry. In a fit of frustration, she opened the door. But for some reason, the moment she saw him, she just wanted to get angry. She kept saying things that were too suggestive, yet she couldn't help but care and listen to every word he said. She didn't know what was happening to her. She took his key, stayed in the same house as him, almost as if she was clinging to him. She knew such feelings were dangerous and desperately wanted to extricate herself from it. After getting out of bed, she suddenly felt a chill on her body. The towel was still on the bed, and when she looked down, her pupils suddenly widened. Last night, wasn't I sleeping on the sofa? Ino couldn't fully recall what had happened the previous day, but she doubted Naruto would. After pondering for a while, Ino wrapped the towel around herself again and opened the door. She saw the neatly folded clothes on the sofa and the breakfast kept warm on the table, but Naruto was nowhere to be found. Today seemed to be the day of the high-level meeting. Standing by the door, Ino felt a twinge of regret. If she had woken up earlier, maybe she could have spoken a few words with him. The living room was quiet, the only sound being the soft beeps of the warming pot. She walked to the sofa, put on her fully dried undergarments, and slipped into her skirt. In the bathroom, she found the toothbrush and cup she had used last time, with water running from the faucet. After coming out of the bathroom, Ino glanced at the balcony, where the bright, warm sunlight was dazzling, and Naruto's clothes were swaying in the breeze. It felt as if everything had been tidied up, organized meticulously, just waiting for her. As she took her breakfast, she noticed a note on the table. Note: I put the bath water in the refrigerator, asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk, seeing that crude, rough smiley face, the warmth in Ino's heart vanished. Her fists clenched tightly as the image of Naruto's cheeky grin flashed before her eyes. Uzumaki. Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. How do you explain releasing the Biju in the center of the village on August 24th? Danzo's voice was no different from that of an ordinary old man, except for his habit of emphasizing the last word of his sentences. This made every sentence sound like a command. Although his voice was soft, everyone present could hear it clearly. All the curtains in the conference room were drawn, with the Hokage's seat facing the sun as a result. The high-ranking officials sitting around the long table seemed to be bathed in light. Their faces could not be seen at all. Naruto, who had been called out, stood on Tsunade's left, while the secretary, Shizune, stood to her right. Except for Tsunade, no other higher-ups was allowed to bring anyone into the meeting room. Shizune alone was responsible for recording the minutes, and if arguments became too heated, Shizune had the authority to call for a pause. This was because even the trash talk from higher-ups needed to be documented. However, such scenes of poor conduct were relatively rare. By 10:30 a.m., the meeting had already been going on for half an hour. It wasn't until Danzo spoke that the meeting formally entered into the main agenda. That day, Roots Shinobi replaced the Anbu and directly rushed to the location where Kyuubi had appeared, but they were intercepted by Kakashi. Now, Danzo demanded an explanation from Naruto. Tsunade, with her hands clasped on the table, expressionlessly scanned the room. Her eyes flickered slightly, but she didn't immediately respond, nor did she mean to ignore Danzo's question. She was thinking, openly, in front of all the higher-ups, about how to argue her case. The room fell into a long silence, everyone waiting for Tsunade to speak, matching her pace in the meeting. After all, she is the Hokage, the princess supported by everyone in the village. No one was impatient, as if they had long been accustomed to it. The two veteran advisors drank water tactically, and even Danzo began to close his eye, appearing to rest. Tsunade had turned the high-level meeting into a turn-based process that everyone had to follow. Faced with the constant threat of Tsunade possibly abandoning her responsibilities, the pressure on the higher-ups was immense. True authority didn't come from oneself, but from the ability to control everyone and everything. When the village's morale was low and it desperately needed a powerful figure like Tsunade to step forward, the higher-ups were put in a passive position. In trying to force Tsunade to take a stance, they, too, were being pressured by her. Tsunade gently tapped the table, which was a sign she was about to speak. After 2 taps, she glanced at everyone and began to speak. According to the limited records available in Konoha, every time Kyuubi appears, it will cause significant damage to the village. However, on that occasion, the village remained unharmed. Furthermore, on that day, Uchiha Itachi infiltrated the village. Their target was the Kyuubi. In that case, can we preliminarily conclude that the Kyuubi that the Anbu's shinobi saw might not be real? It wasn't just the Anbu's shinobi who saw it. The clan head of the Yamanaka clan also witnessed it. Kaharu, draped in a white shawl, said in a serious tone. Her aged eyes turned towards a middle-aged man sitting in the corner of the long table, signaling him to speak. Inoichi felt mixed emotions as he looked at the flirtatious young man who had taken his daughter's heart. The old father's mind had long drifted away from the intense high-level meeting. He was wondering whether he should send a message to Jiraiya, the Toad Sage, and ask him to teach his impetuous apprentice a good lesson. When he looked up, he suddenly found that the old lady, Kaharu, was staring at him. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He took a deep breath, and his mind went blank. Huh? Why is the advisor looking at me? What should I say? Ahem. Inoichi cleared his throat and said, I still think what Tsunade-sama said makes sense. He had no idea what Tsunade said, but he didn't care. After all, the Ino Shikacho were staunch supporters of the Hokage. Who the Hokage was didn't matter, as long as it wasn't Danzo. The universal phrase. I think Tsunade-sama's words make sense. Makes sense, completely makes sense. Every word makes sense, practically words to live by. It didn't matter what the leader said, as what mattered was that the leader spoke. What I'm asking is, did you see the Kyuubi appear in the center of the village on August 24th? Kaharu frowned and asked again in a hoarse voice. August 24th, the scene of that stormy day flashed through his mind. The sky was dark, the earth as dim as dusk, and the land turned to rivers. No, I didn't see anything. Inoichi shook his head. The rain was too heavy that day. All I saw was Uchiha Itachi fleeing from Konoha. I've already told you, there's nothing. Tsunade spread her hands. Godem, the truth can never be concealed. Danzo said calmly, interrupting her. On that day, not only did the shinobi see the Kyuubi, but the villagers did as well. Tsunade didn't respond, choosing to remain silent. Danzo, wrapped in bandages, fixed his gaze on Naruto, who was standing, and asked again, Uzumaki Naruto, how do you explain that you released the Biju without permission? Tsunade tapped the table twice but said nothing. Instead, she turned her head and glanced at Naruto. This was a signal that he could speak, allowing him to answer on his own. The previous exchanges were merely Tsunade's way of dragging the advisors into the conversation. It was all for this moment, where she chose to let Naruto speak. After receiving the signal, Naruto nodded. All eyes were on him, but Naruto couldn't see their faces, as they were bathed in the light. Naruto didn't say anything. Instead, he pulled out a sword and, with a thud, plunged it into the large conference table. "Danzo-sama, please use this sword to kill me," he said, staring at Danzo's indistinct face. In the vast conference room, the long and glaring light beam from the single large floor-to-ceiling window cast an obscured glow on the faces of the higher-ups and clan heads sitting in reverse light. The floating dust particles in the air were clearly visible, creating a hazy outline of light above the long table. Naruto's sudden demand, "Kill me," left everyone stunned for a moment. The sword, lodged in the long conference table, gleamed sharply with half of its blade exposed. Danzo narrowed his eye outside the bandage and looked at Naruto calmly. "Why should I kill you?" To someone like Danzo, who had spent his entire life lurking in the shadows and had witnessed countless acts of violence, Naruto's bold act was hardly intimidating. His eyes subtly shifted, observing Naruto's expression closely. Disappointment? Anger? There seemed to be none of that, as Naruto's face was devoid of any emotion. "The sword is already on the table. Whether you kill me now or not, if I die in a few days, it will be linked to you, Danzo-sama," Naruto continued. "What reason would I have to kill you?" Danzo scoffed coldly. "A Jinchuriki is very important to the village. As a high-ranking official in the village, why would I possibly kill you? Do you think you can avoid the questioning by making a fuss?" "Reason?" Naruto retorted. "Danzo-sama, you insisted that I released the Biju, but you didn't even ask me the reason or whether I actually did it. The Kyuubi was released, yet the village wasn't destroyed. Does that make sense?" "Makes sense." Danzo's voice grew colder. "You released the Biju without authorization. This is an indisputable fact. No matter what you say, the truth cannot be twisted." "Does the truth really important?" Naruto's voice rose several degrees. In the huge conference room, only he and Danzo were talking, while the others remained silent. Tsunade didn't say anything, so neither did the others. "The truth is the fact, and the fact is the truth," Danzo said sternly. "If your academic studies are lacking, I don't mind sending you back to the academy for remedial classes." "Danzo-sama, you don't care about the truth. Everyone knows the village wasn't harmed, but that doesn't concern you. What matters to you is making me admit that the Kyuubi was released, so you can gain more power and influence." Naruto showed no sign of weakness. Even though he couldn't see Danzo's face clearly, it didn't affect his performance at all. "If you really care about the truth, Danzo-sama, then pick up the sword and stab me. Let the Kyuubi come out and tell you whether it emerged on August 24th. "Do you know what you're saying now?" Danzo's voice was icy, though he avoided directly addressing Naruto's challenge. "Of course I know what I'm saying. I'm telling you the Kyuubi didn't emerge that day. If you think otherwise, then kill me now and let the Kyuubi explain." "This is just nonsense," Danzo said with a hint of anger. "This is insubordination. Do you even listen to what you are saying? Uchiha Itachi invaded the village and nearly killed me. Though I was lucky enough to survive, Uchiha Itachi left without any interference. It seems that Danzo-sama's root and Ebo have no way to deal with Uchiha Itachi. The so-called truth is weak, childish, and laughable. Danzo-sama, it sounds like you can't handle external threats, so you're making excuses by turning your blade on your own people." "You?" Danzo's face finally showed a flicker of emotion. "I've had enough of your nonsense. Do you expect me to explain everything about the village to you? Danzo-sama, if you're getting too old and confused, and doesn't dare to take action against Uchiha Itachi, then you should just give up your position. You don't dare to kill Uchiha Itachi, but I do. What are you afraid of, or is there something you're concerned about?" "Enough," the old woman, Kaharu, sharply interrupted Naruto, stepping into the confrontation. Knock knock. Tsunade tapped the long table twice, making two dull but firm sounds. She rested her head on one hand, her full red lips slightly parted, and her voice carried an undeniable authority. "Let him speak. Godem. This is a high-level meeting, and he, a genin, has no right to speak. Whether he is just a genin or not, and whether he has the right to speak, I think everyone here knows the answer." Tsunade's words carried a veiled threat. Her wrist, pale as jade, moved as her narrow eyes scanned the room. If he can't speak, then this high-level meeting might as well be dismissed. "Godem, this is against the rules," Homura voiced his concern. The core of the Konoha's higher-ups consisted of two advisors, Danzo and Tsunade. Although the Anbu commander and the other clan heads are also considered higher-ups, most of the time, they simply remain silent in their seats. "Rules?" Tsunade lifted her head, her golden eyes seemingly glowing. "How many people have already broken the rules? If the rules were really useful, why would I be sitting here? Sandaime and Yondaime are always at the mercy of others. What does this Konoha really need? Rules or power? You have too little trust in the younger generation, creating countless rules. So what's up with that brat Uchiha Itachi? If Naruto isn't qualified to speak, then go find a qualified Jinchuriki. Go ahead, select a Jinchuriki from the younger members of your clans, and try them one by one." After the words were spoken, the two advisors immediately fell silent. Hashirama's goal was to downplay the concept of clan, leading to the Senju clan members marrying non-clan individuals, changed their surnames, and gave up the talents of the Senju clan. The Uchiha, on the other hand, continuously bred a group of power-obsessed individuals. Now, Konoha had lost both the Senju and Uchiha clans. The only woman who inherited the talent of the Senju clan now sat in the Hokage's seat, and her position is unshakable. Outside the only floor-to-ceiling window in the conference room, the sunlight was bright, and the greenery was lush. The Hokage rock stood tall on the cliff, with white birds circling into the sky. The sunlight shines through the Nara clan's deer farm, the Yamanaka clan's flower shop thrived within the village, and clan shinobi wearing their headbands were bustling around. Konoha's streets remained lively and crowded. Tsunade withdrew her gaze from the window, her eyes sweeping over the higher-ups like a lioness surveying her territory. Now, he has the right to speak. The two advisors were also aware of the current situation and did not wish to confront Tsunade head-on. They only wanted to eliminate potential dangers for the village, not to challenge the Hokage. However, the only candidates capable of holding the position of Hokage were Tsunade and Jiraiya, but both of them stood on the side of the Jinchuriki. Given this, when the two advisors tried to focus on the issue at hand, Tsunade forced them to take a stand. If they wanted to deal with the situation solely based on the facts, then they might as well let Danzo take over her position. With Tsunade's signal, Naruto spoke again. I am not guilty, nor do I need to be judged by anyone. No one ever asked me if I wanted to become a Jinchuriki. But since I stand in this position, I have to speak the truth. How does one subtly express that they're about to start speaking nonsense? For Naruto, it's as simple as saying something fair. Setting aside the question of whether the Kyuubi appeared or not, on August 24th, Uchiha Itachi, along with another S-ranked missing nin, wandered around the village in strange clothing for the entire day. They attacked me twice in total, with extremely long intervals between them, right under the noses of the Anbu and the Root. I'm just a genin, and it's not easy for me to survive when Uchiha Itachi was searching around without any blocking. Why didn't you report it? Koharu asked. Report? Naruto looked genuinely puzzled, staring at the old woman, Koharu, for a long time before saying, do you even hear what you're saying? We're talking about Uchiha Itachi, the man who became an Anbu captain when he's just 12. Where was I supposed to report it? The Root people have already flooded into the Anbu. Should I report this to Danzo-sama for a decision? It wasn't until after Uchiha Itachi left that the Anbu finally showed up. If that's not incompetence, what is? Trusting them to save me would have gotten me killed 1,000 times over? The village was in turmoil at the time, and the Anbu was short-handed and unable to provide effective response. Danzo finally opened his mouth to explain. I'm not interested in these after-the-fact excuses. If the Anbu and the Root truly had the village's protection in mind, they would have found a way to detect the enemy in advance. Naruto said, shaking his head. The truth is indisputable, and Danzo-sama, you should recognize this. With a thud, a mask was tossed onto the long table in the meeting room. Each mask of the Root shinobi has a number. Danzo-sama, care to guess why this one is in my hands? The mask landing on the table was like a stone cast into a still lake, finally creating ripples in the otherwise tepid meeting. The matter of the Kyuubi might lack solid evidence, but the attack by Root shinobi was undeniable. Danzo still had a blank expression on his face, but the two advisors' faces turned grim. Things took a turn for the better at this moment, and the two advisors' faces changed immediately. The issue of dealing with the Jinchuriki had always been a lingering concern left by Sandaime. As his former right-hand advisors, they had always aimed to maximize any potential benefits for the village. As for the other clan heads, they are more concerned about the direction rather than the outcome of things. Regardless of whether Danzo or Tsunade has the upper hand in this meeting, being able to see the power struggle between the new generation Hokage and the old core leadership provided a rare glimpse into the village's future direction. As for their views on the Jinchuriki, they had long become indifferent. After all, the scale of the situation was too great for them to express any opinions. The current situation was no longer just about the Kyuubi, but a confrontation between Tsunade and the old leadership. How Tsunade would protect Naruto will be the key to winning the hearts of the other silent clan heads. Even if Tsunade hadn't considered this angle, the other higher-ups certainly would. For them, their role was clear, they were mere silent spectators. The Jinchuriki is too important to the village. Since the death of the Nidaime Hokage, the Land of Fire had been on a downward slope. Located in the inland, the awkward position makes the Land of Fire face three powerful enemies at any time. In the successive wars, Konoha had already lost too much and they couldn't afford to lose the Jinchuriki as well. At first, when Naruto had slammed the sword into the table, it had surprised them because Naruto chose to die to prove his innocence. It wasn't a clever choice. At that point, the advisors were already trying to interrupt Naruto, hoping to keep him alive. But the two advisors began to waver after Tsunade's speech. Naruto carried too much weight behind him, and if he really died, the two of them could not bear the consequences. However, the moment Naruto threw the mask onto the table, it signaled that he had made the active choice to live. Facing death to live, this simple and unpretentious strategy suppressed Danzo and forced the two advisors to take a stand, which leaves everyone impressed. Silence. There was 3 minutes of silence. Shikaku was sitting nearby and his face equally blurred. During the confrontation between the four Konoha's top leaders, he remained silent throughout. All eyes were on Naruto, the undeniable focal point of the room. But Naruto's gaze was fixed on Tsunade at the head of the table. If Naruto was the sword in this meeting, then Tsunade was the one wielding it. She seemed to remain neutral throughout, and despite the obvious shift of the two advisors towards Danzo's side, she remained calm and silent most of the time. From the start of the meeting, Tsunade had spoken only a few times, each word perfectly timed and precise. While Naruto stirred emotions, Tsunade maintained her rationality. To put it simply, Naruto had been provoking Danzo and the two old advisors from the beginning. The dramatic sword thrust at the start grabbed everyone's attention, and with each word, he slowly built up his argument, culminating in the revelation of the Root Shinobi's mask, which is a very brilliant move. But Tsunade has always played the role of a detached observer, which was equally crucial. She didn't rush to defend Naruto but chose silence, only intervening when the meeting hit a stalemate to remind the advisors of what was at stake. What would losing a Jinchuriki mean to the village, and what would it mean for the Will of Fire if Naruto died in such a manner? Shikaku was sure that Tsunade must have a better and more brutal way to suppress the two advisors, simply by using Naruto's life experience. Yet, she chose to protect him, opting for a less aggressive but still effective approach. This not-so-clever method, in the context of the jaw-dropping cooperation at this moment, appeared remarkably shrewd. Shikaku narrowed his eyes slightly as he glanced at the higher-ups across from him, noting their blurred faces in the light, and he felt a sudden urge to laugh. No one in this room was a fool. Even if some of them are slow-witted, they would certainly figure things out after a few days of reflection at home. The most beautiful woman in the shinobi world is not just a beauty on paper. She is a medical nen who returned from the slaughter of war, having traveled across nations before returning to Konoha. She is definitely not as harmless as her appearance suggests. Now, the purpose of muddying the waters around the Kyuubi's incident had been achieved, but Shikaku knew Tsunade's true goal had yet to be revealed. The corners of his mouth curled up. Now was about the right time. The play was over. It was time for the curtain to fall. Knock knock. Tsunade lightly rapped the table, breaking the silence with a deep sound. Everyone's attention was drawn to her, with complex or questioning looks directed at the Godem Hokage, who was as elegant as a distant mountain flower. Her eyes, clear as water, shone with a resolute gaze. In this case, the confusion between Anbu and Root must be clarified. What's light should remain in the light, and what's dark should stay in the dark. Mixing them together will only cause complications and affect the significance of the existence of our special shinobi departments. With that, Tsunade casually reclaimed control over the Anbu. With Tsunade's decisive words, the meeting finally drew to a close. The two old advisors had shifted their allegiance to Tsunade, while Danzo remained silent. The remainder of the meeting focused on the details of the handover between Anbu and Root, further solidifying Anbu's direct subordination to the Hokage. No one brought up the issue of the Kyuubi again, nor did anyone object. Besides the two advisors and Danzo, no one else had the authority to voice their opinions on the matter of Anbu's control. Danzo remained silent, and the two advisors did not mention anything about the mask of Root Shinobi. In short, everything was left unresolved. After the meeting was over, Naruto followed Tsunade quietly, maintaining his silence. When they reached the staircase leading to the highest floor, only Shizune, Tsunade, and Naruto were there. Tsunade, who had secured control of Anbu, finally relaxed. She pulled Naruto into a side hug, her ample figure pressing against his face. HMMPH. I'm going to suffocate. Why do you look so glum? Tsunade ignored Naruto's complaints and asked while pinching his face, are you unhappy because you didn't get anything out of it? No, I just feel that this whole Jinchuriki thing is becoming less and less interesting, Naruto replied, struggling to free himself from Tsunade's embrace. They were planning to turn me into a living weapon from the start, and developing a perfect Jinchuriki is just an excuse. Whether you're perfect or not isn't the point. In the brightly lit corridor, Tsunade paused as Shizune hurried into the Hokage's office to begin drafting reports. The two of them stood outside, bathed in the sunlight, and Tsunade smiled at him. It's really not important, but it's important to me that you're not being treated as a weapon. Naruto stopped at the door of the Hokage's office. Looking at Tsunade in the office waving her hand impatiently to chase him away, he immediately frowned and turned away. This woman is truly hard to figure out. The trouble of the high-level meeting had finally come to an end, and the higher-ups believed that Naruto and Tsunade were the winners. Tsunade, feeling guilty, believed she was the one who benefited the most, which is why she suddenly hugged Naruto and said those words. But in reality, only Naruto knew the truth. There were no real winners, and everyone had simply taken a step back. After walking out of the Hokage Tower, Naruto glanced up at the sky, Noting that the sun was already high, he found a random place to eat, but halfway through, he remembered that Ino was still at home. Suddenly alarmed, he left his meal unfinished and ran out. The blazing summer sun hung overhead, and after just a few steps, he was drenched in sweat. The girls on Konoha's streets were dressed modestly compared to Tsunade's more revealing style. When it came to fashion, the land of lightning had them all beat. Weaving through the alleys, Naruto leapt onto the rooftops, where a cool breeze greeted him. He jumped and climbed across the rooftops, which seemed to be full of haphazard constructions, and within 5 minutes, he was back home, panting. Ino. The door slammed open with a bang, letting in a gust of cool summer air. Naruto stood in the doorway, dripping with sweat, but there was no response from inside. After hurriedly changing his shoes at the entrance, he searched the house from top to bottom, only to find no sign of Ino. He opened the fridge and took a look. He couldn't help but grin when he saw that the water he had casually filled in the kitchen had been poured out. He began to regret his half-finished meal. He had paid for it, but was still hungry. He stood in the living room, drenched in sweat, and shivered as a cool breeze hit him. Thinking that Ino didn't go home last night and wouldn't be back for a while if she went back now, he stripped down and headed to the bathroom. After wrapping himself in a towel, he flopped onto his usual spot on the sofa and fell asleep. When he opened his eyes again, the sky outside was already tinged with the hues of sunset. Pouring himself a glass of water in the kitchen, Naruto began to calmly consider his future plans. After being interrupted by Ino yesterday, he barely gained a little sympathy from Kyuubi. He decided not to keep trying to persuade the Kyuubi with emotions and reasoning. After all, doing it too often would make his intentions too obvious. Instead, he would wait a few days and then find an opportunity to bring a toy as a gift, painting a picture of his own tough life. After all, the four-symbol seal was completely under Naruto's control, and Kyuubi had no sense of what the outside world was like. The seal space had become an independent world, cut off from any external information. A CPU fox? It could work. Next time, I'll write some heart-wrenching plots like in Korean dramas and make myself sound even more miserable. It might make unsealing Kyuubi go more smoothly. But before that, I still have to find a way to meet Hinata. The task progress is still stuck at the quarter. I don't have to grind deliberately, but at least I have to meet her. To be honest, the Hyuga clan rarely goes out. Naruto wanted to meet Hinata by chance, but with Team 7 in a broken state lately and the high-level meeting hanging over his head, Naruto had been too anxious to even think about Hinata. But now he could. The best way would be to go on a mission with Hinata, but the chances of that happening were slim, unless I bribed Tsunade. After settling on his plan, he went out again. The flow of people in Konoha Street increased noticeably after dark. It was too hot during the day, so evenings were the best time to take a stroll. Luckily, there weren't many people near Konoha Hospital. Naruto figured Sakura probably hadn't eaten yet, so he picked up 2 orders of takoyaki from a nearby food stall and headed into the hospital. It had been almost 10 days since Sasuke's defection, so he felt that it's time to put an end to it. Team 7 still had to keep running, and maybe someone would join to replace Sasuke. But that didn't matter much to Naruto, as long as he can continue to take it easy. "Excuse me, can I ask if Haruno Sakura is still at the hospital?" The medical nen, who was stopped, looked up and gave Naruto a glance, his expression turning a bit strange before answering, "In the duty room on the 3rd floor." "Thanks." Naruto didn't think much of it, and with the takoyaki in hand, he headed straight to the 3rd floor. The smell of disinfectant in the hallway was still pungent, making him uncomfortable. 3rd floor. Duty room. Following his memory, Naruto slowly walked through the 3rd floor corridor and finally found the duty room, which is the 3rd room from the end. The whole corridor was brightly lit, and the door to the duty room was half closed, which was basically the same as not closing the door. Usually, this meant that one could go in directly. Without thinking twice, Naruto pushed the door open and walked in. The duty room seemed a bit messy. Although the documents were neatly stacked together, they were piled up on the table. The file cabinets were also stuffed with various records. Sakura was sitting properly in her chair, and when she looked up from the mountains of paperwork, a smile hadn't yet formed on her face, but her eyes were already filled with warmth. "What brings you here?" "I just happened to be nearby, so I thought I'd drop in and see you." Naruto subconsciously felt that something was wrong, and the moment he handed over the takoyaki, he said, "I'm really sorry about what happened with Sasuke." Sakura took the takoyaki, smiled, and asked a question that sent a chill down Naruto's spine. "Who's Sasuke?" In the cramped duty room, moths fluttered around the light cover. Naruto's hand shook, nearly spilling the 2 portions of takoyaki, but fortunately, Sakura's quick reflexes saved them, preventing a disaster that would have left him mopping the floor. "Thank goodness," Sakura sighed in relief, her chest heaving slightly. "Ah, sorry about that," Naruto said, sweat forming on his back as he calmed himself. Being a shinobi is indeed a high-risk profession, it is too easy to go insane. He sat down in a chair, watching Sakura eat the takoyaki with a serious expression. After thinking for a moment, he He pushed his portion over to her as well. Aren't you hungry? Not really, you still have to continue your shift, right? Well, yes, but you should eat something too. Sakura said a little embarrassedly, otherwise, if I finish it all by myself, it'll feel a bit weird. Naruto really wants to complain, you're already acting pretty weird now. But based on the limited experience he had gained from dealing with Temari's sudden change of temperament last time, he stabbed a takoyaki with a skewer and, looking at Sakura, asked tentatively, do you still remember Kakashi-sensei? What are you talking about? How could I forget him? Sakura grumbled, her cheeks puffing as she chewed on the takoyaki. Then let me ask you, how many people are in Team 7? Of course, there are 4, Sakura suddenly stopped mid-sentence, then lowered her head and began to count on her fingers. Kakashi-sensei, me, and Naruto, there are only 3 of us in total. What about the 4th person? Naruto didn't say anything, deciding to ask others before drawing any conclusions. It had been 10 days since he last interacted with Sakura, and he had thought she had calmed down by now, but it seemed like she was far from calm, more like her brain had short-circuited. Following the principle of avoiding troublesome issues, Naruto changed the topic to steer away from Sasuke. Are you going to work tomorrow too? Yeah, tomorrow is the annual fireworks festival, Sakura said, not dwelling on the Sasuke topic, then complained as she continued eating, but, Senpai begged me on his knees to cover his shift. He said his happiness depends on this day, and if he can't meet his future girlfriend, he might as well die, stuff like that. I couldn't help it, he looked so pathetic that I had to agree. That's a shame, Naruto replied, echoing her sentiment. Yeah. Sakura agreed, eating while skimming through a document. I won't get to wear my yukata this year, but Senpai is really something. I can't refuse something when he begged on his knees like that. After chatting for a while in the duty room and watching Sakura finish all the takoyaki, Naruto finally found an excuse to leave. The room quickly fell silent again, with only the sound of pages turning. Under the light, Sakura's slender fingers paused their flipping and pulled out a thin medical record from between the files, on which was clearly written the words Uchiha Sasuke. A suppressed, excited sound escaped from Sakura's throat. She seemed like a completely different person from before, and her gaze was fixated on Sasuke's photo. Her delicate, pale fingers traced the face in the photo, and her breathing turned into a sick, raspy sound. How should I reunite with my beloved? Of course, by cutting him into pieces and reuniting with him bit by bit. Naruto would probably support me, right? He seems to care about Sasuke a lot. If he tries to stop me, Naruto-kun wouldn't stop me, right? He definitely wouldn't. Sakura's chest heaved up and down. She stroked her face with her right hand, her eyes were blurred. Another me, you stay hidden. I'll find Sasuke for you, hee. Sakura, whose attributes unknown, said this as she twirled her right pinky finger near her lips. After leaving Konoha Hospital, Naruto bought 2 more portions of takoyaki and ate as he walked. Sakura's condition was really strange, so it was best to wait and see. Maybe it's the same as Temari, it was just some kind of self-defense mechanism that her brain had activated, and she'll get better in a couple of days. However, Naruto felt that it wouldn't be so bad if it always remained like this, as it would save him a lot of trouble. After all, the purpose of Sasuke's life is revenge, and Naruto had no interest in trying to rekindle Sasuke's emotions. Whatever Sasuke wanted to do, he could go ahead, and Naruto had no intention of getting involved. As for the future, he'd deal with it when the time came. Although they were comrades, Naruto didn't really care that much about Sasuke. The next day. What? You actually want to go on a mission? And with Team 8? Tsunade frowned, looking at Naruto as if he had lost his mind. Her outfit strained at the seams as she crossed her arms. Well, I just want to help out the village. You know, what's so strange about that? Naruto said somewhat embarrassedly. Help out? Tsunade gave him a disdainful look and said bluntly, last time I gave you a mission, you said you had to go home to take care of a sick stray dog. Later, I found out you bought a random stuffed dog from a gift shop and insisted it was sick. I'm starting to worry about your mental state, Uzumaki Naruto. This time it's real, I really want to do a mission. Naruto said earnestly, Team 7 has been inactive for a long time. I can't just sit around doing nothing forever. Really? Tsunade's sharp eyes narrowed as she stared at him, let me see your sincerity. Thud. Naruto placed 2 boxes of expensive desserts on Tsunade's desk, and the latter's eyes widened in response. Alright, I approve. After coming out of the Hokage Tower, Naruto felt a wave of disappointment. Tsunade was really as shameless as I am. She agreed to be bribed with sweets. This Hokage is really despicable. While he was mentally criticizing her, he suddenly noticed Hinata standing nervously by the roadside. When she saw that Naruto had discovered her, her face immediately turned red. Hinata-chan. Naruto called, waving to her, and the latter waved back timidly. Naruto-kun. You don't have to be so formal. Just call me Naruto from now on, he said confidently as he walked up to Hinata. Okay. Hinata seemed like she would not refuse any of his requests and agreed with a blushing face. "And Naruto. I'm going on a mission with you guys the day after tomorrow." "With us?" "Yes, Team 8. I've already convinced Tsunade-sama," he said proudly. "I guess I'm sort of an auxiliary member of Team 8 now, like a temp worker." "Ah, the day after tomorrow?" Hinata stammered, looking even more flustered. Her shoulder-length blue hair framed her small, adorable face, resembling a creamy white pudding. Naruto had his hands behind his back, but he couldn't help but reach out and pinch her cheek. "Huh?" When Hinata realized that Naruto was pinching her face with one hand, her entire face turned crimson, even down to her ears, and she was so overwhelmed that her body went limp. Naruto realized that he had caused trouble by his careless hands, and instinctively caught Hinata. He hurriedly holding Hinata in his arms, and skillfully ran into a nearby shaded alley. Hinata didn't actually faint, but her hands and feet were a little weak and her eyes were hazy. This put Naruto in a bit of a dilemma. Holding her wasn't exactly the solution, as the more he held her, the weaker she seemed to become. But if he didn't hold her in his arms, there wasn't any place nearby where she could rest. What are the situations of the kunoichi that I have met? Each one seemed to have some sort of issue. First, it was Tamari, then Sakura, and now even Hinata seemed overly sensitive, almost unnaturally so. No, I could let others be, but not Hinata. I had to correct this. "Hinata, pull yourself together," Naruto said, trying to encourage her. "You can't go on like this. Remember, we have a mission together the day after tomorrow." "Mission?" Hinata gasped softly, caught between a state of awareness and semi-unconsciousness. Seeing her in this vulnerable state, like a small kitten with tousled hair and misty eyes, Naruto looked away slightly, then said with a firm nod, "Yes, think about the mission. You don't want to drag down your companions when you go on a mission, right?" "No," Hinata weakly shook her head and began to struggle to stand on her own. "The mission is important. I can't drag down my companions." After mentally giving Hinata a perfect score for her will of fire, Naruto slowly released her. Hinata slowly stood up on her own, completing the first step towards independence. "Hinata, that's great. Don't suddenly say weird things like that. Hinata's cheeks, along with the tips of her ears, turned a deep shade of red, her shyness evident. "This is also part of the training, you know," Naruto explained. In the secluded alleyway, a passerby stood on the other side. He was shocked to the point of shaking with fear when he heard the boy and girl nearby talking about strange things like training. How can they do something like that in broad daylight? "Say more. I love to hear it." From the boy's persuasive attitude, it was obvious that he is a veteran. The passerby leaned against the wall and sighed silently, lamenting the declining morals of society. Just as he was sighing, more words floated over. "I understand. Even though it's embarrassing, I'll try my best to cooperate." Hinata lowered her head and said, "So, how should we train? Let's start with something simple, otherwise, if you faint again, I really won't know what to do." The passerby gulped, his eyes practically bulging out. "Was it so exciting before I came? She fainted directly? Are they so rampant in broad daylight?" "Alright then, Naruto-kun, I'm ready," Hinata said, squeezing her eyes shut, her entire body trembling. "Go ahead." "Okay." Naruto looked at her flushed face and the way she kept her eyes closed tightly, with her head turned to the side. It was both absurd and somewhat amusing. "Trust me, as long as you train a few more times, you will get used to it slowly." "I trust you, Naruto-kun," Hinata said, puffing out her cheeks, looking like she was bracing herself for something terrible. "You're making this really hard for me," Naruto muttered, swallowing back the outrageous words he almost said. He sighed, stepped closer, and gently brushed the hair from her forehead. "Try to open your eyes and look at me first." "No, it's too embarrassing. I can't do it." Hinata closed her eyes and said, as if begging for mercy. "Yes, you can. Believe in yourself." Naruto gently cupped Hinata's face, and in that instant, Hinata suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes reflected a mix of shyness and a desperate urge to hide, her lips parted but unable to utter a single word. In the cool and quiet alley, there are no green vines climbing the walls, and the old walls was devoid of romantic elements. Hinata felt her face burning so hot that it could boil water, and her vision blurred with dizziness, yet there was nowhere to hide. She wanted to close her eyes, but her body refused to obey. Despite her flushed cheeks, trembling body, and hands clutching her pants tightly, she still felt a strange joy in this interaction. The shyness was inevitable, but there was a certain pleasure in surrendering to the moment. Eye contact is the quickest way to understand a person's thoughts. On the other side of the wall, the passerby had their ears perked up, puzzled by the lack of sound. He stroked his chin, pondering just what kind of depraved things this guy next door was doing to the girl. How can he make someone keep their eyes open during that? What a beast. Although Hinata said that she couldn't do it, she was still willing to fulfill Naruto's request. Even though her ears were burning with embarrassment, she continued to meet his gaze. "I told you, you can do it." Naruto encouraged her. "Hinata-chan is the best." Can we stop now? I think I'm at my limit. Hinata murmured, her gaze shifting away, on the verge of tears. Alright, we'll stop for now. Naruto let go of Hinata's hand and reminded her, you need to have confidence, you can do it. We're going on a mission together the day after tomorrow, so we're bound to come into contact along the way. Hinata-chan, if you're still this shy, it could interfere with the mission. I understand. Hinata whispered softly, it's all for the mission. Exactly, it's all for the mission. The passerby was dumbfounded as they listened to the sound of the two leaving. It was over so soon. What was going on? What limit? How could he? That damn scumbag. The girl must have been lying to save his face. Why couldn't I ever meet a nice girl like that? Woohoo! Now I couldn't even relieve himself properly while leaning against the wall. Before parting ways with Hinata, Naruto suddenly asked, are you going to the fireworks festival tonight? Yes, the Hyuga clan participates every year. Hinata nodded. After the training, just now, although she was still blushing while speaking, she seemed a bit less shy. So you will be with Heishi-sen the whole time? If I do anything too out of line, my father will scold me. Hinata said, sounding a bit disappointed. The rules of the Hyuga clan are very strict. So, would you get in trouble if you sneaked out halfway through the event? Naruto asked after thinking for a while. Huh? Hinata was stunned, her mind going blank. Naruto was just trying to clarify a few things. He wasn't sure about Ino since he hadn't asked her. It was likely that she would attend the fireworks festival with her Inoshika Cho team, and they would have to accompany the clan head. Hinata's situation was obviously similar, as all the children from famous clans were pretty much the same, and they didn't have that much freedom. But it just so happened that Sakura had to be on duty tonight, so Naruto had no one to ask out. If all else failed, he'd just stay home and sleep. Never mind, I was just asking casually. Naruto said, waving his hand, I'm going home to rest for a bit. After saying that, Naruto turned and walked away. Hinata raised her hand halfway, then lowered it again. She wanted to call out to him, but didn't know what to say. Actually, I could sneak out. Ding, Kyuubi's approval 36%. Naruto, who had returned home early, found himself with nothing to do, so he lay on the sofa reading a book. He had already planned to go out for a walk in the evening, thinking of using the fireworks festival as a cover to remove the seal of the Kyuubi. Just as everyone's attention was focused on the fireworks, with the loud explosions and dazzling fireworks, who would have thought that there was someone crazy was secretly releasing the Kyuubi? While some people lament the shortness of midsummer, others are busy releasing monsters. Ino, Sakura, and Hinata were all occupied, giving Naruto the perfect opportunity. The thought of trying Jashin's dog on Kyuubi hadn't been considered before, but judging by the fox's disgusted look, Naruto felt that it would probably work. A sly fox that couldn't become a charming fox spirit might as well be turned into a dog. Soft, pervy sage's material is quite interesting, and the details are in place. Naruto muttered to himself, commenting on the book he was reading while curled up on the sofa, but this fighting style is way too perverted. Time passed quickly, and when Naruto opened his eyes again, it was already dark. The fireworks festival hadn't started yet. He didn't have the habit of wearing a forehead protector. After measuring his height in front of the door, he dressed casually and walked out while yawning. Konoha Street were bustling with people, lanterns lit up everywhere, and young girls and women in yukatas walked together. They wore light makeup on their faces, and the festive lights couldn't hide their natural beauty. Naruto, with his shock of blonde hair, wandered from food stall to food stall, occasionally glancing towards the Hokage Rock, where the villagers were preparing to set off fireworks. It should be starting soon, Naruto thought, his eyes darting in a particular direction just as a firework shot into the sky. Wow! There were exclamations everywhere, and the first huge and brilliant firework illuminated half the village. Everyone looked up at the night sky, except for a yellow-haired guy who excitedly went into the woods. With the night breeze at his back, Naruto ran through the forest, panting heavily as he sprinted. More and more fireworks were launched into the sky, and the violent explosions of the fireworks covered all other sounds in the night sky. The moment they were launched into the sky, they exploded loudly and dazzlingly. Ino, what are you thinking about? Rhino, dressed in a small patterned yukata, looked at her daughter's profile and chuckled elegantly with her hands covering her mouth. Ah, Mom. Ino, who had been staring at the fireworks in a daze, suddenly came back to her senses. Like a kitten caught stealing food, her face instantly turned red and she whispered, I wasn't thinking about anything. Ino was also wearing a small patterned yukata, with indigo plum blossom patterns that suited her perfectly. Her fair neck and flowing blonde hair gave Ino a touch of feminine charm, making her look very beautiful. The small patterned yukata wasn't flashy, it was a simple, everyday garment that was easy to move in while adding a touch of intellectual grace that is unique to wives. The contrast between the unique ignorance and immaturity of a girl shows the temperament of a pretty woman to the fullest. Are you sure you weren't thinking about anything? A smile appeared on Rino's face, and her mentality seemed to become younger in this lively atmosphere. Fireworks are things that disappear in the blink of an eye after they are launched into the air. It doesn't matter if you look at them from below or from the side, whether they're round or flat. Ino blushed as she listened to her mother's words, and she muttered complaints under her breath. "Mom, please stop talking." Rhino covered her mouth and chuckled. "You know what I'm talking about." "I don't know." Ino pouted, turning away in a huff. "Don't be shy, Ino-chan. Talk to Mom and I'll give you some advice." Rhino chased after Ino in small steps, unable to suppress her smile. "I don't need that kind of advice." In the secluded forest, Naruto took a deep breath and exhaled, and the yellow hair on his head moved without wind. System, activate the tail removing method. Tail removing method activated. A mechanical sound echoed, and Kyuubi within the seal space abruptly woke up, his enormous eyes snapping open. The blood-colored chakra surged violently, but thanks to the cover of the forest and Naruto's deliberate efforts to suppress it, it did not rise into the sky. Even so, Naruto staggered and fell to the ground. Kyuubi's complacent voice suddenly burst forth, filled with brutality and mockery. "Ha ha ha. I'm finally getting out. Those bastards from Konoha, wait until I'm free." The red bars were opened little by little, and Kyuubi in chakra state slowly detached from Naruto's stomach. Almost at that moment, he realized that his host was just a weak kid. "Little brat, you are not that great, are you?" Kyuubi said mockingly after half of his body came out. "I still remember how you shrank the cell last time, making me suffer for a whole month. I didn't expect you to have such a day, but considering your offerings, I will still show you mercy and spare your life." As Kyuubi escaped the four symbols seal, he kept up his taunting. The pleasure of freedom made him extremely happy. He had already planned how to destroy Konoha, which is to use his Bijudama. Facing the taunting Kyuubi, Naruto said nothing, or rather, he was in too much pain to speak. The overwhelming chakra was washing over him like using a steel wire brush to scrub himself. Boons of fireworks exploded in the distance, their sounds audible even from afar. In the old forest, Naruto had long anticipated Kyuubi's change in attitude. Konoha had imprisoned him for more than 50 years, so how could he possibly let go of his grudge just because of a little favor? Naruto understood this well, not because he was particularly empathetic, but because he also held grudges. System, hurry up, activate the Jashin's dog. He squeezed out the words through gritted teeth, his forehead dripping with sweat, feeling like his stomach was being torn apart. Jashin's dog is activated. The seal was fully opened, but half of Kyuubi's body was still stuck inside Naruto's abdomen, like a red noodle stretched to the size of a wrist. As a more intense malevolent aura suddenly surged from Naruto's body, Kyuubi sensed a huge threat approaching. Unfortunately, since this was the crucial moment for him to break free, he also became very weak. Roar, damn human, what did you do? The rising malevolent aura was darker than Kyuubi's blood-red chakra. Although it is also red, it is closer to black. It slowly wrapped around Kyuubi's escaping chakra, covering his true form. The process was smooth and slick. Kyuubi roared in anger, but it was futile. The detached, elongated, and shrunken body was completely enveloped by the malevolent aura. The cold and slippery feeling made Kyuubi feel nauseous and wanted to vomit. It was almost the same feeling as the time when Naruto forced him to swallow the root shinobi. Domination. More domination. It wasn't until the malevolent aura completely extracted Kyuubi from Naruto's abdomen, like pulling a weed, and melted it into a puddle on the grass, Naruto's pain finally eased. He sat down on the grass, his face showing pain but forcing a disdainful smile as he said, "Kurama, be my dog." Kyuubi had seen sages, ruthless people, and women, but he had never seen someone so despicable. His vision was rapidly diminishing, and he felt like he was put into some sort of container, and he could clearly feel the existence of his tail. Soon, he realized that he had turned into a dog, a fiery red dog. A certain despicable blonde-haired person walked over, taking advantage of its weakness to flip it over, then remarked with surprise, "Turns out, Biju really have no gender." Kyuubi was furious and roared at Naruto, speaking in human language. Asterisk. "You beast, what did you do to me? You really turned me into a dog? I will asterisk." Naruto looked at Kyuubi, now the size of an ordinary puppy, and was immediately overjoyed. Jashin's dog was so terrifying that this old fox Kyuubi had completely become a submissive dog under my control. Listening to Kyuubi's angry and vulgar complaints, Naruto wasn't too concerned. He glanced at Kyuubi on the ground, spread his hands lazily, and said with a mockingly casual tone, "Kurama, be my dog, go to, you asterisk. How dare you turn me into a dog? I asterisk you?" Kyuubi continued to shout furiously. "Alright, kid, you're impressive. Once I regain my chakra, the first thing I'll do is tear you apart." Saying this, Kyuubi bared his fangs and lunged at Naruto. Just as he jumped up, he was kicked down by Naruto, who cruelly stepped on him and looked down at him with disdain. "Don't you want freedom, Kurama? I've given you freedom, and yet here you are barking like a dog? There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. There is a price to pay for anything. You call this freedom? You're turning me into a dog? I am just a small character with limited abilities. I'm not a great savior who saves the world. Naruto put away his playful smile and said calmly to Kyuubi, who was being stepped on, Kurama, you can't die. You have no idea how scared an ordinary person can be of death. Are you turning me into a dog because you're afraid of death? Kyuubi said angrily. You deserve to die? I deserve to die? Naruto suddenly laughed, and stepped on Kyuubi with more force. What did I do wrong? I was just protecting myself. I am not a savior at all, and I don't have the ability to reform you. If the seal is loosened in the future, I will be the first one to die. If I didn't do this, even if I begged and kneeled before you every day, would you let me go? Compared to freedom, what's the life of a mere human worth, right? Nonsense. What does this have to do with me? It was obviously you humans who provoked me first, hundreds of years of loneliness, and repeated sealing, Kyuubi roared. If you were in my place, would you not hate it? Of course I would hate it, but grievances have their cause and debts have their master. You want revenge, I want to live, there is no conflict between our wishes, Naruto said, then sighed deeply. The night wind was bleak, and his voice grew colder, as if he wanted to spit out everything in his heart. To be honest, Kurama, becoming a Jinchuriki is the most unlucky thing that has ever happened to me in my life. I never wanted great, I just want to take it easy. Whether it's the person who sealed you into my body or the person who wanted to take your power, they are all a bunch of psychopaths. But now that things have come to this, I have no choice but to work a little harder. Finally, I got the chance. Do you know how long I have been waiting for this day? You're impressive, just you wait, don't let me find a chance. Kyuubi was so angry that his teeth itched. He turned his head with difficulty and bared his teeth at Naruto. I will tear you to pieces. Then I'll just throw you into the pack of male dogs in heat right now. You wouldn't dare, why wouldn't I? Those are the real beasts. They'd take turns on you without hesitation. Naruto replied nonchalantly. Kyuubi was about to go mad with rage but was too weak to fight back. I've told you before, if I'm unhappy, I'll beat everyone until they cry, one at a time. Naruto said, his face darkening. If you think that I still have such a thing as a moral bottom line, go ahead and try me. There are many stray dogs in the village, and they're not much more civilized than me. Human, just you wait. Kyuubi reluctantly conceded for the moment. Don't make promises you can't keep. Naruto looked down at Kyuubi, his eyes buried in the shadows. Although you can't die, now that you're housed inside this thing, if I die, you might disappear with me. And don't think my methods are dirty. There are many psychopaths who are dirtier than me. Freedom is precious. Being able to run, jump and eat is the greatest blessing in the world. It doesn't matter whether you are a dog or a biju. No one will remember which Jinchuriki Kurama lives in. Now that you're out, you should experience the world you've never seen before. I've said my piece. Whether you listen or not is up to you. Kyuubi said nothing, his body heaving with anger. The forest was quiet, with scattered fireworks barely visible through the thick trees. The sound of fireworks exploding can be vaguely heard in the distance. Kyuubi's body was about the size of a normal puppy, with his fiery red fur being the only noticeable difference. Naruto crouched down and picked up Kyuubi. Roar! Kyuubi turned around and tried to bite him, but Naruto quickly smacked him on the head. Don't be ungrateful, male dog warning. Hearing this, Kyuubi quieted down and allowed Naruto to hold him in his arms and take him away. Hinata followed behind her father, Heishi, with her younger sister, Hanabi, who was wearing a yukata, next to her. The silent and serious atmosphere surrounding them contrasted sharply with the festive crowd. A massive firework exploded above the Hokage rock, cascading down like a giant umbrella, filling the night sky with brilliant light. Hanabi stopped in her tracks and looked up at the night sky, with brilliant light reflected in her white pupils. The fleeting beauty left her strangely moved. She turned around to see her sister's reaction, only to find Hinata looking nervous and fidgety. Are you feeling unwell? Hanabi asked with concern. Hinata shook her head, then nodded slightly and said with a forced smile, I feel a bit tight in my chest. I just need to walk around. Sister, I'll walk you back. Hanabi offered as she came closer. No, Hinata waved her hands hurriedly. She was not good at lying and her face turned red instantly. I can walk back by myself. I'll be fine. The fireworks festival is almost over, so let me go with you. Oh okay. Hinata agreed, lowering her head. Hanabi, you stay here. Hieshi's authoritative voice cut in as he turned his back to them. You'll come with me to meet the people from Nara clan later. Oh, Hanabi replied, a bit disappointed. Then I'll be leaving first. Excuse me, Hinata said nervously, bowing as she prepared to leave. She glanced up to see her father nod slightly in acknowledgement. After receiving a nod of approval from her father, Hinata felt so nervous that her heart seemed to pound loudly in her ears, her face burning red. It wasn't until she saw her father and Hanabi slowly walking away that she finally breathed a sigh of relief. As the night wind blew, Hinata pursed her lips slightly and looked around, suddenly realizing that she had no idea where to go. She was standing on a mountain path. If she continued further, she would reach the entrance to the Hokage Rock. The path wound its way upward, leading to the top of the monument. On one side of the path was a low cliff, and on the other side was a dense forest. Heading in the direction of the forest would lead to a small lake, not very large. If she ventured deeper, the forest paths would open up, leading to several mountain ranges. At the end of these mountains was an impassable cliff. The other side of the cliff is connected to the border between the Konoha forest and the Land of Fire's forest. From there, one can go down along the narrow plain to reach the Valley of the End. The constant popping of fireworks filled the air. Being so close to the Hokage Rock, Hinata covered her ears to muffle the sound. What should I do? I forgot to ask if Naruto-kun would come. There was a rustling sound in the bushes, and Hinata was about to turn around to see what was happening, but she almost bumped into someone's arms. "Hinata, are you looking for me?" the person said. "Ah." Hinata quickly took a few steps back and lost her balance. Naruto, with quick reflexes, grabbed her just before she could fall off the low cliff. "Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you by appearing out of nowhere." "It's okay, Hinata stared at her hand, which Naruto was still holding, her face flushed red. Following Hinata's gaze, Naruto realized he was still holding her hand. However, instead of letting go, he gently squeezed it, and a firework happened to explode in the sky. Hinata blinked and her mouth opened slightly. Naruto, with no hint of embarrassment, smiled and said, "This is also part of the training." Patui, Kyuubi, who was held by Naruto with one hand, gave a very human-like fake spit, interrupting the tender moment. "What's that? It's so cute," Hinata exclaimed, trying to pull her hand back, but found she couldn't. She looked at Naruto, but he looked like he didn't understand at all. Kyuubi, irritated at being called cute, was about to retort and show off its sharp tongue, but Naruto, catching his intent from the corner of his eye, tightened his grip around his neck. "Ahem. This is a stray dog I picked up on the street. I'm planning to take it for breeding." "Bree," Hinata started to say but then realized what he meant and stopped herself. The threatened Kyuubi stopped making trouble and curled up quietly. Naruto, still holding Hinata's small hand, continued to explain, "It's just a thought for now. I haven't made up my mind yet. If it turns out to be too aggressive, I'll send it for breeding. Hinata, if you like it, you can pet it." Hinata was a little overwhelmed as she felt the kneading sensation coming from her palms. Naruto-kun was also working very hard to overcome his weaknesses, so how could I back down? Such thoughts ran through her mind. In the end, Hinata decided to control how often she blushed. She was always too easily flustered in front of Naruto. After repeatedly reflecting on it, she concluded that she couldn't keep being so shy. "Can I?" Hinata asked tentatively. "Yeah, it won't bite," Naruto said. "I don't think it really wants to breed right now, so it should behave." Hinata blinked while the Kyuubi, with a defeated look, reluctantly complied. "It feels like fox fur, so warm," Hinata said softly, lowering her face slightly as she looked at Kyuubi in Naruto's arms. A genuine smile spread across her face. It was a smile of pure relaxation, something rarely seen on Hinata's face. At this time, she wasn't the usual composed heiress of the Hyuga clan at all. She is just a young girl, Hinata. It turns out that Hinata likes fluffy things like this. Well, it wasn't surprising, as many girls liked warm and fluffy animals. The adorable sight almost made Naruto blurt out, "If you like it, I'll give it to you." But if he says that, it will be really troublesome, because this dog is not an ordinary puppy, but Kyuubi in the appearance of a puppy. "Thank you, Naruto-kun." Hinata's face flushed again. I should head back now." "Huh? So soon?" Naruto, still toying with her hand, tried to prolong the moment. "Yeah," Hinata nodded, feeling incredibly nervous. "Do you like pinching little girls' hands so much?" A slightly angry voice came from not far away, sounding unusually familiar. Naruto turned around and saw Ino standing there with her hands on her hips, while Rhino covered her mouth as she laughed. "That kid's quite popular," Rhino said with a playful tone, clearly enjoying the situation. Hearing this, Naruto suddenly felt a little embarrassed and instinctively moved to shield Hinata. Hinata, however, quickly pulled her hand back as if she had been electrocuted, and her face turned a deep shade of red in an instant. Unable to handle the situation, Hinata took a few steps forward. As she passed by Ino and Mrs. Yamanaka, she paused momentarily, then bowed her head respectfully. After saying, "Excuse me," both Ino and her mother returned the bow, and Hinata hurried away, her face still red. The night wind was cold, and suddenly only 3 people were left on the side of the low cliff. Ino frowned. She wasn't angry because Naruto pinched Hinata's hand. She just felt a little bit sour when she saw him instinctively move to shield Hinata. It made her feel a tiny pang of jealousy. "Auntie, you look stunning tonight." Naruto subconsciously felt that Rhino was the key to easing the tension, so he greeted her with a smile. "You and Ino look just like sisters when standing together." "Humph," Ino interrupted, trying to break his charm, "my mom won't fall for that." "Indeed." Rhino chuckled with her hands covering her mouth. I'm no longer a young girl, but Ino is quite susceptible to such things. Mom, Ino protested, tugging at her mother playfully. He's just a pervert, let's ignore him and go home. After saying that, Ino shot Naruto a sharp glare. Naruto felt a bit helpless and could only stand there and scratched his face awkwardly. He didn't expect that he would be caught after just touching Hinata for a while. That's the Hyuga clan's child, right? Rhino asked with a gentle smile. Yes, I just happened to run into her. Naruto replied honestly. No matter how elaborate a lie, it would eventually fall apart. As said before, sincerity was his ultimate weapon. Such a sweet child. Rhino remarked, then glanced at the slightly dirty, fire-red puppy in Naruto's arms and added with a smile, is that a puppy? Ino loves them too. Yes. Naruto responded, though he wasn't sure if Rhino was referring to him or Hinata as the sweet child. He understood the additional words. Thank you, Auntie, he said with a smile. Rhino nodded slightly and said, Ino, Mom have something to take care of. Can you get home on your own? Huh? Oh. Ino hesitated for a moment but eventually agreed, excuse me. Rhino, dressed in a small patterned yukata, bowed to Naruto, who hurriedly returned the gesture. Suddenly, Naruto and Ino were the only ones left on the dimly lit path. The fireworks festival had already ended, with only a few sporadic fireworks still lighting up the night sky above Hokage Rock. Before she realized it, Ino noticed that her mother had already left without her noticing. She suddenly snapped back to reality. I'm heading home. After saying this, she turned and started walking away in a huff. Do you know the way? Naruto jogged a couple of steps to catch up. Sorry, I remember it very clearly. Ino didn't want to pay attention to him and quickened her pace, as if trying to shake off an annoying person. You might forget, you know? There are always people like that. Naruto said, completely undeterred as he followed her, for example, someone who forget their own birthdays. Snap, Ino stopped abruptly and lowered her head. How did you know today was my birthday? I looked it up. Naruto walked in front of her, blocking her path with his body. I thought you'd be really busy on your birthday, especially since it's also the fireworks festival. So what? Ino asked. You pervert, were you just hiding here to hold Hinata's hand? That was an accident. Naruto grinned sheepishly, I just ran into her by chance. I went into the forest to catch a dog. Really? Ino raised her head and glanced at him with some dissatisfaction. When she saw that he was dirty and covered with grass, her frown finally eased. What were you doing catching a dog? Ino muttered. Don't you like dogs? You're lying, my mom told you that? Oh, you heard that? Don't treat me like air, okay? I was standing right next to my mom and heard her leak the secret to you with my own ears. Ino puffed out her cheeks, looking completely annoyed. I can give you this dog, Naruto said, but it's a bit naughty. It might steal things like underwear and panties. It might even take them back to its previous owner, which is me. Roar! Kyuubi growled softly, clearly displeased, as a low rumble emanated from his throat. Oh, and it's a bit fierce too. I don't want a dog as perverted as you. Ino couldn't help but take a step back. Ino, you're blushing. I won't blush because of that. By the way, I've seen your panties. But don't get the wrong idea. I just accidentally saw them while helping you fold your clothes. I didn't do anything weird at all. Pervert. Ino glared at him with contempt. You're the only one who would do something like freezing the bathwater. That's kitchen water. Who would believe that, pervert? Anyway, it's still early. Do you want to move on to the second half of the birthday party? Naruto extended his hand to Ino, while holding the weakened dog Kyuubi in the other arm. Just as Ino was about to reach out, she suddenly remembered the moment when he had shielded Hinata and immediately retracted her hand. HMPH, I can walk on my own. But after taking just a few steps, Ino's stomach let out a loud growl. The surroundings were a pitch-black wilderness, so silent that only the chirping of insects could be heard. Small fireworks burst in the night sky above Hokage Rock, bringing a fleeting moment of brilliance. Ino was so embarrassed she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Didn't you eat anything on your birthday? Naruto asked with a bit of amusement. HMPH, Ino glared at him with a red face. You can't eat too much before putting on a yukata. If your stomach gets too full, you can't tighten the waist sash. The sash wraps around the waist and chest, so how could I possibly eat? If you take even a small bite, you might have to throw it up. Even water has to be sipped carefully. It must be tough when your birthday coincides with the festival, Naruto said. It's really too much trouble for everyone to celebrate separately, so I just celebrated them together, Ino said. I don't mind. Every year around this time, my mom will accompany me to the fireworks festival. You're unexpectedly considerate. Isn't that a very normal thing? Ino couldn't help but retort. Let's go get something to eat. Some of those food stalls might still be open, Naruto suggested. Ino hesitated for a moment. She was indeed a little hungry, but the waist sash is still tight. Just take it off, Naruto said simply. Are you stupid? Ino suddenly blushed and glared at him. If I take it off, the whole outfit will fall apart. You're not wearing anything underneath? Of course I'm dressed properly. Ino quickly covered her chest. You'd better not have any more bad fantasies in your mind. My mind is completely blank. You're not allowed to have a blank mind either, idiot. Ino was getting frustrated. She felt it was extremely difficult to deal with this person in front of her. Come here, Ino finally relented, beckoning Naruto over. What is it? Naruto noticed they had moved away from the path and were now hidden among a few trees. At this time, even if someone passed by, they would not be able to see them at all. The sash is too tight. Help me. Help me undo the clasp. Ino's head had been completely turned away, her face flushed and her eyes misty, as if she was doing something scandalous. My mom usually helps me with this. I can't undo it myself. Okay. Naruto was also a little tempted, and threw Kyuubi directly to the ground. My hands are a bit dirty. It's fine. I mean, I'll need to change anyway tonight. Ino's voice was a little trembling, leaving Naruto with her back. Anyway, just hurry up. Naruto reached out and put his hand on Ino's waist. Ino was very nervous. Her whole body was trembling slightly. Naruto steeled himself and slipped his hand between the layers of her sash. After fumbling around inside for a while, Ino, though tense, remained silent. Finally, she heard a metallic knock and the innermost waist sash loosened. Phew, Ino breathed a sigh of relief, looking like she had been saved. But then she noticed the sudden silence around her. She turned her head sharply and saw Naruto staring intently at his hand. Don't act like you're reminiscing, you pervert. Ino stepped forward and twisted the inside of Naruto's arm. Ah, it hurts. Naruto quickly clamped Ino's hand against his ribs. Let go, not unless you forgive me. Fine, Ino said through gritted teeth. Naruto released her, but she still gave him a hard pinch. Ino looked like she had won, her eyes sparkling with mischievous triumph. I know what you're thinking, she said, then please marry me immediately. What are you saying? Ino backed up several steps, looking at him with disgust. That sounds so gross. You're breaking my heart. Hee, don't be discouraged. Maybe in the future, there will be an idiot who wants to marry you. Ino, her small patterned yukata, clasped her hands behind back, leaned forward slightly, and smiled with a sense of triumph. In that moment, Ino's face lit up, and Naruto felt a sudden urge to marry her right then and there. Fortunately, reality quickly poured cold water on that impulse. Your expression right now is really disgusting. Let's just go. I'm hungry too, so let's get something to eat together. Naruto, not minding the dirt, picked up Kyuubi from the ground. As Kyuubi bared his teeth in annoyance, Naruto skillfully gave him a quick smack. Who wants to go with you? Ino walked ahead, but glanced back to check if Naruto was following. What's the harm in going together? Sitting and eating together won't make you pregnant, Naruto added, holding hands might though. Stop saying weird things. Ino turned back and glared at him angrily. Taking advantage of her pause, Naruto calmly caught up, changing their formation from single file to walking side by side. The fireworks festival had ended, and the sparse fireworks above Hokage Rock had also stopped. Before they reached the brighter areas, the surrounding light was dim, and they could only make out the outlines of each other's profiles. Neither of them spoke again, and the only sound was the rustling of grass underfoot. I don't think I'll wash my hands for the next few days, Naruto suddenly said, breaking the silence. Please die quickly. Ino seemed to have become immune to Naruto's words, and replied perfunctorily, stop saying creepy things. Didn't you already touch Hinata's hand? I've touched yours too, can I share my thoughts? No, if you do, I'll kill you. Just as Ino finished speaking, she suddenly felt her hand being enveloped by warmth. Naruto's hand, warm like a furnace, had grasped hers without any warning. What are you doing? Ino tensed up. It's easy to get lost at night. Naruto replied nonchalantly. As their arms brushed together, the faint scent from Ino's body made him feel a little itchy inside. Who would get lost in a place like this? Ino lightly shook her hand, trying to break free, but it was no use. Let go, she said, her voice tinged with embarrassment. I'll let go when we reach the light, Naruto said. Ino didn't think much of it. Seeing that the bright area wasn't too far ahead, she pursed her lips. After a moment of consideration, she agreed. Naruto said he'd let go when they reached the light, which seemed like a concession, but in fact, he had put forward another condition. Just stop rubbing my hand, Ino said, a bit annoyed. I'm getting angry. Then, I won't rub you anymore, Naruto immediately behaved. The path wasn't very long, and they walked in silence until they reached the light. Their shadows stretched long under the lamplight, leaning against each other. Ino looked at the shadows on the ground with a complicated expression. Naruto had stopped walking but hadn't completely let go of her hand. He just held it loosely, but Ino could still feel the warmth in his palm. Do you want to let go? Naruto asked, turning his head to look at Ino. The latter looked at him with a complicated expression, hesitated for a while and mumbled softly, up to you. A hint of a triumphant smile crossed Naruto's face as he held Ino's hand and started walking forward. Let's get something to eat first. Okay. Ino seemed to have given up, letting him hold her hand as they walked into the crowd. The feeling was completely different from the last time they held hands on the Konoha street in the middle of the night. There was almost no one on Konoha street at midnight, but at this time, there were still many people strolling around in the food street specially set up for the fireworks display. Even though the fireworks had ended, the place remained lively. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ino was completely passive as Naruto led her through the throng. She couldn't help but feel nervous, but also somewhat excited. The lights faded, and the streets were filled with people in yukatas, with the bright lanterns at each small stall seemingly able to penetrate straight into one's heart. Ino felt a bit dizzy, her head spinning as she noticed the countless people and points of light around her. Her palms were so hot that the warmth flowed along her arms into her heart, circulating throughout her entire body.
This is really good, Naruto said, pulling Ino to line up at a small stall while holding Kyuubi in his other arm. He turned to her and said, Ino, hold this dog for a bit.
Huh? Ino was stunned for a moment. I need a free hand to pay. Just let go, Ino suggested. Absolutely not. Since Kyuubi refused to be held by Ino and Naruto couldn't discipline him while holding him, Ino ended up paying instead. Look over there. There are a lot of people queuing over there too. And so, Ino paid again. After several back and forths, Ino had paid multiple times. Although she wasn't short on money, she hadn't brought much while wearing a yukata, and she soon ran out of money. Fortunately, both of them were full, and Kyuubi had also managed to snatch a few bites, becoming much more docile. In the seal space, Kyuubi had no interest in food, but it was a different story now that he had a physical body. Konoha might not be a food paradise, but for Kyuubi, each bite was a novel experience. He seems full, Ino observed, her gaze curiously fixed on Kyuubi nestled in Naruto's arms. You fed him too much, his belly's all ready. Naruto teased, but now, you can try petting him. He's so fierce. No matter how fierce he is, he should have some sense. After all, you're the one who fed him. Naruto said to Ino, I don't think he'll bite you. Give it a try. Sure enough, when Ino reached out her hand, Kyuubi did not react. He just pretended to be dead and even let out a pitiful bark. Naruto was speechless at the sight of this scumbag fox, and he looked at Kyuubi with contempt in his eyes. This fox had clearly decided Ino was his new sugar mama, but that's fine. Next time I'll just trick him into thinking any money I spent was a reward from Ino. Anyway, this fox wasn't too bright, so it was a plan worth continuing. His fur is so soft, Ino exclaimed, and mustered up the courage to pat Kyuubi's head. He's really well behaved. Is it because I fed him? No, he just sees you as a free food source, Naruto mentally commented. I should go back now. Ino reluctantly turned her eyes away from Kyuubi. Before you go, there's one more place I want to take you, Naruto suddenly said and handed Kyuubi to Ino. Where to? Ino took Kyuubi in her arms and looked up at him in confusion. It's nearby. Just follow me, and you'll see. With that, Naruto led Ino away from the brightly lit food street, taking a detour through a more secluded southeast direction. They passed rows of old, abandoned houses and walked along an old path until they finally stopped at a quiet, unremarkable hillside. Ino had no idea what Naruto was up to. He let go of her hand, told her to wait there, and after giving Kyuubi a warning glare, ran off toward one of the abandoned houses. When he returned, he was carrying an armful of fireworks taller than he was. What? Ino was stunned. The fireworks festival has already passed. If you do something reckless, you will be scolded. These weren't meant for the fireworks festival. Naruto put down the bunch of fireworks and lined them up on the ground, then said without even looking up, the fireworks display has nothing to do with me. These were all bought by Naruto when he was purchasing supplies before the Konoha crush. Later, he never found a chance to use them, so he just threw them into the seal space. When your birthday and the fireworks festival fall on the same day, it's hard to really celebrate your birthday, right? That's true, but it's not necessarily a bad thing. Ino felt a bit nervous. She had a vague idea of what Naruto was planning, and her cheeks began to feel slightly hot. Naruto pulled out a candle from his pocket, his palms slightly reddened as he lit it directly. Here, take this. The faint candlelight was offered to Ino. On this remote and dark hillside, the candle was FLIY. Ino's face flushed, and she pursed her lips and hesitated to take it. It's already too late, Ino said, turning her head aside and nervously wringing her hands. We'll get into trouble. That's a different matter. I wanted you to have a special birthday, with a few fireworks set off just for you, Naruto said. Besides, if we run fast enough, we won't get caught. If worse comes to worst, we can just abandon the dog. He'll find his way back anyway. Kyuubi. I understand. Ino was completely flustered, her face flushed as she stiffly walked towards the pile of fireworks. Naruto stood aside and watched, with Kyuubi crouching at his feet. The two of them. The man and the fox squinted their eyes on the dark hillside, waiting to see the fireworks. Suddenly, Ino, who was holding the candle, stopped in her tracks and turned back towards Naruto. What's wrong? Naruto asked with a bit of amusement. You indeed look great in that yukata, but it can't be so difficult to light a firework, right? He figured it was just because the yukata made things a bit inconvenient for her, though it was true that she looked very nice in it, so he casually complimented her. Surprisingly, Ino didn't respond as she usually would. She blinked a few times, her face reddened even more under the candlelight. She pursed her lips slightly, turned her head in another direction, and then stretched out her hand. Here. There was nothing in her palm. If anything was being offered, it was simply her hand. Naruto was slightly stunned, then quickly grabbed Ino's hand. Ah, don't rub it, you're the one who offered. Fine, but just this once, Ino reluctantly conceded. The fireworks were lit, and the brilliant explosions awakened the usually quiet hillside. As soon as the fireworks were set off, Naruto and Ino bolted. Naruto held Ino's hand in one hand and Kyuubi in the other. The two of them, along with the dog, ran while glancing back at the fireworks. Before long, they were laughing as they ran. Finally, out of breath, they hid in a small alley near the fork in Konoha Street, exchanging glances with their hearts pounding. The next day, the fireworks festival incident passed without much trouble. Naruto had a day to rest before he had to go on a mission with Team 8 the following day. He hadn't checked on Sakura again, deciding he'd visit her after the mission. If she had recovered, there was no problem. But if she hadn't, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing either. Sasuke was on the verge of being driven crazy by Itachi. It was impossible for him to fall in love, get married and have children like an ordinary person. Sasuke was too pure, seeing only black and white, with no shades of gray. Such people are stubborn and live a very tiring life. They will neither retreat nor make peace, and will not be trapped by love and emotions. Naruto understood that Sasuke's fate was beyond resolution, and there was no need for him to get involved in his affairs. There are too many psychopaths in this world, Naruto said lazily as he lay on the couch. He glanced at Kyuubi, who was in the same posture, gnawing on a piece of meat while lounging on a smaller couch Naruto had bought specifically for him. Kyuubi responded, still chewing on the meat. Are you talking about the Uchiha? Who else could it be except them? They're ruthless, even to their own kin. Where's my sake? Get it yourself from the fridge. You are a real dog, right? Even if I jump in my current state, I can't reach it. Well, can you do a backflip? Little brat. Don't push your luck. Once I regain my full strength, I'll tear you apart. Alright. Naruto yawned as he got up, slowly making his way to the fridge. I'm looking forward to that day. After all, you'll outlive me anyway, but when will you recover from this state? If I did recover, would you still be able to stand there talking? Kyuubi's lazy voice came from the couch on the other side. Opening a fridge isn't something you need practice for. Naruto casually opened the fridge and was about to grab the special sake he had prepared for Kyuubi when a mechanical synthesized voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Hinata's affection, Kyuubi's approval, 45%. Seeing this line pop up on the screen, Naruto's body froze. Hadn't the mission stalled? Before unsealing Kyuubi, Naruto had already prepared for the mission line to be stalled. If the power of Kyuubi he obtained stagnated at 37%, it wouldn't be a bad thing. At least, he wouldn't feel guilty every time he faced Hinata. More importantly, he needs to separate Kyuubi from himself as soon as possible. On one hand, Jashin's dog can suppress Kyuubi's ability, and on the other hand, it can also prevent Akatsuki from obtaining the Biju. Kyuubi is now a dog, and covered in the cloak of the Jashin's dog is equivalent to being protected by the Jashin Hidan worshipped. In other words, it is impossible to remove this cloak with human power. Simply put, Kyuubi in chakra state no longer exists, and even if the Sage of Six Paths were to come, he would not be able to take back Kyuubi from him. Unless, of course, the Jashin vanished. But that kind of ethereal thing was almost as unsolvable as the Shinigami of the Pure Land. No one could do anything about it. With Kyuubi being untouchable, Naruto didn't want to use Hinata as a target for increasing his strength. It was precisely because of these dual considerations that Naruto decided to seize the moment and unseal Kyuubi during the fireworks festival. But now, it seems that whether Kyuubi is in his body or not didn't affect the mission line. Kyuubi wasn't useless, he was just being suppressed. When the Kyuubi's approval mission is completed, one person and one dog will have at least 2 Kyuubi's combat power. Besides, the system is very powerful, so there would surely be more options later. Last time there was a delay, and this time there's a delay too. Forget it, no point thinking about it. After a few seconds of hesitation, Naruto gave up on overthinking it. Why worry so much? The world isn't that easy to destroy, and he isn't a savior. Brat, why are you so slow? Did your brain get caught in the fridge door? Shut up, or we'll practice backflips this afternoon. Naruto grabbed a bottle of sake and slammed the fridge door shut. He then went to the kitchen to pour himself a glass of water before walking over to the couch and placing the chilled sake in front of Kyuubi. Kyuubi opened the sake skillfully and drank from the bottle in a very humane way. A summer breeze blew through the balcony, making the wind chimes jingle softly. Man and fox tilted their heads back and drank water, sake, in unison. The next day, Naruto and Kyuubi meet up with the 3 members of Team 8 at the entrance of the village. They hear that the mission is to find the Baikochu, a rare insect capable of tracking scents. It seemed like a chain reaction. Naruto didn't care about Sasuke's whereabouts, but the higher-ups were taking it seriously. Not only had they assigned Team 8, known for their tracking skills, to find the Baikochu, but they had also dispatched a large number of Anbu to the land of rice fields. The 2 advisors and Danzo had made such a compelling case that even Tsunade couldn't oppose them and had to let them proceed. "Yo, Naruto, you got a dog too?" Kiba, with his hands in his pockets and Akamaru on his head, walked leisurely from a distance. Team 8 has already arrived. Hinata walked quietly on one side with her head down, while Shino, the insect master, maintained his usual calm and collected demeanor, standing like an unmovable mountain. "Shut up, you glorified Akamaru taxi." Naruto snapped back at Kiba, as the 2 of them always butting heads. "You calling me a taxi?" Kiba rolled up his sleeves. "You want to fight, huh?" Akamaru, who was lying on top of Kiba's head, stared at Kyuubi for a long time. The more he looked, the more he felt that Kyuubi did not resemble any dog species he knew, so Akamaru tugged frantically at Kiba's hair, trying to stop him from approaching Naruto. "Huh? What's that?" "Akamaru, Naruto's dog is dangerous." "Hey, Naruto, what's that thing next to you?" "Thing?" Kurama was instantly annoyed and bared his teeth at Kiba. Seeing this, Akamaru was so scared that he trembled and hid behind Kiba's neck. "Hee, just a stray dog I picked up on the side of the road." Naruto smirked, clearly proud of himself. "How is it? Does it look good?" Akamaru said, "It's very dangerous. Are you sure it's just a stray?" Kiba scratched his head, unsure as he looked at the dog that resembled a fox. "But this dog doesn't seem that fierce. Why would Akamaru be so scared?" "It just doesn't like you. Hinata has patted him before and nothing happened." Naruto pointed towards Hinata, who was standing not too far away. "If you don't believe me, ask Hinata to come over." The mission was not urgent, so Kiba, still somewhat skeptical, waved and shouted to Hinata, who was not far away. "Hey, Hinata, can you come over for a second, okay?" Hinata responded and jogged over nervously. She glanced at Naruto first before quickly lowering her eyes. "What's up?" "Oh, it's like this, Hinata. Could you try to carry that dog?" Kiba warned. "You don't have to really carry it since it's pretty fierce, just pretend to do it." After saying that, he added another caution. "I'll be watching from the side. There won't be any danger." But before he could finish, Hinata had already moved, and the supposedly fierce fox-like dog was now lying in her arms, looking completely harmless. "Kiba." Naruto stood there with his arms crossed, finding the situation amusing. He then offered words of encouragement to Kiba with a grin. "Do you believe me now, brat? Don't blame the path for being uneven if you can't walk straight." Hearing this, Kiba's face turned green. "The dog you raised is really the same as you. Treating everyone differently, HMPH. I haven't trained it or anything, so don't go making stuff up." Naruto spread his hands and said, "He is acting completely on his own. Maybe it just doesn't like your face." "Who are you saying doesn't look like a good person?" Kiba, on the verge of another argument, began to lose his cool. "Calm down, Kiba." Shino, wearing his signature round black sunglasses, came over and looked at Kyuubi and Hinata's arms. "Akamaru's instincts aren't wrong. That thing is indeed very dangerous. Even my insects are afraid of it." Then, Kiba frowned slightly and glanced in Naruto's direction. "That guy is completely defenseless. Should we warn him?" "No need for now. It doesn't seem to harbor any ill intent towards Hinata. My insects don't sense any strong hostility either, just a natural fear." Shino, with half his face hidden by his oversized coat, remained calm and composed. "Let's observe for a while longer. It takes a full 2 days of travel from Konoha to reach the forest where the rare Baikochu gather. According to Baikochu's characteristic, these insects' eggs will only hatch after a rainfall, so the group's speed will not affect their progress regardless of whether it is fast or slow, as no rain is expected for the next 2 days. In other words, even if they arrive early, they'll need to wait for the rain to arrive. The geography of the Land of Fire, with its lack of high mountains and many hills, allows the sea breeze to blow freely, resulting in evenly distributed rainfall throughout the year. So, even if they get there without rain, they just need to wait a few days." After setting out, the group's pace was leisurely, just at a normal walking speed. Due to their natural fear of Kyuubi, Shino's insects and Kiba's ninkin, Akamaru, naturally avoided him. As a result, Kiba and Shino paired up and walked ahead, leaving Hinata and Naruto behind. For the mission, everyone carried backpacks, and Naruto was no exception. He stuffed a few clothes into his bag. Most of the things he needed were in the seal space, so he didn't have to carry much. Whenever he needed something, he could just use his backpack as cover to pull it out. The backpack was large enough that pulling out a 1-meter-long sword would seem reasonable, right? Kyuubi followed along but got tired of walking on the ground a few times, so he jumped onto Naruto's shoulder and whispered in his ear, "I'm craving for some alcohol. Get me a bottle of a chilled sake, quick." The only response he got was Naruto's ruthless rejection. Naruto pulled Kyuubi's neck and lowered his voice with a ferocious look on his face. "Are you crazy, or am I? You want them to see a fox dog carrying a bottle of sake and drinking as it walks? Stop yapping. If you don't get me a drink, I'm not moving another step." Kyuubi gave him a sly look, his expression similar to Anya's from Spy X Family. "Well, are you going to get it or not? Damn it, I'm really tempted to send you off for breeding right now." Naruto's smile turned icy. "Naruto-kun, are you two fighting?" Hinata gently tugged on Naruto's sleeve, her voice filled with concern. No, Naruto quickly turned his head away, and Kyuubi also acted as if nothing had happened. "Tonight," Naruto whispered in a voice that only Kyuubi could hear. "Deal. That's good then." Hinata was still a bit confused, but she could feel that the man and the dog seemed to have reached some kind of deal, and they both seemed to return to normal. At the front, Kiba and Shino had already walked some distance away. "Shino, I think I heard Naruto talking to that dog. It could be a ninkin or something like that," Shino responded calmly as they walked. "Hey, how can you be so nonchalant?" Kiba gestured animatedly as he spoke. "It's very strange, isn't it? Naruto clearly said it was a stray dog before, but now it's suddenly a ninkin. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't make sense." "Kiba, keep your voice down." Shino glanced at him, the reflection from his sunglasses glinting. "The world is a big place, anything is possible. After all, Kakashi, the Jonin instructor of Team 7, also has summoned ninkin, doesn't he?" "When you put it that way," Kiba scratched his head and said dejectedly, "Fine, I won't worry about it." Shino was silent for a while, then glanced back at Hinata and Naruto walking behind them. "Kiba, since we're all members of the same team, you should trust Naruto more. He's not the kind of person who would casually put his teammates in danger." "Got it." In the afternoon, as the sun began to set, Shino used his Kakaichu's excellent scouting ability to find a perfect spot for camping. He then took the necessary items, like tents, out of his sealing scroll. "It's getting late, let's camp here for the night." Shino, always concise, decisively gave the order. "Okay." The three responded in unison. The team leader was Shino, and Hinata and Kiba cooperated seamlessly with him. Naruto, too, had no objections. Not far from their campsite, there was a small waterfall and a pond. The four of them divided the tasks. Kiba and Naruto were responsible for setting up the tent, Hinata went to collect firewood, and Shino went to fetch water. "Hey, is that side secured yet? Damn it," Kiba asked, looking up. It's done. Stop rushing me." Naruto replied, sounding a bit impatient. "Even Akamaru has better manners than you." "You bastard." While bickering, the two quickly set up the tent, which was spacious enough for all four of them to sleep. Hinata soon returned from the forest, carrying a bundle of dry branches. There were many wild beasts in the forest, and shinobi would not use ninjutsu to deal with them unless necessary. Fire was the best way to keep animals at bay. In more dangerous missions, starting a fire might be avoided due to the risk of attracting enemies. However, since this mission was about finding the Baikochu, which was more of a search mission, there wasn't much danger anticipated, so making a fire was allowed. Coincidentally, Shino came back from scouting the area at this time. He had already set up his Kakaichu for surveillance around the perimeter, while also completing the task of fetching water. "We can start the fire and boil some water now," Shino said. "Alright, I'll do it." Kiba swiftly pulled out a fire-starting tool from his pocket. It was something similar to a lighter, which used a small amount of chakra as fuel to ignite. It won't explode in fire or get damaged in rain, so it is a must-have black technology in the shinobi world for home and travel. Its principle is actually to convert the shinobi's chakra into fire attribute chakra, just enough to start a fire. Hinata and Shino were already seated by the fire, taking out some dry food, preparing to have a quick meal and then go straight to sleep and rest. "Naruto-kun, this is for you." Hinata, with her face flushed, took out a red fruit from her bag and handed it to Naruto, thinking that he might not have brought enough food. Shino and Kiba also opened their bags, and with the water in the pot just beginning to heat, looking at Naruto who was standing motionless beside them, Shino spoke, "If you didn't bring any food, we can share some with you." "Beg me, and I might even share mine with you," Kiba added with a smug grin. "It's not that, I brought some," Naruto said, taking the fruit from Hinata with a grateful nod. He then pointed towards the nearby pond and asked, "Now that there's fire, why not catch some fish?" "Fishing is a hassle and wastes our rest time," Shino replied calmly. "The pond is very deep and getting in the water is tricky. Even if you try, you won't catch many fish," Kiba added. "Woof," Akamaru couldn't talk, so he barked in agreement. "Wait for me, I'll give it a try." Naruto dashed toward the tent and pulled out a long fishing rod from his bag, leaving Kiba with his jaw practically on the ground. "How the heck do you have something like that in your bag?" It's foldable, Naruto shouted as he ran off with the pole. Kyuubi glanced at him before trotting after him. Kiba looked at the direction where Naruto disappeared, then looked at Shino, Hinata, why didn't you stop him? Shino stared at the dry food in his hands and said, I'd like some fish too. Hinata, not yet starting on her dried food, quietly added, Naruto-kun is really good at fishing. Yeah, right, Kiba grumbled, but he couldn't help but remembered Naruto's boast during the Chunin exams about nearly getting sick from eating too much grilled fish. After some hesitation, he put away his dried food as well. Suddenly the atmosphere grew a bit awkward as the three of them watched the crackling fire in silence, listening to the slow bubbling of the pot. It felt like they were waiting for something magical to happen, much like SpongeBob and Patrick waiting after being told by the magic conch. I can't take this, I'm going to check on him. Kiba couldn't stand it anymore and stood up first. I don't believe that guy is as good as he says. If he's just squatting there stupidly all night, I'm dragging him back. I'll go too, Hinata said, standing up in a bit of a rush. Meanwhile, by the riverbank. Brat, give me that bottle, Kyuubi kept pestering Naruto, don't be ungrateful. Don't even think about it. I said you'll get it tonight, so tonight it is. Naruto replied, smoothly cleaning and gutting fish as he kept pulling them in one after another, and if you drink at night, go to a place far away, preferably right here. Kakaichu don't usually stay near water, so if you could drink while soaking in the water, that would be even better. You're the dog here, Kyuubi scoffed, if you want me to drink in the water, I might as well do a backflip right then and there. Without missing a beat, Naruto shot back, you said it. I'll hold you to it tonight. And if you back out, I'll send you off to breed. Within a few minutes, Naruto had a bucket full of freshly cleaned fish. Kyuubi looked at him with a complicated expression, as if to say, you're serious? But facing the male dog warning, Kyuubi didn't dare to say something like, I was just talking casually. So, Kiba and Hinata had barely taken a few steps when Naruto returned, carrying the bucket full of fish. Where are you two going? He asked puzzledly. It was not too late yet, and the sun was still setting in the west, casting a warm glow over the three of them. Not far away, Shino remained near the campfire, as still as a statue, but his round sunglasses glinted as he focused on the small metal bucket in Naruto's hand. Shino distinctly remembered Naruto leaving without a bucket, yet here he was with one. Did he really bring a space-time scroll with him? But that didn't concern him much. Being a disciple of one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, it wasn't surprising for Naruto to have such things. Is that really fish? Kiba asked, his excitement evident. You're actually pretty good, huh? Naruto showed a smug grin and said, ninjutsu is my talent, but fishing is my passion. Oh, by the way, my dog can do backflips. The aroma of grilled fish slowly and steadily filled the air. Naruto pulled out a few simple seasonings from his backpack and sprinkled them evenly over the fish. As the fire roared and time flew by, each team member took turns washing up since the water source was a bit of a distance from the tent. Shino, being an insect master, had to be careful about getting into the water. Kiba preferred washing up with Akamaru, and Hinata planned to train a bit longer before cleaning up. Naruto walked downstream, carrying the Kyuubi with him, and casually tossed the fox into the water, along with a bottle of sake. He stood on the riverbank, arms crossed, watching the fox drink. You're really doing this? Kyuubi surfaced, baring its fangs in annoyance. Hurry up and drink. Stop dragging it out. Naruto said nonchalantly, throwing a few more bottles into the water. Yawning, he added, I'm going to take a bath nearby. Call me when you're done. Kyuubi didn't answer, but gathered all the bottles on a reef while soaking in the water and leaned against the reef to avoid the rushing currents. Under the moonlight, the waterfall glistened like silver, and the fox, with both paws on the bottles, gulped down the sake. Not long after, Naruto carried the drunk Kyuubi back to the tent after having thoroughly scrubbed him in the water, and threw him next to the extinguished campfire to dry. Inside the tent. Why are you so afraid of me? Naruto couldn't understand and frowned as he looked at Akamaru and Shino who were keeping their distance. The insects are uneasy, Shino said, staring at the drunken Kyuubi in the corner. Naruto, what on earth did you bring back with you? Kiba held the trembling Akamaru in his arms helplessly. Akamaru's scared out of his mind. What? It's just an ordinary fox dog. Under the bright yellow tent light, Naruto gently kicked the completely knocked out Kyuubi. Look, it's out cold now. How scary can it be? Anyway, let's wait for Hinata to come back, and then ask her if she's willing to sleep next to you. Shino put his hands in his pockets and said, it's hard to overcome the fear rooted in instinct of living things in a short period of time. Akamaru clung tightly to Kiba, his paws digging in, refusing to let go. Outside, footsteps approached. Hinata lifted the tent flap and walked in. She usually gave herself extra training to improve her strength. Ah, perfect timing, Hinata. Kiba walked over and pointed to the spot next to Naruto, then said, Hinata, you should sleep next to that guy. Ah, Hinata's carefully built mental preparation crumbled instantly. Her face flushed a deep crimson, and she trembled as she weakly replied, "Oh okay." Kiba was stunned for a moment and didn't hear her clearly, and he seemed to have realized the awkward implication of his words. Just as he was about to explain, Shino spoke, "Both my insects and Akamaru are afraid of Naruto's fox dog, so we're asking you to sleep there instead, Hinata." Everyone had their own sleeping bags, and the tent was spacious enough that where they slept shouldn't matter. But even if Kyubi was drunk, his oppressive power over the lower-level animals was still strong. Hinata was too shy to say anything, and Naruto, already in his sleeping robe, squinted at the quietly conversing group. Raising his voice, he said, "Actually, I could just toss this thing outside and bring him back in the morning. He won't even notice." As soon as the words fell, the tent fell silent instantly, and Shino, Kiba, and Hinata all turned to look at Kyubi sprawled out in the corner. The drunken Kyubi, unaware of his impending fate, rolled over and continued sleeping. "Absolutely not," Kiba, a staunch dog lover, reacted strongly and rebuked, "It's your companion too. How can you treat a dog you've adopted like that?" Shino didn't say anything, but subtly nodded in agreement with Kiba's point of view. There is an insect master and a dog trainer in Team 8. Both from clans that had dealt with animals for generations, so naturally, they cherished their pets more than ordinary people. Alright. Naruto chuckled awkwardly, thanks to these two, this stupid fox escaped the fate of being thrown outside. But won't Hinata get embarrassed? Naruto suddenly pointed at Hinata and said, "After all, I'm different from you guys who had been teammate and trained together every day. This is the first time I'm sharing a tent with you guys." "You bastard, don't say it in such a disgusting way," Kiba retorted, visibly repulsed. "If you try anything funny with Hinata, I'll beat you up." "Huh? Did you say something? Your words are like gibberish to me?" Looking at the two people who continued to bicker, Shino took a step forward and said to Hinata, "Hinata, are you okay with this?" Hinata's face turned crimson and she lowered her eyes. She had already said it once, but no one heard her, saying it again. "It's okay. If it's too uncomfortable, I can take that spot," Shino offered in a neutral tone. "But your insects won't be able to bear it, right?" "True, even just being in the same tent is already making them uneasy," Shino said truthfully. "In that case, I can do it," Hinata said, lowering her gaze even further, her voice growing softer. "I don't want to trouble everyone." Shino didn't say anything, unsure of what else to say for a moment. The Hyuga clan's emphasis on not causing trouble for others was deeply ingrained, so he could only nod. The tent gradually grew quiet as the four settled into their sleeping bags, lined up in a row. Naruto was on the far left, with Hinata next to him. Kiba, who was holding the trembling Akamaru, was beside her, and Shino lay on the far right. Perhaps because the insects were more sensitive than dogs, the insects in Shino's body remained extremely uneasy. The cause of all this, Kyubi, was sound asleep in the corner of the tent. In the middle of the night, Hinata, who was too nervous to sleep, opened her eyes, gasping softly. Her left cheek felt burning hot, as if it were being roasted over a fire. For no reason, she suddenly thought of the campfire, the grilled fish, and the embarrassing incident that happened the day before yesterday. Being caught in such a situation by Ino and her mother, though she was too tense to notice at the time, it still had made her so embarrassed that she couldn't sleep all night after crawling into bed at home. Now, recalling that feeling, Hinata's face flushed again. She instinctively shook her head, trying to calm herself down, but at that moment, Hinata suddenly saw out of the corner of her eye that Naruto had opened his eyes and seemed like he had been watching her all along. Naruto, still half asleep, noticed Hinata moving around restlessly after opening his eyes, so he stared at her for a while. Hinata's body suddenly froze, and she turned her head to look at Naruto. A surge of unfamiliar, bittersweet emotion washed over her, making her feel as if her entire body was softening. Her heart was pounding wildly, and the dim environment made her feel both ashamed and anxious, as if she were about to burst into steam. Even though Naruto said nothing and just looked at her, Hinata felt as if she could hear his voice echoing in her ears. This is also part of the training. That kind of thing. Hinata's mind turned to mush and her face was getting hot, so hot that she thought she might faint. The light inside the tent was too dim to see clearly. Naruto could only make out Hinata's general outline, and could feel that she seemed a little uneasy at the moment. Hinata's mind was in a whirlwind of emotions, filled with scenarios like, "I can't secretly hold your hand behind our teammates' backs," making her so embarrassed that she felt like she might explode. Just as she was lost in her confusion, she heard a faint rustling sound near her ear. Suddenly, she felt a hand rest on her forehead, gently patting it as if to comfort her. Hinata, whose shoulders had been trembling slightly, immediately calmed down, her eyes misting over. The next day, before dawn, Hinata opened her eyes and found that Naruto's sleeping spot was empty. Her expression was blank for a moment before she quickly came back to her senses. "It seemed that I had fainted last night." Curling up, she carefully cupped her gradually blushing face, as if trying to hide her small, flustered self. The morning mist still lingered as the group set out again. Due to their wariness of Naruto's fox dog, Shino and Kiba walked together, maintaining a considerable distance between themselves and Hinata and Naruto. Seeing the gap between the two groups, Hinata and Naruto exchanged a small smile. "We should be able to reach our destination today," Hinata said softly. "Well, do you still need to train today?" Naruto asked, referring to Hinata's routine of spending extra time on training. Yesterday, she had trained until late before returning. Hinata nodded and said, "If I can't keep up with Kiba and the others, I'll only be a burden to everyone." She glanced at Naruto, who seemed to have completely forgotten about what happened the night before and showed no sign of bringing it up. She couldn't help but pursed her lips, her thoughts in turmoil. Sure enough, when the group set up camp again, Hinata quietly went off on her own to train. Since this place is deep in the heart of the Land of Fire's forest, surrounded by towering trees, sleeping in the trees would be safer than setting up a tent. Lighting a fire in the old forest is not a good option, so the four of them can only make do with dry rations. "We should reach our destination by midday tomorrow, so there's no need to rush," Shino said, crawling into his sleeping bag first. At this time, sky was still not fully dark, and Kiba also got into his sleeping bag. From a distance, Shino and Kiba's sleeping bags looked like two bugs firmly attached to the tree trunk, neatly lined up together. Naruto was not sleepy, so grabbed Kyuubi by the scruff of his neck and went to find Hinata. After all, staying there would only make Akamaru and the insects uneasy all night. In the forest, Hinata fiercely struck out with her palm, sending a blast of wind, her hand surrounded by a fine layer of blue chakra. The Hyuga clan's shinobi excelled in close-quarters combat and mid-range attacks, using chakra to form needles to pierce their enemies. As she was doing now, Hinata was practicing her air palm, honing her fundamental skills. "Hinata." Naruto, holding Kyuubi, landed in the clearing and walked up to her in a few steps. "Naruto-kun, what are you doing here?" Hinata stopped her air palm practice, suddenly realizing that she was only wearing a quick-drying fishnet training outfit for convenience. She immediately felt unsure of where to put her hands. Noticing Hinata crossing her arms in front of her, Naruto awkwardly averted his gaze and said, "I came to check on you." "Okay." Hinata lowered her head and said nothing more. "Since I have nothing to do, why don't I train with you?" "Ah, is that okay?" Hinata did not refuse. She always remembered not to be shy, and tried to ask in what she thought was a calm tone. "Of course it's okay. I actually enjoy spending time with you, Hinata." Hinata became flustered again, waving her hands in a panic, blurting out, "And no way. People like me only cause trouble for others. Honestly, I'd really like to be bothered by you, Hinata." That kind of thing." Hinata's face turned even redder. "I feel useless if I did that." "It's not like that," Naruto denied. "It's good to work hard, but don't put too much pressure on yourself all at once. Hinata, you're actually really strong, you just haven't had the chance to show it." But Hinata pursed her lips and didn't dare to look up. "In any case, becoming strong is a long process, not something that happens overnight," Naruto said earnestly, though he was perhaps the least qualified to say such words, doing so without a hint of embarrassment. This certain lazy individual with a system casually reached out, patting Hinata's head, taking full advantage of his recent growth spurt in height. A few months ago, he had been the shortest among his peers and had harbored an almost pathological jealousy of anyone taller. Now, his mindset was finally stable, and he reveled in a shameless sense of satisfaction. Naruto narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Before you become stronger, Hinata, I'd really like to know what it feels like to be relied on by you." At these words, Hinata's mind went completely blank. When she was a child, her father had criticized her for being weak and timid, not fit for any significant role, telling her that it was enough just to be someone who didn't cause trouble for others. So, she had grown increasingly timid, more and more afraid of fighting with others. With someone she liked, she was even more timid, always feeling as though she was on the edge of a cliff, too scared to make any move toward closeness. She feared troubling others and didn't know how to deal with the consequences. Even though the people around her were kind and repeatedly told her not to worry about bothering them, it wasn't the same. The more they reassured her, the more she wanted to prove herself. But now, the person I liked had just said he wanted to know what it felt like to be relied on by me. Although it was embarrassing, somehow, to her surprise, Hinata didn't blush. Instead, she smiled with her lips pressed together. The tears started to fall uncontrollably, like autumn leaves that couldn't be stopped. "Are you crying?" Naruto's words ruined the atmosphere. Fortunately, Hinata had already calmed down by then. At this moment, she was stimulated by his comment and her face turned red again. She quickly covered her flushed cheeks with her hands. "I am not, and I'll give you a gift as an apology," Naruto suddenly said. Hinata couldn't keep up with his thoughts and, before she could react, found a kunai placed in her hand. It was an ordinary kunai, but the handle had a special rune, as if it had been hastily carved not too long ago. It's just an ordinary kunai," Naruto explained. The thing at the end is just for decoration. Anyway, you should keep it with you. Naruto felt somewhat helpless. The system only gave him one flying thunder god kunai, so if he wanted a second one, he'd have to make it himself. However, he wasn't very good at that sort of thing, so he had to settle for a makeshift version whenever he had time. It could be used, but how many times it would work was another matter. Alright, thank you, Naruto-kun. Hinata carefully stored the kunai, placing it in the innermost layer of her ninja tool pouch. Hinata seemed to remember something, looking like she wanted to say something but hesitated. Just remember what I said earlier, Naruto said, and don't cry anymore. What are those two brats doing over there, crying and laughing instead of obediently searching for the Baikochu? A voice sounded in the darkness, and 3 shinobi, a woman and 2 men, revealed themselves from their camouflage in front of a tree trunk. The woman, Suzumaki, frowned as she observed Hinata and Naruto from a distance. Jibachi, the blonde-haired man with a face that looked like a scumbag, adjusted his glasses and sneered, probably playing Shinobi House. The large, dark-skinned ninja, Kurobachi, clenched his fists and said, "Why don't we tie up those 2 pieces of trash and force the remaining 2 go find the Baikochu? Let's wait a bit longer. Baikochu is crucial for the revival of our Kamizaru clan. We must not let it fall into the hands of those little Konoha brats," Suzumaki said. Also, one of the other 2 brats seems to be from the Aburame clan. The Aburame clan, Kurobachi gritted his teeth and said, "If it weren't for them, our Kamizaru clan wouldn't have declined to this point." The weaselly-looking Jibachi smirked and said, "Which is why we can't let them off, but they're just a bunch of genin. It won't be too late to torture them slowly after they find the Baikochu. However, we should still be cautious. The closer we get to them, the more agitated the bees we've summoned become," Suzumaki added. "Hee, so that means we just need to keep an eye on that brat from the Aburame clan," Jibachi said. The next day, Naruto and Team 8 arrived at the valley where Baikochu were located. It was a round, sunken basin that, when viewed from above, resembled the most primitive and dense forest. The view was one of lush greenery, with towering trees and thick vines blocking out the sun at first glance. The entire area looked like a giant natural insect terrarium, with shades of green overwhelming the landscape. Standing on the edge of the cliff at the basin's rim, Naruto shaded his eyes from the harsh sunlight as he squinted into the distance. The sunlight illuminated the center of the basin, and Naruto could almost see wisps of smoke rising from it. The forest in many places seemed unnaturally dense, as if wild green monsters were growing unchecked. "Where the heck is this Baikochu?" Naruto complained. "If we have to search every inch, how long will it take to find them?" "It's right down there," Shino said, standing on the edge of the cliff. "Then what are you waiting for? Let's go down now," Kiba said. "The sooner we find it, the sooner we can go back. We've got a few tails following us, too." They had long discovered the 3 Iwagakure shinobi with poor hiding skills, but in order not to disturb the habitat of the already endangered Baikochu, they decided to catch the insect first before dealing with their tails. "Naruto, you should stay here," Shino suddenly said. "Huh?" Hinata was the first to react. "Baikochu is right below us, and it'll get scared off by Naruto's fox dog," Shino explained, pointing to the circular basin below. "Naruto, stay here while we go down and search for a while. If the 3 of us fail to find it, then Naruto will come down with the fox dog to flush out any insects hiding in the shadows, and we'll finish up together." What Shino meant by finish up was dealing with the 3 shinobi following them. With 4 against 3, they had the advantage. "Fine by me. I'll just wait for you guys here," Naruto replied nonchalantly. Watching the other 3 slowly descend the cliff, Naruto immediately pulled out his sleeping bag and, without a second thought, found a shady spot and crawled in. Kyubi, on the other hand, was in a hurry. "Brat, get the sake out before you sleep. I'm dying for a drink, hurry up." Tisk. Naruto glanced at Kyubi and said disdainfully, "Anyone who didn't know better would think you had a sexually transmitted disease. There's no sake around this season, and doing missions is hard work, you know. You think I look like someone with money? I'm secretly in debt for tens of millions of ryo." "Then make that woman pay off your debt," Kyubi said without any hesitation. "Get some money and buy me some sake." Living off a woman? Naruto curled up in his blue sleeping bag like a wriggling worm, poking his head out to glare at Kurama and shouted excitedly, "What? Do you think I'm some kind of shameless freeloader?" "Aren't you?" Kyubi said hesitantly. "Your moral bottom line is the worst I have seen in the past hundreds of years." "Enough. Shut up. I don't want to hear it anymore," Naruto cut him off. "So, you're going to get me the sake?" "No, I just don't want to hear you talk anymore. Go complain somewhere else." Naruto rolled over. "Besides, I work very hard every day. It's about time you pull your weight and contribute to the household." "Go to hell, brat." Kyubi lunged at him and swung his claws. "Kurama, you've crossed the line." Naruto quickly rolled out of the way, jumping out of his sleeping bag and drawing the Kusanagi sword. "I've had enough of you, brat." Kyuubi bared his teeth, revealing rows of sharp fangs. "Today, I'm going to show you what a biju really is." With that, Kyuubi tilted his neck back, and a small bijudama appeared directly in his throat. In an instant, the cliffside was engulfed in a whirlwind of sand and stone. Half the cliff dimmed as an overwhelmingly terrifying aura filled the air. At the foot of the cliff, the 3 members of Team 8 and the 3 Iwagakure shinobi that followed them all looked up towards the cliff in shock. Naruto is still up there. Hinata instinctively turned, already running dozens of meters before stopping herself and looking back at Shino. "Let's go and take a look." Shino made the decision almost instantly. But just as quickly, everything returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. "What's going on?" Kiba frowned deeply and was about to say something when he was stopped by Shino. "Kiba, don't move. The Baikochu is right at your foot." The 3 of them stopped moving. They didn't know about the situation on the cliff. It seemed like just a minor incident. However, the disturbance had scared the Baikochu out of hiding, creating a situation where they had to choose between 2 options. Hinata was the one closest to the cliff, and Shino immediately said, "Hinata, you go check on Naruto. Kiba and I will handle things here." "Okay." On the cliff, Naruto snapped his fingers, and Kyuubi's bijudama suddenly vanished, while Kyuubi instantly became weak and exhausted. Naruto lazily grabbed Kyuubi, rubbing the Kusanagi sword back and forth across his fur. "What were you saying earlier? I told you to behave, so behave yourself." Naruto quickly sheathed the Kusanagi sword and gave Kurama a couple of solid knocks. Kyuubi, completely drained of energy, hung limply in Naruto's grasp like a defeated dog, his eyes filled with despair. "I was wondering why you suddenly became an alcoholic. Turns out drinking helps you regain your strength. Sly fox, you're good at playing." Naruto casually carried Kyuubi towards the edge of the cliff. He wanted to see if anyone came up to check the situation. As he peeked over, he saw Hinata rushing toward him. He was about to wave and signal that he was fine when he suddenly froze. At this time, Hinata was followed by a swarm of bees. Hinata kept running, jumping over the bushes, and then diving to the ground to slow down, trying to use the terrain to shake off the swarm of bees chasing her. The Iwagakure shinobi behind her were relentlessly pursuing, constantly using tree trunks as footholds to dive down towards her, giving her no chance to catch her breath. "Catch her!" Suzumaki shouted. "It's too late to grab the Baikochu. Let's just use her to make a trade." "She can't escape." Jibachi suddenly sped up, disappearing from his spot. In the next instant, he reappeared in front of Hinata, his face twisted into a sneer as he adjusted his glasses. "Where do you think you're going?" From above the cliff, if Naruto waited to climb down, it would be too late. If he wanted to use the incomplete version of the Flying Thunder God technique, he can't use it too because the distance is too far. The cliff's vertical height alone was several hundred meters, making it impossible to activate. But seeing that time was running out, Naruto didn't hesitate at all. He could only use the simplest method to shorten the distance, which is jumping off the cliff. He flung Kyuubi aside, and after a sprint from the top of the cliff, he leapt off. In free fall, he held a Flying Thunder God kunai tightly in his hand. Just before the swarm of bees could reach Hinata, there was a whoosh, and Naruto activated the Flying Thunder God technique barely in time. The kunai with the Flying Thunder God's imprint hidden in Hinata's ninja tool pouch cracked with a snap, and Naruto instantly teleported, narrowly avoiding the fate of being smashed into a pulp on the ground. Hinata felt herself being caught in a strong embrace, and to her surprise, Naruto's hand had reached into her sweatshirt and wrapped around her, holding her securely. The blood-red Kyuubi's chakra erupted, with the first tail unleashed. The scorching chakra whirlwind instantly blew away the swarm of bees, and Naruto hurled the Flying Thunder God kunai at the bespectacled ninja. Now, with Hinata in his arms, he couldn't fully unleash his full power against these 3 enemies. In real combat, opportunities can change in an instant. Giving the enemy even a moment to breathe could be the difference between victory and a crushing defeat. Naruto used to read a lot, so his heart has long been dirty beyond measure. In a group of 3, there is always a weak one to be killed. In front of everyone, he immediately targeted the best bespectacled shinobi, who was closest to him. When he easily dodged the Flying Thunder God kunai, Naruto acted. Putting Hinata down, he held a Kusanagi sword in his other hand. At the moment when he appeared beside the Flying Thunder God kunai, he slashed upward, and the bespectacled shinobi froze for a moment. In that brief moment, the bespectacled shinobi felt a cold sensation on his neck and then saw his body spinning around. The scene was somewhat indescribable. The moment Naruto landed, he grabbed the Flying Thunder God kunai and ran a few steps. He turned around to see Hinata rolling away, avoiding the splatter of blood. The other 2 Iwagakure shinobi were stunned for a moment. They hadn't seen how their companion had died, and now they were witnessing a vivid display of carnage. "Don't look over there," Naruto said, covering Hinata's eyes. Suzumaki stood there in a daze, staring at Naruto's golden hair with her eyes wide open. When Kurobachi-ji next to her was about to attack, she stopped him. Let's go. Naruto didn't stop them, only watching as the Iwagakure shinobi fled in panic before asking Hinata, "Did you find the Baikochu?" "Yeah, we found it." Hinata felt a little hot around her eyes as they were covered. Shino and Kiba should have successfully caught it. Naruto-kun. "Yes? You don't need to cover my eyes. I had my Baikugan activated." Naruto awkwardly moved his hand away and then tugged Hinata along as they walked back. It's better not to see scenes like that too often. It's bad for your mental health. "Hey, you look pretty good with your Baikugan activated," Naruto said as he leaned in closer to Hinata's face and looked at her carefully. Don't look at me in this state." Hinata quickly covered her eyes, momentarily forgetting to deactivate her Baikugan in her panic. It took her a few seconds to finally deactivate it. When the Baikugan is activated, the veins around the eyes become prominent, the pupils shrink, and fine lines appear inside the eyes, giving them a menacing and intimidating look. "It's really beautiful. Can you see through things with it?" Naruto asked curiously. Don't ask about that, Naruto-kun." Hinata stammered, her cheeks growing hot with embarrassment, and she ran off to hide her fluster. Naruto was only trying to change the subject to distract Hinata, hoping she wouldn't dwell on the gruesome scene from earlier. Hinata was different from him. Her role in the reconnaissance team meant she didn't often have to kill. Unlike their Team 7, who often followed Kakashi on cross-border missions that involved single-target assassinations and bloodshed. They had seen so much gore that they had become desensitized to them. Once this mission was over, Naruto figured he'd likely return to Team 7, perhaps occasionally being borrowed by other teams for other missions. Kakashi's skill level was still high, and among Konoha's Jonin, only Guy could rival him. What was even more admirable was that Kakashi never slacked off. Even though he was nearly 30, Kakashi, a former genius, still felt the need to train hard and continuously improve his skills. It is precisely because of this that he is regarded as a lifelong rival by the passionate Guy. With the Baikochu mission successfully completed, Naruto collected the mission pay and then holed up at home. Tsunade hadn't given him any new missions for the time being, and she seemed unusually busy lately. He wasn't sure what had happened, but he knew that Sakura had successfully begun training under Tsunade's tutelage. As the fan hummed, Naruto reached into the fridge, grabbed an ice cream, and tossed a bottle of sake to Kyuubi, who was lounging in the corner. Kyuubi looked at Naruto licking the ice cream in surprise and asked, "Aren't you afraid that I will regain my strength?" Without turning his head, Naruto slumped onto the couch like a lazy cat and said, "Come on, it'll take you forever to get your strength back. Life's short, so why not enjoy it?" "My life isn't exactly short," Kyuubi grumbled, puffing up his two paws as he dragged the bottle toward his little couch. "Not yours, I'm talking about mine. If something happens to me, you might end up never being revived again," Naruto continued to threaten. "Even though Kyuubi will not perish, that Kyuubi is no longer you, Kurama." Hearing this, Kurama glanced warily at Naruto but said nothing. Instead, he took a swig from the bottle. As the summer breeze swept through the window, Kurama passed out on the couch, his long, narrow eyes half closed, and no one knew what he was thinking. He chuckled to himself, the picture of a fallen fox. Naruto tossed the ice cream wrapper into the nearby trash can and leaned back on the couch, closing his eyes as well. The scene of Itachi knocking at the door and Ino in a maid outfit flashed through his mind. Occasionally, fragmented memories of the original Naruto flickered before his eyes, but none lingered long enough for him to grasp. He was left with only a lingering sense of bitterness. It may be that the original Naruto had a hard life in the first half of his life and left early. Some find love under the moonlight, some are newlyweds, while others suffer trials in this world. Naruto didn't know what mistakes a child like the original Naruto could have made to deserve such pain. All he knew was how he needed to live from now on. After lying around doing nothing for 2 days, Naruto asked Tsunade for a simple C-rank mission. Leaving Kurama at home, he headed out of the village alone. "So you finally remembered me?" Tayuya sat on the rooftop of the inn, having changed all of her previous attire from Otogakure. Now, her red hair flowed down her back, her skin was fair, and she wore a floral dress. She looked like a girl next door, stretching her pale legs on the roof to bask under the sun. After all, I'm your only creditor. How could I possibly forget you?" Naruto did not have any intention of hiding it. "I just happened to have some free time, so I found an excuse to come out." "You really are shameless." Tayuya, a little annoyed, stood up from the roof and approached Naruto. She had planned to use her height to overwhelm him, but to her surprise, the blonde guy in front of her had grown taller. After just a few months, he had already surpassed her in height. The red-haired girl, feeling a bit unsatisfied, pushed him. Naruto didn't get angry though. Instead, he smiled smugly and asked, "Do you need more money?" "You?" Tayuya grabbed Naruto by the collar. "You tricked me into coming here. I've been thinking about it over and over again for the past few months and finally figured it out. Things are not what you said." "But you've already sold your soul to me. Who cares about that kind of thing?" Tayuya retorted shamelessly. "There's nothing to prove it anyway, and for just a mere 100,000 ryo. You're basically scamming me. Anyway, I've changed my mind now. Hearing this, Naruto found it somewhat amusing. You could have left at any time. So why are you still waiting for me here? Of course, I'm not someone who keeps promises. I'm just a little pissed off. Tayuya frowned and said, if I just left quietly like this, people like you would probably just think that your pet ran away, and you wouldn't feel any regret at all. I waited until now to tell you face to face because I want you to feel the deep regret of losing something. The autumn wind swept across the rooftop. Naruto blinked and said, although I really want to regret it and make you a bit happier, there is absolutely no way I can do it. Even if you run away, I'll only lose 200,000 ryo. Damn it, 200,000 ryo is already a lot. Tayuya was a bit exasperated, leaning closer to Naruto and gritting her teeth. How can you not feel bad about that? Naruto didn't reply. Instead, he took out another 200,000 ryo, and placed the neat pile of money directly in front of Tayuya. Here's another 200,000. Maybe if you spend all this, I might start to feel some pain. Money? Tayuya gulped. The visual impact of 200,000 ryo was too overwhelming for her. Do you think I will be tempted by this? Dream on. If you don't need it, I'll just throw it away. The blonde troublemaker said this and then pretended to toss the money off the roof. You're crazy. Tayuya stopped him. She knew that this guy was definitely capable of doing something like that. Who said I didn't want it? What I meant is. Inside the room, Tayuya stared at the pile of money with a headache. That guy had gone out to buy food, completely confident like he'd won. Damn it. How can I make him regret it, like, wanting to bang his head against a wall kind of regret? Tayuya stared at the pile of money, sinking into deep thought. At first, she just wanted to wait for Naruto to come see her again and then make it clear she was determined to leave. The situation wasn't supposed to turn out like this. Originally, Tayuya had envisioned Naruto pleading desperately for her to stay, while she would mock him, then leave gracefully. From then on, she'd be free to go wherever she wanted. But now, things seemed to have gotten more complicated. Damn it, just how much money does he have? No matter how much money he has, I'm going to confront him, of course. I'm definitely taking this 200,000 ryo with me. After all, it's mine now. The door creaked open as Naruto walked in, carrying food. Tanzaku town was unusually bustling, with food stalls and shops everywhere downstairs. As soon as Naruto entered, Tayuya had planned to make her intentions clear, but before she could, Naruto spoke first, casually saying, have some food. Afterward, I'll help you find a place to stay. Living here isn't a long-term solution. Seeing Tayuya in a daze, Naruto looked at her in confusion. What's wrong? The speech she had prepared got stuck in her throat again at this moment. Tayuya hesitated for a long time, and in the end, her face turned red, but she couldn't say anything coherent. Nothing. This time, Naruto had specifically taken on a C-rank mission within the Land of Fire, collecting rare medicinal herbs. The quest had long deadline, enough for him to go back and forth to Tanzaku town. Midway through eating, Naruto suddenly looked up and asked, can I have some of what's in your bowl? They were both eating the same food, with no difference between their dishes. Tayuya frowned and then pushed her bowl over to him. What's the difference? There doesn't seem to be any difference, never mind. You're so weird. Tayuya muttered coldly, pulling her bowl back. She ate a few more bites before stopping and asking, am I supposed to stay here forever? Not at all. You can go wherever you want. I just thought you needed a place to settle down. Naruto paused and then added, I also need a place to stay. It's nice to stay in the village, but I occasionally also want to get out and take a breath of fresh air. Oh, I thought it was all mine. Tayuya said, poking the char siu in her bowl with her chopsticks. So it turns out I had to share it with someone like you. That's not necessary. If you want a house to yourself, I can just buy another one next door. That's such a waste, Tayuya suddenly said angrily. What's the big deal? Of course, it's a big deal, even though it's not my money. Ever since I found out what 100,000 ryo can buy, I can't stand people like you who spend money so lavishly. Alright, then I'll get just one. Naruto agreed smoothly. Then he added, I have a few nice dresses. By nightfall, they finally bought the house, which was a small 2-story house. Once everything was settled, Naruto realized that half of the time for the mission had passed. Without a proper goodbye, he left in a hurry, saying he'd be back in a while. Then, he hurried out the door and disappeared into the pitch-black night without a trace. Naruto spent 3 days in the mountains before finally finding the herbs. After reporting back to the village, he was immediately summoned by Tsunade. An external assignment with Team 3? Naruto squinted as he sat in the rocking chair in front of the Hokage's desk. Pouring himself a cup of tea, he looked at Tsunade, who was standing by the window, and complained, I've completely become a temporary worker now. Complaining about your missions? Do you want to get beaten up? Tsunade, who was already on the verge of exploding from the stress of work, turned around and glared at Naruto fiercely. If you say one more word, I'll throw you out of here. Then, I want to be the team leader, Naruto demanded. No, Tsunade refused without hesitation. The members of Team 3 are all honest people. If I let you be the team leader, you'd have them wrapped around your finger in no time. If things go wrong, the reputation of the entire Konoha will be ruined by you alone. It's not that exaggerated, right? Naruto scratched his face. I'm also an honest person. Huh? Tsunade's eyes narrowed as she quickly walked over, grabbing Naruto by the collar. Her large chest pressed against him, almost making it hard for him to breathe. You'd better not trick them into doing anything weird. If I find out, you're dead. I won't, Naruto laughed awkwardly. Tsunade let go of him, still looking displeased as she poked his forehead and said, Jiraiya offered to take you for training, but you refused to go. If you don't take on more missions, how are you going to improve your strength? I went out of my way to pick a mission for you, and now you're being picky. Next time I hear you say something like that again, you're going to be doing office work as a punishment. Got it. Seeing that Naruto had finally behaved himself, Tsunade tossed him back into the Hokage chair and poured herself a cup of water. This mission is a little special. Her red lips parted as she said bluntly, a mining village in the land of rivers has been occupied by a group calling themselves the Kurisuki family. It's highly likely that the person in charge of Kurisuki family is Kurisuki Raiga, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Is that guy strong? Naruto couldn't really remember who the 7 ninja swordsmen were. His impression was that the previous generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen had been turned into a laughingstock by Might Dewey. The only one he vaguely remembered was Biwa Juzo, Adachi's former teammate, who was an elite jonin of Kirigakure, but was kicked into a nobody in the shinobi world by Might Dewey. Whenever he meets a shinobi from Konoha, he will ask if they know a genin named Might Dewey. Strong? Not really. Tsunade thought for a moment before tapping her head and said, but that group of 7 ninja swordsmen escaped from the Blood Mist period, so they're generally not quite right in the head. Originally, I was going to let Guy lead the team, but he was specifically asked by the daimyo of another country to take on a protection mission, so I had no choice but to send you. Upon hearing this, Naruto's face turned dark and he crossed his legs while sitting on the Hokage's chair. What do you mean you had no choice but to send me there? Being a temporary worker is already tiring enough. If I'm going to work like a horse, there should be some real benefits, right? Tsunade's eyebrows furrowed slightly. No, I mean, paid leave. What do you think of me? Although I am the Hokage, I can still clearly distinguish between public and private affairs. Tsunade dragged Naruto to the door and tossed him out directly. If you can't complete this mission, you might as well stop doing missions altogether and come work in the office. As soon as she finished speaking, the office door slammed shut with a bang. Distinguish between public and private affairs? Naruto felt a bit speechless. That was not what she said some time ago. Women are really fickle. After shaking his head, he stood up, patted the dust off his clothes, and left. There were still 2 hours before departure, and he was planning to go home and pack his things, but the client urged them to hurry up, so before he even left the Hokage tower, Lee called him from behind. Naruto, wait up. We have to leave now. Lee, dressed in his signature green bodysuit, said. Hearing this, Naruto looked back. Lee stood under the sunlight with expression serious, as if something monumental had occurred. In the irregular shadows cast by the Hokage tower, 2 figures emerged, one on each side, slowly walking out. They were Neji and Tenten, both of whom Naruto had met before. Both looked unusually stern, a seriousness that Naruto could tell wasn't directed at him but rather at the mission itself. In other words, the preparation time for the mission had been cancelled. What do you mean by leaving now? Naruto asked with a smile. Don't we still have 2 hours to prepare? Sorry, but Rokusuke is too worried about Kanpachi and the village. A burly, rough-looking man stepped out of the Hokage tower. He was dressed like a villager, with a bushy beard covering his face. His face was wrapped in bandages, as if he'd been hit by a blunt object like a shovel. Behind him, 2 more men, also dressed as villagers, emerged. They were both skinny, looking to be in their 30s, with thick calluses on their hands from hard labor. One was dressed in a deep blue outfit, with thin lips and an expression that screamed he wasn't easy to fool. The other was a man with squinted eyes, who appeared to be a mild-mannered and straightforward person. After a quick glance, combined with the information Lee just said, and the bearded man said that Rokusuke was worried about Kanpachi, he guessed that Rokusuke should be the one with thin lips, and Kanpachi was probably a villager who was in danger. Naruto couldn't recall every detail, but he vaguely remembered that Team 3 had once taken on a mission to eliminate Kurisuki Raiga. The entire process had been somewhat frustrating to watch. As for the source of the frustration, Naruto looked at the 3 villagers who had requested the mission, his brows furrowing instinctively. So this was the special aspect of the mission that Tsunade had hinted at. Let me explain. Neji stepped forward, his voice devoid of any emotion. Their village is currently being oppressed. Anyone who offends the Kurisuki family will be nailed into a coffin and buried alive. These 3 risked their lives to escape and seek help, hoping Konoha can help eliminate the Kurisuki family and free them from living in constant fear of death. Their companion, Kanpachi, was buried alive. We might need to leave immediately. Exactly, Lee agreed energetically. Tenten also seemed to have no objections. The three of them looked at Naruto, as if waiting for him to say something like, "Let's set off now." But I disagree. Naruto's response caught everyone off guard, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Most of the resentment and dissatisfaction came from the thin-lipped villager, Rokusuke, while Lee, Neji, and Tenten were more surprised than anything else. "Why?" Neji asked, not in an accusatory tone but out of genuine curiosity. "I don't have anything ready for the trip," Naruto explained. "Besides, Lee obviously had just finished training. If he doesn't rest, he won't be able to keep up the pace for long." Lee scratched his head. "I can hold on." Neji didn't argue. Instead, he took a few seconds to think it over seriously, then nodded. "Then, we'll set off at the scheduled time. No need to rush." Tenten gave a faint smile, indicating she was fine with whatever decision was made. But the thin-lipped villager, Rokuro, who had been silent until now, suddenly became agitated, and shouted loudly, "Are you kidding me? My companion is still buried alive and his fate is unknown. You cold-blooded shinobi have no heart at all." Seeing the villager, Rokusuke hysterically accusing the four of them, crying and complaining as if it wasn't Raiga who was oppressing and burying them alive at this moment, but rather Naruto and Team 3, Naruto couldn't help but be taken aback. "Just get moving as soon as you receive the mission. What are you waiting for? Aren't you shinobi?" Rokusuke shouted like a madman, and even the bearded man struggled to hold him back. 2 hours? Are you joking? Are you mocking us on purpose, you bastards?" The situation was spiraling out of control, and the client was clearly enraged. Perhaps they had never encountered such a difficult client before, and since the client was acting out of concern for his companion, there was little they could criticize. Lee stiffened and quickly began to apologize profusely, bowing repeatedly. "I'm sorry, let's all just calm down," Tenten said awkwardly, placing her hands in front of her chest as she tried to soothe the client. "The departure time is set according to the standard procedure. You should have been informed of this when you made the request. What's the point of saying all that? You shinobi could never understand my pain. Kanpachi is still buried underground. He must be in so much pain. I need to go back and save him." Seeing the thin-lipped villager Rokusuke crying so sadly, Tenten was at a loss. As for Neji, he was frowning, clearly troubled by the unfolding situation. Suddenly, Rokusuke stopped crying, wiped his tears fiercely, and said resolutely, "If you don't leave now, then I'll." "Changing the commission, right?" Naruto, who had been watching the scene with his hands in his pockets, interrupted, asking the question bluntly. Rokusuke was obviously stunned for a moment, but seemed to quickly remember that he was the client, and immediately shouted with a red face, "Yes, so what? With all due respect, you don't seem to care about your companion Kanpachi's life or death at all," Naruto said, staring at Rokusuke. He paused, seemingly waiting for Rokusuke to argue back. "What did you say? Kanpachi is my brother. If I don't care, do you cold-hearted shinobi care? Kanpachi already died a long time ago. He has been dead ever since you left him behind to seek help." Naruto continued, his tone steady as ever. "He was nailed into a coffin and buried for so long that his body must already be rotting. You're talking nonsense. Kanpachi is clearly still alive." Rokusuke suddenly became agitated, and the two villagers beside him quickly restrained him. "Naruto," Tenten tried to signal Naruto to stop, thinking it impolite to provoke the client further. "He might still be alive. In your heart." Naruto stopped pretending, his face darkened, then he pointed at Rokusuke and said, "Kanpachi was already dead the moment you ran away to seek help. You should blame yourself if you want to." "No, if we don't escape and ask for help, everyone in the village will die," Rokusuke said in despair. Hearing this, Naruto was speechless and finally replied, "You clearly know this truth, yet you're taking it out on us. You're nothing but a beast." Cough cough. Tenten coughed, reminding Naruto to pay attention to the qualities of a shinobi. Tenten was actually a little angry when she saw Lee, who was straightforward and innocent, getting scolded for no reason. That's why she spoke up for Lee. After all, they did follow the normal procedures and hadn't intentionally delayed anything. If Lee's reaction was to apologize, Tenten's approach was to reason with the client, and Neji's attitude was to ignore the villager entirely. Naruto, on the other hand, was like stabbing a dagger to the heart, cutting through everything with his words. Even Tenten, who was just an observer, felt that Naruto's words were sharp and a bit terrifying. It might have been satisfying, but it seemed like the person on the other side was on the verge of breaking down. Some people, with just a small push, could drive even the most polite to their limits. You're shinobi, aren't you?" Rokusuke said tremblingly. "So you know we are shinobi. If you want to make wishes, go to a shrine. We can't bring the dead back to life." Naruto restrained himself and spoke more politely. "We have our reasons for preparing. I hope you can understand that. But if you're here making a scene and threatening to change the commission, then I don't understand. Are you worried that your brother Kanpachi didn't die thoroughly enough? Team 3 is currently the best shinobi team in Konoha. If you switch the commission, it'll take at least 3 hours to coordinate another team. What's your goal? After years of honing his skills on forums, Naruto had developed a habit of starting with a compliment, safeguarding himself with a metaphorical dog head before getting to the point. All this fuss you're making is only delaying our preparation time. I didn't know about any of this. Rokusuke stammered, trying to hold his ground. I just want to save someone, nobody told us these things. It's okay if you didn't know. I'm explaining it to you nicely right now. Naruto replied, if you still don't understand, I can explain it even more clearly. I can skip my preparations, and you'll have plenty of time. The only one who doesn't have a bright future is your good brother Kanpachi, who is buried underground. Rokusuke stood there, trembling all over, his lips quivering as he struggled to find words. Tenten was dumbfounded. She didn't fully grasp the concept of sarcasm, but she had a feeling that they had somehow already won this argument. Lee, on the other hand, was confused, his mind spinning in circles as he tried to figure out who was making more sense. Naruto didn't seem to be saying anything completely unreasonable, but it still felt like he was crossing a line. Neji turned his head away, no longer interested in the spectacle. Tsunade stood by the window on Hokage's office, watching the scene with her hands crossed, a slight smile playing on her lips as if recalling something amusing. That guy was at it again with his sharp tongue. Someone was bound to get hurt again. The summer that people had grown fond of was nearly over, and autumn was creeping in. The autumn breeze drifted in through the window, gently lifting a strand of Tsunade's hair. In the lounge on the other side. In the rest area nearby, Lee was catching up on sleep. Neji was checking his ninja tools, and Naruto was downing some water. Naruto, do you think you were too harsh earlier? Tenten asked with a worried look on her face. Not at all, that was just the beginning. Naruto replied, glancing at Neji before lowering his voice, if that guy is reasonable, it'll be fine. But I'm afraid that he will be in trouble when we are on the mission. It shouldn't be, right? Tenten thought back to Rokusuke's behavior just now and suddenly became unsure. How does the saying go? We fear not God like rivals, but pig like team members. If that person likes to court death, not even a god could save him. After the words were spoken, silence fell over the room. The client this time is really not an easy person to deal with. If he causes some trouble or does something stupid along the way, he might really put them in a tough spot. What should we do then? Tenten asked. Naruto didn't answer right away. Instead, he glanced at Neji, who shook his head and said, we'll just have to take it one step at a time. After hearing Neji's less than helpful response, Naruto proposed a bold idea. When we get close to the village, what if we just tie up those three and leave them in a safe place? Neji. Tenten. Hearing what Naruto said, a thought flashed through their minds silently. Is this guy a villain? Isn't that a bit too much? Tenten asked hesitantly. What's wrong with it? Naruto immediately retorted, obviously, completing the mission safely is the most important thing. We're shinobi, but that doesn't mean we should let the client have their way recklessly. Money can be earned again, but you only have one life. It's obviously not worth it to gamble your companion's life with this kind of brother complex of unknown origin. Neji was silent, staring out the window for a long time. Tenten also fell silent, fiddling with her fingers as she struggled with the decision. Tie him up. Neji gritted his teeth and said, yes, we must tie him up. Tenten agreed resolutely. This time, our opponent might be one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. We can't take any chances. I'll tie up that Rokusuke. Anyway, I'm not part of Team 3. You guys don't have the heart to do it, but I can. Naruto said with a smile on his face. I'll make him an offer he can't refuse. We won't get any complaints. Almost instinctively, Tenten shuddered. She couldn't shake the feeling that this mission wasn't going to go smoothly. Especially with Naruto joining them, as it seemed even more dangerous now. An hour and a half later, Team 3, along with 3 villagers and a blonde temporary worker, set off on their journey to the land of rivers. The mission was urgent, leaving them no time to prepare. Kurama was left at home to watch over the house. With enough food in the fridge, Naruto wasn't worried about Kurama starving. Even if he went out to find food, he'd still manage to eat well. The land of rivers was known for its frequent rainfall, mainly due to its elevation and terrain. Unlike the land of fire, where rainfall was evenly distributed throughout the year, the land of rivers experienced heavy rainfall mostly in the summer and early autumn. As they crossed the border into the land of fire, a sudden downpour forced the group to take shelter in an abandoned cave. The 3 villagers leading the way felt increasingly uneasy, but every time they looked up, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. However, the closer they got to the land of rivers, the stronger this sense of unease became. Tenten was a little nervous. It was the first time in her life that she would have to act against a client. Although it was for the sake of the mission, successfully completing the mission would be the best interest of the 3 villagers as well. But, in comparison, Naruto remained much more composed. He observed that Rokusuke had been unusually silent throughout the journey. He basically didn't speak and maintained a serious expression. It was hard to tell what he was thinking. Generally speaking, troublemakers were the ones who had no skills but a lot of ideas. 5 days later. We're almost there. The bearded villager pointed to a tall mountain hidden among the trees. That's the Katabami gold mine. The bare mountain towered into the sky, resembling a massive, irregular stone monument, but within it lay the shimmering gold veins. While the three villagers were gazing at the mine in their homeland, Naruto was already gritting his teeth with jealousy. He suddenly understood why Raiga enslaved this village. I remember now. Lee suddenly perked up and pointed in another direction, saying, Granny Sancho's curry shop is in front. Curry? Now that he mentions it, I feel hungry. He looked back and saw that everyone except Rokusuke was looking at Lee. Even the other two villagers, who were anxious about returning home, had their stomachs grumbling. The look in his eyes was almost self-explanatory, as if saying, now that things have come to this, let's eat first. Rokusuke noticed the expressions of his fellow villagers, and his face grew even darker. He walked to the side of the road without saying a word, and squatted down to rest. Naruto's eyes never left Rokusuke, and when he heard Lee say that there was a familiar curry shop up ahead, he instinctively sensed that the opportunity to take action had come. He turned to look at Tenten and Neji, and the three of them exchanged knowing glances, reaching a consensus in an instant. If they didn't control this potential traitor now, then what is the point of the mission? They might as well clean their necks and prepare for the worst. After all, nipping the threat in the bud as soon as possible is what normal people do. The Granny Sancho's curry shop looked a bit old and worn. It was a two-story brick building with a simple design. There wasn't even a sign hanging out front, just an elderly woman sweeping the entrance with a broom and water basin. Granny Sancho, Lee, unaware of his teammates' plan, excitedly ran up to the old woman and lifted her off the ground, spinning her around several times. Here, this is Granny Sancho. Lee enthusiastically introduced the Sancho to his companions and strongly recommended the shop's signature spicy curry. Neji, Tenten, Naruto, it's really good. If you don't believe me, just try it. The curry made by Granny Sancho is the best curry in the world. The three of them sat in the dining area, and Neji, unable to resist Lee's enthusiasm, ordered a serving of the signature curry. Tenten was still hesitant, but Naruto suddenly raised his hand and said, I'll have a regular curry, please. Hearing this, Lee burst into tears instantly. Naruto, you don't believe me? It's not that I don't believe you, I just don't like heavy flavors, Naruto said, rubbing his chin. He pointed to the three villagers at another table and added, give them each a serving of the signature curry. I think they might need it more. About 10 minutes later, aside from Tenten, Naruto, and Lee, everyone else was predictably coughing up fire from the spiciness. Lee, ever the iron-stomached and iron-assed warrior, didn't mind the spiciness at all and continued to eat with great enjoyment. Halfway through the meal, Rokusuke suddenly said that he needed to step outside for some air. Lee was still busy devouring his food, completely oblivious to the fact that Naruto, Tenten, and Neji had all stopped eating simultaneously. Without the slightest hesitation, the three of them worked together perfectly. Within half a minute, the three villagers were tied up like dumplings and thrown to the ground. Naruto, who had somehow procured an old rag, used it to gag Rokuro. Rokusuke reacted violently and struggled continuously. In contrast, his two fellow villagers, who had been equally tied up, were left in a state of confusion, repeatedly asking what was happening. It's nothing, we just need your cooperation. I want you guys to stay here for a day so you don't interfere with our mission. Neji has completely accepted Naruto's theory and quickly put it into practice. We want to complete the mission, and you want to save your village. We share the same goal. Neji paused and said to the two villagers who weren't gagged. Please tell us everything you know and give us detailed information about the village. I will keep this a secret for you after we drive the Kurisuke family out of your village. The two villagers, bound tightly, exchanged glances and seemed to realize they didn't have a better option. Rokuro, still gagged, continued to whimper as if he wanted to say something. Naruto, not in the mood for nonsense, kicked him rudely and said disdainfully, What's with all the mumbling? Are you trying to be Thomas the Train? When you had the chance to speak, you stayed silent, and now you want to talk. Naruto, let him speak. Hearing this, Naruto nodded and reluctantly took the rag out of Rokusuke's mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Rokusuke coughed violently a few times and quickly said, The thugs of the Kurisuke family are all from the village. They are holding a funeral right now. I can hear the funeral bells. Naruto clicked his tongue in annoyance and said, Your village sure has a lot of traitors, doesn't it? Rokusuke spoke quickly and urgently, almost as if he was condensing all his information into a single sentence. What's going on? Lee, who had been sitting cross-legged while eating, was the most confused, his tongue tripping over his words. Just moments ago, they were eating and singing, and when Lee looked up, he saw that his three teammates had tied up the clients. If he didn't know them so well, Lee might have thought that they were preparing to defect from the village. It's nothing, the clients weren't being honest, so he tied them up for their own safety. Naruto explained briefly and stuffed the rag back into Rokusuke's mouth. The mountain road of Katabami gold mine is shrouded in clouds and fog. The four of them tied up the three clients and left them in Sancho's curry shop. After getting enough information from them, the four decided to go to move forward and check the situation. That funeral, does it mean they're burying people alive for defying the Kurisuke family? Tenten suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Yeah. Neji's expression was also grim. That's too cruel. Why would they do something like that? Tenten looked distressed. Exactly, Lee agreed, turning his head as they hurried along. Let's rescue all those villagers when we get there. We just need to drive Kurisuke Raiga away, there's no need to do anything unnecessary, Naruto reminded them. Fortunately, although Team 3 is composed of honest people who are not good at dealing with troublesome clients, they are not rookies and didn't underestimate their enemies. No one said anything about how the villagers were also pitiable. Naruto mentioned it, and the others agreed. This village isn't like other places. They live off the gold mine, so it's bound to be chaotic. Naruto explained, we are just shinobi. In other people's countries, all we can do is complete the mission. A light rain began to fall from the overcast sky. Naruto stood on a high ledge, with the exposed cliffside beneath his feet, squinting at the group of black-robed figures carrying a white coffin as they slowly walked in the rain. The entire scene was a gray blur. The mountain was nothing but endless rocks, not a single tree or blade of grass in sight. In the distance, there were faint sounds of funeral bells and faint wailing. If the information from the three clients is accurate, the one mourning should be Kurisuke Raiga. Neji said, standing beside Naruto. Guy-sensei also said that he met Kurisuke Raiga when he was still a genin. No wonder Kurisuke Raiga likes to bury people so much, it turns out he is an old madman. Suddenly, a mechanical synthesized voice echoed in Naruto's mind. Unlike the usual dull notification chime, this time the voice was a rapid alarm. Ding! Warning! Warning! Hinata's affection. Kyuubi's approval is 73%. The host releases Kyuubi. Incorrect operation. The task line is lost, and it will be permanently sealed. In the pop-up panel, the green task progress bar at the top suddenly soared from 40-something to 73 and then stopped. Then the task progress bar turned into a gray locked state. The task line was then removed from the top and sank to the very bottom. Naruto stood in the rain, stunned for a moment. It turned out that the previous lags were all foreshadowed. Because I removed Kurama in advance, my actions were inconsistent with the task line, so now, the task was directly locked. The benefits of releasing Kurama couldn't be measured in terms of profit. Although Naruto himself cannot explain the specific reason, he just instinctively feels that it is better to nurture Kurama as early as possible. But now, 73% is still acceptable, not too much of a loss, so he has nothing to regret. What's wrong? Tenten asked when she saw Naruto standing there in a daze for a long time. It's nothing, Naruto replied, shaking off his daze. He then pointed toward the area filled with mining tunnels and suggested a bold idea. How about we make a little profit? No. Neji rejected the idea without hesitation. Naruto, you. Tenten sighed in exasperation, unsure of what to say. Why do you always have such weird thoughts in your head? Profit? What profit? Lee asked in confusion. Naruto pouted and pointed at Neji. You, a member of the Hyuga clan, don't really need more money. He then pointed at Tenten and said, and you, rich loli, don't lack money either. As for Lee, he doesn't need money. But I'm different. I have nothing to my name. Success is my only option. Stop saying silly things. No means no. Neji ignored Naruto and walked to the edge of the cliff, looking at the funeral procession from afar. We can try to get closer first. Lee agreed. Tenten had no objections, and Naruto didn't care either. If he couldn't profit, then they might as well finish off Raiga quickly. Although the mission says to drive him away, it actually means seriously injuring or eliminating him. After all, they were in the land of rivers, so the mission details had to be written more subtly to save face for the land of rivers. 4 against 1, the advantage is on their side. The funeral was being held on a hillside. The living were nailed shut in coffins as 6 black-robed figures silently walked in the rain. The path was muddy, slowing the procession's progress. About 10 minutes later, Naruto and the team reached the back of the hillside. The cries grew more harrowing, making people's skin crawl. This Kurisuke Raiga buries those who offend him alive, then mourns them himself. In such mental state, he should not have much fighting power. Naruto analyzed in a low voice. Let's attack together and finish him off. The dull, monotonous crying suddenly stopped, and before Neji could say anything, his body tensed. Why is it getting foggy? Tenten asked nervously. We've been discovered, be careful. Neji warned, his voice turning serious. Lee silently moved to the side, readying himself for combat. The light rain was still falling, but the white fog was getting thicker. The gusts of wind passing through the exposed rocks were cold, reminding Naruto of a book he'd read, How the Virgin Mary Was Made. T.N. It's a title of Chinese novel. There should be a little girl with red eyes Kekkei Genkei on Raiga's back. Her life story is pitiful, and her relationship with Raiga is similar to that of Zabuza and Haku. Fortunately, what Naruto is best at is severing ties, not holding an umbrella when it rains, and not using a knife to kill people. In these times, Virgin Mary had no place. Just as Naruto was about to use lava release to start the battle, a flurry of mechanical chimes echoed madly in his mind. Dear host, the Land of Water Arc. The Ninja Swords Collection task line has been activated, pinned. Achievement unlocked. Executioner's Blade, Kabikirabocho. Achievement not yet achieved. Lightning Blades, Kiba, Sharkskin, Samahata, Twin Blades, Haramekure, Needle Sword, Nuabari, Blast Sword, Shibuki, Blood Sword, Kabutowari. Reward. Izanagi, single-use item, awarded upon completing all accomplishments. Ding. Options. Option 1. Kill Kurisuke Raiga. Reward. Kurisuke Raiga's funeral. A rule-based ninjutsu. Summon the deceased members of Kurisuke Raiga's funeral procession, and forcibly seal the opponent in a coffin for burial. Option 2. Redeem the bond between Kurisuke Raiga and Renmara. Reward. Lightning release. Lightning Dragon Tornado.
For the first time, the system's panel seemed chaotic, with pop-up windows appearing erratically, making constant notification sounds, and Naruto was momentarily dumbfounded, but with the battle imminent, he quickly chose option 1.
He is not a saint, so how can he save others? The first option appeared to be a rule-based ninjutsu that summoned the deceased Kurisuke Raiga's funeral procession. Whether it was powerful or not was secondary, but the system was undoubtedly skilled at being unsettling. Though there was no emperor to carry the coffin, having Kurisuke Raiga handle it was still decent. It is a bit similar to Ibiki's Lucky Cat ninjutsu, to some extent, so the effect was likely a forced burial. The system's extended description indicated that it was a rule-based ninjutsu. Does that mean that even if Madara comes, he can be dragged into the coffin and buried? If that were the case, whether Madara could break out of the coffin was irrelevant. The ability to drag him in was already valuable. There is absolutely no way to refuse, so Naruto chose option 1. This time, the system settled the previous task line related to Hinata, and simultaneously initiated the 7 Ninja Swords task line while triggering Raiga's options. Naruto now possessed 73% of Kyuubi's power at its peak, and he also has a Kyuubi at home. Now, he not only wants to seize the Thunderblades, but also plans to kill Raiga. Byakugan. Neji activated his Byakugan instantly, his face stern as the veins around his eyes bulge. He quickly formed hand seals to help him focus more intensely. Lee clenched his fists, while Tenten had already pulled out shuriken from her ninja pouch, waiting for Neji to tell them the location with his Byakugan. This was Team 3's usual strategy, reconnaissance followed by a surprise attack. Tenten stood not far from Naruto, anxiously waiting. Suddenly, she realized she couldn't sense Naruto's breathing and was immediately startled. She quickly turned her head, but I could still vaguely see Naruto's face. What's going on? Just now it felt like Naruto had suddenly disappeared from my sense, as if he had died. I can't see clearly at all. Neji's breathing grew heavier. Give me some time, there's something strange about this fog. It's obscuring my Byakugan's vision. Tenten, now holding a kunai, watched their surroundings warily. But when she glanced at Naruto again, she noticed he was standing completely still, like a statue. If she hadn't known that Naruto was standing there, she would never have noticed that there was another person there. There was almost no sound of breathing, and his entire body didn't even make the slightest movement. Tenten even began to wonder if Naruto's heart was still beating. She was also curious about what he was doing. Was he concealing his presence? On second thought, it seemed like a good strategy. If the opponent's fog obscured Neji's vision, the enemy might use the opportunity to attack, but maybe Naruto could use it as an opportunity to counterattack. Tenten also wanted to conceal her presence, but holding her breath was obviously not feasible. Southeast 45 degrees 11, northwest 32 degrees 23, southwest 34 degrees 21. Neji reported the coordinates with precision. Upon hearing this, Team 3 moved like a pack of unleashed hounds, charging forward with unrestrained speed. Naruto didn't move, but Neji didn't notice. The moment Neji's kunai struck a tree trunk, he knew that the image he saw with his Byakugan was wrong. Sure enough, Lee's Konoha whirlwind missed, and Tenten's shuriken clattered harmlessly against rocks. The missed strike meant their positions were exposed. The directions given, southeast, northwest and southwest, were completely opposite, making it clear that the enemy intended to scatter them and pick them off one by one. Neji, too tense, hadn't realized it was a trap. Neji leapt back, a wave of anxiety washing over him. His Byakugan had failed for the first time, leaving him momentarily at a loss, wondering if everything he saw was not real. Team 3 was originally a team that focused on taijutsu. Neji was the eyes of the entire team. Only when he could see clearly could they deliver a critical hit accurately. But now, his eyes were no longer working, and in the face of the still thick fog, Neji's confidence wavered for the first time. Facing the silent white fog, his fear was infinitely magnified. But the current situation is that the position has been exposed, and all they could do was wait for the enemy to make the first move and then figure out a counter-strategy. These thoughts flashed through Neji's mind in an instant. As a genius, he was constrained by the title. His desire for answers was so strong that he didn't consider the possibility that the enemy could interfere with his Byakugan. Naruto's condition was very mysterious. His blood flowed slowly, his heartbeat had slowed, and his breathing was nearly non-existent. He was using Kyuubi's chakra to forcibly conceal his presence, completely hiding himself in the fog. And he succeeded, except Tenten. No one else remembered him in that crucial moment. His eyes seemed veiled by a thin mist, and he remained as calm as an emotionless machine. Even though his teammates' positions were exposed and they were in danger, he remained unmoved. On a higher rock, Raiga, wearing a black robe, looked up with a maniacal grin on his face. Behind him stood a row of similarly dressed black-robed figures, slightly bowing with their heads lowered. A square, white coffin lay quietly on the ground. "They've been lured over." A youthful voice devoid of emotion came from behind Raiga. "Well done, Rinmara." Raiga licked his lips with satisfaction. "Now, I will be the one to bury them. However, I won't cry for strangers, ha 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 ha." He raised the lightning blades, Kiba, and bolts of lightning shot out in 3 directions. In the dense white fog, the lightning traveled incredibly fast, striking the 3 targets almost instantly. As the screams of Tenten, Lee, and Neji echoed through the air, Naruto moved. Through the thick fog, he locked onto Raiga's exact position. His killing intent surged in an instant. He hadn't moved when Neji, Tenten, and Lee were exposed because he knew that Kuretsuchi Raiga had a child with the red-eyed Kekkei Genkei on his back, which could nullify the Byakugan. Naruto was betting that his speed was unmatched. He just needed to abandon his eyesight and slowly spread the Kyuubi's chakra to find the enemy's position. But at the moment when the 3 people were struck by lightning, he finally found Raiga's weakness. So, he moved. His figure darted like a specter, with the white fog rushing into his sleeves and collar. His thin short sleeves billowed, flapping loudly in the wind. His blonde hair was tousled by the fierce wind, revealing his calm, emotionless blue eyes. "Oh no, Raiga. There's another one." "Where?" But it was too late. With 73% of the Kyuubi's power, Naruto instantly put on the blood-red Biju cloak, moving at a speed comparable to a high-speed missile. The air compressed by Kyuubi's chakra erupted with a deafening boom. After being struck by Raiga's lightning ninjutsu, Tenten, in the last second before losing consciousness, saw a straight line cutting through the thick white mist as her eyes began to close. In his Biju cloak, with full 73% of the Kyuubi's chakra released, the red chakra bubbled up like boiling lava, instantly driving away the dense fog with its intense heat. It was as if the world had become a distorted funhouse mirror. The white mist cascaded away like an avalanche. In that moment, the heavens and earth turned into a hell of blood and fire, with sharp, clear explosions ringing out repeatedly. Almost in the blink of an eye, Naruto appeared in front of Raiga, like a cannonball that tore through the mist in an instant, holding nothing back. The immense impact force completely flattened the small rocky slope. Even so, Naruto still did not forget the traditional art of finishing off the opponent. With the mist now dispersed, Naruto, wearing a layer of the Biju cloak but without undergoing any monstrous transformation, raised his fist and pressed it against the barely conscious Raiga and the terrified Rinmara behind him. Boom! 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 The fist wrapped in the Kyuubi's chakra was like a giant hammer, causing the ground to cave in. Kurisuke Raiga and the red-eyed Rinmara behind him were instantly obliterated, their bodies reduced to nothing by sheer force. All their sins and slaughter were cleansed in that instant, no need for any persuasive talk. They joined the villagers they had buried alive, returning to the Pure Land. Phew! He let out a long breath, and the Biju cloak completely dissipated into nothingness, leaving behind a silence that enveloped the area. Kurisuke Raiga's funeral is successfully dispatched. Naruto, how did you figure out the enemy's position? On the way back after completing the mission, Tenten, walking alongside Naruto and the others from Team 3, asked curiously. I release my chakra to sense outwards, hide your position, and then... Naruto scratched his face, looking a bit embarrassed. Honestly, it was a bit of a gamble. Things were pretty urgent at that time, so I didn't have time to explain much to you. As long as the mission is completed, that's what matters. Neji, walking ahead of them, didn't turn around as he spoke, his face showing no particular expression. Anyway, thank you, Naruto. Tisk, still a tsundere. Naruto doesn't care too much, but he felt like he didn't earn much from this trip. Although I collected a ninja sword, Raiga is indeed a weakling in combat, an old veteran who can't even hold a sword steadily. Even the reward given to me by the system is the Kurisuke family carrying a coffin? This is truly outrageous. However, with the death of the last survivor of the 3 unlucky people who always lived under Might Dai's feet, the original 7 ninja swordsmen were now officially wiped out. Lee's eyes shone with a foolish clarity as he gazed at Naruto, his eyes practically sparkling. How did you do that? How did I do what? That huge crater, it must have been some amazing taijutsu, right? I checked it out and it definitely doesn't look like a mark caused by ninjutsu at all, Lee said excitedly. It's just ninjutsu. What kind of taijutsu do I know? I haven't even started with the 8 gates yet. I gave up after just 1 day of training last time. Oh, okay. Have we forgotten something? Tenten suddenly stopped and asked. No, Naruto turned back, casting a sidelong glance at Tenten. His gaze at that moment was strange, his blue pupils were an intense shade of blue, and the way he looked at her was casual yet carried an overwhelming sense of pressure. It was as if his words were undeniable, and combined with his somewhat humble expression, it made the whole situation feel oddly out of place. Tenten felt all the hairs on her body stand on end as she swallowed nervously. Even though she had remembered the 3 clients they had tied up in the curry shop, she could only manage an awkward smile under Naruto's intense gaze before quickly lowering her head. The moment she looked down, her smile vanished, and she couldn't help but think to herself, this guy is a little scary. It took them another 5 days to return to Konoha from the Land of Rivers. Counting the time spent traveling back and forth, as well as executing the mission, it was already mid-October by the time the 4 of them reported back at the Hokage Tower. The hot weather was gradually fading, and there is an obvious temperature difference between morning and evening. If one were to walk around the living room completely naked, it would feel quite chilly, as the autumn air was in full swing. After first cooperating with Team 8 to complete the mission of acquiring Baikochu, and then cooperating with Team 3 to complete the mission of driving out enemies from the Katabami gold mine in the Land of Rivers, Naruto finally earned some precious vacation time. Finally, with a break in hand, Naruto found that the rest of the Konoha 11 were busy with missions, including Team 3, which had received an urgent mission. He originally planned to go to Tanzaku town, but Tsunade outright refused. With a pile of missions stacked up in the village, she lectured him, saying that just because he was allowed a few days off didn't mean he could go gallivanting around, blah blah blah. As Tsunade spoke, her chest bounced so vigorously that Naruto had to look up at the ceiling just to hear her properly. Why aren't you looking at me? Tsunade frowned. My neck is sore. It's like this since I woke up this morning. Tisk. That single sound was filled with insult, and Naruto left the Hokage's office with a dark expression, spending an entire day at home. That night, Kurama got drunk and started howling in the middle of the night. Naruto woke up in a daze and went to the kitchen to get some water, only for Kurama to force himself to open his eyes and insisted on performing a show of tearing Madara apart with his bare hands. Naruto ignored him, snapped his fingers, and forced Kurama to shut down. Kurama, who was completely dominated, fell into a deep sleep, and when he woke up the next day, he had no memory of the previous night. Naruto raised an eyebrow, ready to mess with him. You did a backflip last night. Damn it. You scumbag, how dare you trick me into doing something like that? You did it yourself, don't blame it on me. What, you want those 2 women to know that you spend all day trying to attract them with backflips? So you want them to know that you can really do a backflip? No way, I would never do something so stupid, something only a foolish dog would do. I definitely won't help you get close to any human women. You're a dog now. You bastard, I'm going to kill you, Kurama pounced on Naruto. A man and a dog tangled together, each landing punches and claws on the other. Naruto did not use the control ability from Jashin's dog, and based on the principle of not destroying the house, they fought back and forth with punches and claws. Just as the fight was getting intense, the doorbell rang. The movements of the man and the dog stopped instantly. Naruto immediately rolled up from the floor, rolled to the inside of the door with body full of scratches, and with a swift movement, he directly pulled out the Kusanagi sword. Kurama's eyes were swollen and he was baring his teeth at the door. The other party rang the doorbell for a long time but no one answered. Naruto's sword was almost against the door handle when suddenly a sound of keys jingling came from outside the door. Naruto immediately realized something and instantly retracted the Kusanagi sword back into the seal space. A key was inserted into the lock, and as the door opened, Ino stood in the doorway, staring in shock at Naruto, who was covered in scratches. Honestly, you're already an adult, yet you're still messing around with a pet. Ino sighed, her face filled with exasperation as she casually placed the keys on top of the shoe cabinet by the entrance. Holding the shoe cabinet with her hands, she lifted her leg to take off her shoes. The black stockings completely covered her ankles, and her straight calves showed no hint of excess flesh. The moment the girl bent down, her pleated skirt tightened around her straight legs. She was wearing a long-sleeved knitted sweater, her snow-white arms, reminiscent of peeled sleeves of garlic, hidden from view. What are you looking at? What? Naruto suddenly came back to his senses and looked up to find Ino standing at the entrance with her arms crossed and her eyes narrowed, staring at him with an indescribable expression. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt the temperature around him drop a few degrees. Ino, pervert. With a look of disdain, she stepped onto the floor, her black stocking feet landing gracefully as she walked past Naruto, leaving a faint, intoxicating fragrance in her wake. I was going to help you apply some medicine, but it seems unnecessary now. Do it yourself. In fact, there is no need to apply medicine. Kurama is just a mass of chakra, not a real dog. He ate and drank every day, converting the energy from food directly into chakra, with any excess waste being evaporated. Therefore, even if someone is scratched by Kurama, as long as the wound is not too deep, they don't have to worry about infection or worsening of the injury. However, that was something Naruto would never tell Ino. What brings you here? I have a mission from my mother to check on a certain foot fetishist, Ino sighed, carrying a food box into the kitchen. As she opened the fridge, she frowned. She then walked up to Naruto and questioned him with her hands on her hips. Why do you have so much alcohol stored? Naruto, who was still standing in the living room, was momentarily stunned, then kicked Kurama. Kurama wanted to pounce on him, but after looking at Ino, he walked away in shame and ran to the corner of the balcony to bask in the sun. Naruto struggled to come up with a good excuse. He couldn't very well say it was Kurama who drank it. After all, who would believe that he had a fox dog that loved alcohol? Naruto stood in the living room, feeling a bit at a loss, still covered in reddish scratches that made his wounds look somewhat rough. Ino felt a slight pang of sympathy and complained, "How could you drink so much?" "I didn't drink." "Then who did? There's only you and that fox dog in the house. Are you saying you drank it?" "It did." Naruto mumbled. Ino rolled her eyes at him, deciding not to waste more time on this topic. She pointed in the direction of the sofa and motioned Naruto to go over. "What's wrong?" "Apply the medicine," Ino said irritably. It seemed she had completely adjusted to Naruto's difficult personality and planned to use a firm attitude to counter him, fully prepared for any strange behavior that might follow. "Can I touch your black stockings?" "No, if you do that, I will kill you," Ino replied through gritted teeth. "What if I just look?" Naruto seemed to have compromised, but in fact, his true intentions were revealed. Ino secretly glanced at Naruto's face, showing a cute, struggling expression as if she was seriously considering his words. "Is that all you have in your mind?" "Actually, I do think about other things, but I'm afraid if I say them out loud, you'll get embarrassed." Ino mouthed something in disgust, her eyes filled with a look that could only be described as looking at trash. "Please keep those filthy thoughts to yourself and don't expose them so easily."
All right, and what's with that tone? I just think that you dressed so cutely today, Ino, so it would be a shame if I couldn't appreciate you. Naruto said as he lay on the sofa with a lost look on his face.
"Stop saying weird things." Ino hastily turned her head away, starting to search the small cabinet in front of the sofa for the first aid kit. Naruto, with nothing to do, watched as Ino knelt in front of the cabinet, her back turned to him. Her black stockings stretched slightly as she leaned forward, revealing a petite yet elegant figure, a classic beauty's back. Facing Ino, who was obviously dressed up so carefully, Naruto felt it would be a waste if he didn't compliment her. "That outfit suits you very well." "Huh?" Ino, still kneeling by the cabinet, turned her head slightly to look at Naruto, her face tinged with a slight blush. "Didn't I tell you to stop saying weird things? I just think that since you've put so much effort into dressing up, it would be thoughtless of me not to praise you. It's not like I dressed up for you. I just wanted to practice my styling skills a bit," Ino said as she tucked her hair behind her ear and gave Naruto a quick glare. "You're so cute I can't even describe it." HMPH. Ino turned away and ignored Naruto. After a while, she came over with the first aid kit, and first asked where the dog had gone to. You're actually more concerned about the dog than me? It's clearly more popular than you," Ino teased, looking down at Naruto, who was lying on the sofa with scratches all over his body, before laughing at her own joke. Naruto couldn't help but be a little moved by Ino's smile, thinking how soft her lips might feel if he kissed her. Resisting the impulse in his heart, he pointed in the direction of the balcony and said, "It's basking in the sun out there, but I think its wounds are already healed." Ino didn't go to the balcony but instead squatted down in front of the sofa, puffing her cheeks slightly in annoyance as she looked at Naruto, then said unhappily, "Turn your face." "Thank you for your help," Naruto said. "Why are you being so polite all of a sudden?" "You aren't used to it." "No, I wish you'd always be like this," Ino replied with a serious face as she took out the disinfectant. "I just can't act serious around you, Ino. You're too cute, like when you see something adorable on the street." "Stop talking." Ino suddenly pressed Naruto's head into the sofa in shame and anger. "If you say anything weird, I will kill you." "Okay, I won't say anything, but you'll still be thinking about it, right? I really can't hide it from you. HMPH. I know exactly what kind of filthy things are going through that head of yours," Ino said smugly as she grabbed a cotton swab. "Have you ever thought about it too, Ino?" "I've never thought about that kind of thing." Ino, a little angry, squatted down and poured some of the disinfectant, letting it spill directly onto the wound on Naruto's neck. He was lying on the sofa. Thanks to the Kyuubi's chakra, His wounds were slowly healing, though it wasn't visibly obvious. Hiss. That's so cold. Naruto hissed through his teeth. Serves you right for not behaving. Ino said with a slight smirk, her long-sleeved lavender sweater brushing past his face as she began dabbing the cool cotton swab on his wounds. The faint fragrance from Ino's body stimulated Naruto's pupils to dilate slightly. Why did you suddenly stop talking? Ino asked curiously, raising her hand to peek at Naruto's face through the gap between her arm and chest. Nothing, Naruto replied, unusually quiet, as he turned his head slightly. Ino met his gaze for a brief moment before both quickly looked away. Suddenly, Ino seemed to understand something, and her face instantly flushed bright red. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Let's stop with the medicine here. I'll handle the rest myself, Naruto said, feeling a bit guilty. Well, I think that's a good idea, Ino stammered, jumping up as if she had been pricked by a thorn, her movements hurried and awkward. I'll go check on it. With stiff movements, Ino walked toward the balcony. With a sudden whoosh, she pulled the sliding door open, allowing the noon wind to rush in from the forest outside. The wind carried the earthy scent and the bitter aroma of green leaves, slowly permeating the room under the sun's warm rays. Though the autumn sun wasn't particularly strong, it made the young girl's heart race more than the scorching summer sun ever could. It felt as if a seed had been planted in her heart. Even though it had yet to fully sprout, the roots and shoots quietly grew beneath the surface. But once the seedling broke through, it would be impossible to ignore. Naruto sat up from the sofa and fiddled with the bottle of disinfectant absent-mindedly. He didn't really need to apply any medicine, nor did he have the heart to do so. Ino was the best medicine. Looking at the figure on the balcony, Naruto felt a little conflicted. She's already so cute at this age. In another 3 years, Ino's charm will probably rise to a very terrifying level. But at the moment, it seemed that few people noticed Ino's brilliance. Perhaps it was because she had only recently begun to pay attention to her appearance, or maybe it was simply that people are visual creatures. Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden gust of wind swept across the balcony, lifting the hem of Ino's pleated skirt and revealing a glimpse of the absolute territory beneath her black tights. Naruto suddenly sat up straight on the sofa. Ino let out a sharp scream and quickly covered her skirt. She immediately turned back to glare at Naruto with a mix of shame and anger. With a loud slam, she pulled the sliding door shut. Ino stomped over to Naruto, grabbing him by the collar and asked with gritted teeth, "Did you see everything just now?" "No, I didn't see anything." "Impossible." Naruto was a little embarrassed, and denied it to the end, "I didn't see anything." Ino wanted to say more, but then she noticed Naruto's gaze was fixed on her moist lips. Suddenly, her hands and feet went weak, and she barely managed to let go of his collar and said, "You'd better hope I don't find out you're lying." Trying to maintain her composure, Ino walked away, stopping in the middle of the living room to turn and say, "I'm going home." "Let me walk you back." "No, I don't want my mom to misunderstand that I have anything to do with a pervert like you," Ino shouted as she stomped off. Half a minute later, the sound of the door slamming echoed through the apartment. The room fell silent once more, and Naruto felt a bit helpless. He could chase after her, but he didn't want to. After all, Ino wasn't angry, she was just embarrassed. At this moment, Naruto decided it was best to stay here for now and go to the Yamanaka flower shop in the evening. If he approached Ino now, it would likely result in either an argument or a confession. However, neither of them was what he wanted. Lying back on the sofa, Naruto's ocean blue eyes gradually calmed down. Tomorrow is the last day of vacation, and these 3 uneventful days felt dull. I basically spent the first 2 days sleeping, and if Ino hadn't come, I'm afraid I would have wasted today as well. As for the situation with Ino, he felt that it couldn't be rushed, and patience was necessary. The villagers of Konoha still harbored some fear of him, a sentiment that wouldn't completely disappear just because of Tsunade. Although Naruto didn't care about this for himself, he didn't want Ino to have to bear it alongside him. Prejudices against a person are not easily dispelled, and the blind hatred of the masses can be even more terrifying. If a wall in the village were to develop a crack, people would eagerly anticipate the day it completely collapses. These people weren't necessarily bad, they were just annoying. However, for now, Naruto didn't plan to pay them any mind. When the Uzumaki clan grows stronger in the Konoha village, these same people who once feared the fox demon would be the ones revering the Uzumaki clan, discussing them with pride, as if they had always been on their side. One day, they would bow their heads in genuine reverence. With this in mind, Naruto slowly closed his eyes. The autumn wind was heavy, and on the balcony, Kurama curled up, peeking towards the living room. Then, he thought to himself, that girl seemed to have had a quarrel with that brat. Should I go out now? Will the alcohol in the fridge be thrown away? What kind of temper do young girls have these days? There's no way I'd have to do a backflip, right? No way, absolutely impossible. But that woman seemed quite wealthy.
If there's plenty of alcohol to drink, While Kurama was still tangled in his thoughts, the embarrassed and angry Ino was already near her home, walking along the streets of Konoha, her irritation still not subsided.
Her team, Team 10, led by Asuma, had only returned to the village close to midnight yesterday, but Ino still got up early to get dressed after only a few hours of sleep. In the end, she had been infuriated by that person, grinding her teeth in frustration. "He's so annoying, I'm never going back there again," Ino muttered to herself as she held her key tightly in her hand, the metal warming up from her grip. She bit her lip and whispered to herself, "Forget it, I'll just throw it back to that guy next time I see him." Just as Ino was about to open the door to the Yamanaka flower shop and get some sleep, she overheard a conversation from some passing villagers, and her body froze. "You know, ever since that demon became a shinobi, nothing's gone right for me. I think my bad luck is all because of that fox demon. Yeah, I just can't understand why Hokage-sama would let someone so dangerous become a shinobi. What if he decides to harm us? We can't beat a shinobi. Who knows? Maybe they want to use that demon to protect the village. After all, it's a demon, so I guess its brain isn't very good. Just fool it a bit, and it'll believe anything. Hey, you can't just say things like that casually." Their voices gradually faded, and soon after, the two burst into laughter. However, Ino couldn't hear what they said next. Ino's hand froze on the door handle outside the store, and her face suddenly became very ugly. She knew Naruto had been ostracized by the villagers since he was a child, but she had thought it was just a matter of them disliking him. Moreover, after Tsunade had pulled Naruto close during her inauguration as the Godem Hokage, it was clear to everyone how much she valued him. Later, the higher-ups and the big and small clans of Konoha had indeed stopped making critical remarks, and most of the villagers' attitudes towards Naruto had also changed. Ino had thought things were getting better, but she never imagined it was this bad. It was simply insane. Why should they blame Naruto for their bad luck? Why don't they blame their parents for not giving them a better start in life instead? How infuriating. Ino's hand trembled slightly as she resisted the urge to turn around and argue. The Yamanaka flower shop was closed in the afternoon, so she opened the door and sluggishly headed upstairs. With a thud, Ino threw herself onto her bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze. It was only now that she realized she had overlooked so many things all along.
Or perhaps, that guy had never shown those things in the first place.
Although that guy always looks like nothing matters to him and just lies down at home all day, he looks like he has no goals in life. He was always talking about lewd things, with his mind seemingly filled with nothing but colorful thoughts. He doesn't look like an honest person at all. Well, he can barely be considered a pleasant person. But regardless, he hadn't done anything wrong. Suddenly, Ino realized that if Naruto had never mentioned those things in front of her, it might be because he simply had no one he could trust enough to confide in. After all, he was a guy, so it was normal that he wouldn't bring up such matters in front of her. But when she thought about it carefully, it seemed like Naruto didn't have many friends. Even in the academy, he only seemed close to Shikamaru, Choji, and a few others. But at that time, Naruto was a naughty guy in the academy, always pulling annoying pranks. Her attention had been focused on Sasuke, and she hadn't paid much attention to Naruto. It was only later, after some unknown event, that Naruto seemed to have grown up overnight. It was only then that they began to interact, and she realized he was a better person than she had initially thought. Though she had never been in love, just being treated kindly by that guy made her happy. However, she would never admit that she had feelings for him, and felt that it was just an impulse unique to her age. Ino's mind was a jumble, and she couldn't sort out her thoughts. The future seemed distant, and she had no idea how to face it. In her drowsiness, Ino closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. At night, Ino sat idly in the shop, the Yamanaka flower shop's door wide open, with a sign indicating they were open for business. The lights inside were warm and bright, but the shop was silent. Suddenly, the doorbell chimed, and Ino sluggishly got up, ready to greet the customer. "Welcome, how can I help?" She forced a smile that was both professional and stiff. But halfway through her sentence, she froze, her smile fading as her face turned away, slightly puffing up in annoyance. Like any girl who was upset, she occasionally glanced quickly in Naruto's direction out of the corner of her eye. "I'm here to buy flowers. I won't sell it to you. Then I'll just have to go to another flower shop. Next time I meet Auntie, I'll tell her how you treated a customer so rudely," Naruto said, spreading his hands. "My mom won't believe you." Ino glanced at Naruto with disdain. Naruto stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before saying softly, "Why do I seem to remember that Auntie seems to trust me more than you?" This sentence hit the nail on the head, and Ino was instantly paralyzed. She suddenly recalled the past incident with the maid outfit. It was this guy who admitted his fault first, but in the end, I was the one who got criticized. Ah! Ino suddenly squatted on the ground, burying her head in her arms, feeling utterly defeated. My own biological mother actually trusted an outsider more than her own daughter. The worst part was, it was true. "What do you need the flowers for?" Ino got up from the ground and asked expressionlessly. "I'm giving them to someone." Do you think I'd buy flowers just to keep them for myself? To whom? How can I tell you this? Anyway, I'm in a hurry and have to leave soon. Whether tonight goes well or not depends entirely on this bouquet of flowers. HMPH, Ino looked at him disdainfully. Which ignorant girl are you trying to deceive again? Don't worry about that. I'm not worrying. What does it have to do with me? Ino said seriously. What flowers do you want? Let me see if there are any left over from yesterday. I can dig them out of the trash for you. The most expensive ones. Huh? The most expensive ones are only the ones personally arranged by me. 1,000 ryo, thank you. Ino intentionally exaggerated, extending her pale, delicate hand. Her fingers were like green onion roots, and her palm was plump and smooth, with fine lines that seemed as though they had been carved into jade. The Yamanaka flower shop was brightly lit, the warm yellow light falling on the two of them, who were separated by a counter. Ino, wearing a green apron with the Yamanaka clan symbol printed on it, leaned forward slightly, her lips curling into a slight, defiant smile as she extended her hand. Naruto, taller than her by a head, stood there in a loose black t-shirt and gray shorts, looking both tired and lazy. One hand was in his pocket, a playful expression on his face, with his blue eyes reflecting the determined face of the girl before him. His other hand was in his pocket, as if reaching for money. Outside, the street was bustling with people, the old streetlights casting a yellowish glow on the worn pavement. The large green tree rustled in the wind, its leaves fluttering as the orange-yellow light seemed to dance across the entire scene. Pay up, Ino said with pursed lips, her hand still hovering over the counter. Time seemed to start moving again at that moment, and across the counter, Naruto had already taken out the 1,000 ryo. But after a moment's hesitation, he put the money back into his pocket and shrugged. I forgot to bring any. Then sorry, no credit, Ino said, crossing her arms over her chest, her tone slightly fierce, and telling on me won't work. Oh well. Ino glanced at him, suspicion growing in her mind. It's rare to see someone as thick-skinned as you give up so quickly. Well, it's because I don't have the money, Naruto said, waving his hand in farewell. I've got to go. I'm in a hurry. Go to hell, you jerk, Ino added. And so, she watched Naruto leave the flower shop, her brow furrowing more deeply with each step he took. As Naruto left the shop without looking back, Ino suddenly felt the urge to throw a handful of shuriken at him. She lowered her head and pondered for a few seconds, thinking about the odds of someone being mysteriously beaten up in Konoha and the perpetrator never being found, the kind of mind game that could not find the criminal even after a little bit of reasoning. After about 3 minutes, Ino made up her mind, grabbed a bunch of flowers, and chased after him. She thought to herself, even if I didn't make the money today, I would at least give that guy a good beating. He was so infuriating. He was definitely trying to rile me up on purpose. No matter what, today he was going to pay for it. No money? If you don't have money, I'll just beat you up. Under the bright lights, Ino rushed out of the shop without even locking the door. She sprinted to the corner by the big green tree, hoping to see where Naruto had run off to. Suddenly, hand shot out from behind the green tree and pulled the unsuspecting Ino over. With a thud, Ino's waist and head were cushioned by a pair of soft hands as Naruto held her close, pressing her against the dark side of the tree. In the dim light, Ino saw those mischievous eyes, which seemed to be saying, gotcha. You? Ino was startled, and after seeing that it was Naruto, she became irritable again. Aren't you leaving? Where to? How would I know where you're going? Ino frowned. Let me go. Alright. Then do it. Ino's face flushed with embarrassment and anger. Though Naruto said he would let her go, he didn't actually do anything. The next moment, Naruto did let her go, but he didn't move away from her. The light behind the big green tree was dim, and they stood close together, though there was still enough space between them to fit 2 fists. You're not going. I was lying. Ino could sense that Naruto was laughing, and the flower in her hand was taken away by him. His voice seemed to be teasing her. I was just waiting here for you. I didn't go anywhere. Why are you explaining so much to me? Who wants to listen to your nonsense? Ino turned her face away in the darkness. The atmosphere was starting to get to her, but she didn't want to admit it. The truth was, she really wanted to punch this guy right now, to the point that she could abandon the atmosphere and forcibly drag this bastard in front of her into the alley and beat him senseless. These flowers are nice, Naruto remarked. Pay up, Ino retorted unhappily, now, immediately. I don't have any money. His voice was a little hoarse as he grabbed her hand in the darkness, his eyes shining brightly like they were glowing. Ino noticed the strange atmosphere, and her heart skipped a beat. After swallowing a mouthful of saliva, she spoke nervously, if you don't have money, just, forget it. I need to go back now. She tried to shrug off his grip and quickly realized her hand was held in his warm palm. Ino pretended not to feel it and lifted her foot to walk away. Don't leave, Naruto's voice was low, as if he hadn't finished his sentence. Ino waited for his next words, but they never came. It felt like an incomplete thought, stuck halfway, leaving her uncomfortable. Why? Ino's heart softened a bit, But then she remembered she was still mad at him today, so she deliberately put on a stern face. The back of the big green tree was dark, with no light to illuminate their faces. They could only guess each other's expressions through the sound of their breathing and the tone of their voices. Deprived of sight, her senses of smell, touch, and hearing became unusually sharp. Ino could hear his increasingly rapid breathing, and her emotions began to stir as well. In the cramped, dark space, her body trembled slightly, not from fear, but from nervous anticipation. "Things haven't been going well lately," Naruto said, his voice a little restrained, as if he was afraid someone else might hear and was trying to keep it between just the two of them. There were still a lot of people on Konoha Street at night, with small groups of people strolling by. The sounds of laughter and chatter filled the air, coming and going in waves from the street. Under the dim glow of the street lamp, half obscured by the large tree's thick foliage, a few people stopped in front of the tree, loudly chatting away. They had no idea that two people were hidden in the darkness behind the tree, with their bodies almost pressed together and only 2 fists width of space separating them. Naruto's warm breath brushed against Ino's neck as they stood there. Hearing Naruto say he wasn't doing well felt like a knife to Ino's heart, completely melting away the anger she had been holding onto. She recalled the comments she overheard from people earlier that afternoon, and a wave of bitterness washed over her. Why did everyone seem to blame everything on a boy who was just trying to live his life? The adults should know better, yet they only knew how to gossip and speak ill of others behind their backs. Ino had wanted to step forward and confront them, to demand why they thought it was okay to treat Naruto like that. Even though she wasn't entirely sure of her feelings toward Naruto, she knew one thing for certain: she wanted him to be happy. She hoped that the path he walked would be filled with cheers and support, not with gossip and thorns. She still wanted to ask them why, but she knew she would likely be dismissed as crazy. As she thought about it, an absurd idea suddenly crossed her mind. If our roles were reversed, what would this guy do? With his carefree attitude, he'd probably take advantage of the darkness, smash their houses, and then pin the blame on someone else. After causing havoc, he'd go home and sleep peacefully, feeling no guilt at all. That's just the kind of person he was, always relaxed and lazy, yet with a cunning streak. Having a friend like him brought a sense of security, knowing I'd never be left to suffer alone. Only now did Ino realize that even someone like Naruto could uncomfortable too. Naruto, meanwhile, was getting slightly intoxicated by the scent of Ino's soft, sweet fragrance. He couldn't even string his thoughts together properly. He wanted to say that he hadn't been doing well recently and the mission intensity was a bit high. For a lazy guy like him, it is better to lie at home and sleep than to go on missions every day. But Tsunade is his direct superior, and the purpose of letting him do the mission is to improve his strength. After all, Tsunade doesn't know that a certain yellow-haired lazy guy has a system to rely on. For a shinobi, the fastest way to become stronger is through real combat, and no amount of theory could replace actual experience. Tsunade understood this and acted accordingly, leaving Naruto with little room to refuse. Only when the village's backlog of missions was mostly cleared could he dare to request some time off from Tsunade. Otherwise, Tsunade would definitely use the reason that the village is short of manpower and that he has to do some missions even if he doesn't practice, and continue to lure and pressure him to complete the mission. Naruto's thoughts were on a completely different wavelength than Ino's. He was just a bit overwhelmed by the situation, struggling to contain his surging hormones. So, his voice becomes hoarse, low, and rough. But Ino believed that Naruto was burdened by too much negativity, and she thought he was barely holding it together. In a way, she wasn't entirely wrong, as Naruto did channel a lot of his stress into his more lighthearted behaviors, spending the rest of his time lying around and pretending not to care. The malice directed at him hadn't disappeared, but he had just grown numb to it. "You said how?" Before she could even finish her words, Ino couldn't help but put her free hand across her eyes, tears instantly streaming down her face. Her uncontrollable sobs left Naruto flustered and unsure of what to do. He was dumbfounded, thinking to himself, all I did was take a whiff of her scent. How could it become like this? How could she even notice that? Women are really terrifying. Ino's shoulders trembled as she cried, her breathing shaky, and tears streamed down her face. "Come on, stop crying," he said nervously. "I didn't do anything, Ino, I." Before Naruto could finish his sentence, he felt her embrace him in the darkness. Ino held onto him tightly as she cried, her sobs muffled against his chest, making sure no one else could hear. In front of the big green tree, the light from the street lamp is dim and weak. An old couple who had just returned from visiting a friend stopped in front of the big green tree. Inoichi turned his head toward the direction of the tree, pointing to the area behind it, and asked curiously, "Rhino, did you hear someone crying?" Rhino turned her head and looked at the green tree for a few seconds, then said with her eyes slightly shifting, "Really, Inoichi, why don't you go take a look?" "Alright," Inoichi responded and walked over there. Behind the big green tree, when Ino heard her father's voice, her mind went blank. She quickly let go of Naruto, causing her sobbing to stop abruptly. However, the sudden silence made her body start trembling, and the tears continued to flow. Listening to the increasingly clear footsteps of her father, Ino's heart was beating wildly. She was so nervous that she clung tightly to Naruto's neck. Leaning close to his ear, she whispered urgently, "What should we do?" Naruto didn't respond with words. Instead, he gently pulled Ino to the side, trying to move them out of sight. He could feel Ino's rapid heartbeat and noticed how agitated she was, breathing heavily. Sensing her distress, he held onto her hand, and the warmth from his palm helped Ino regain a bit of composure. And at this moment, Inoichi's footsteps were approaching. The two of them knew that if Inoichi took just 2 more steps, they'd be discovered with nowhere to hide. Just then, Rino's voice called out from a short distance away, "Inoichi, I think Ino might still be in the shop." Hearing this, Inoichi turned his head to look at his wife. Ino was still napping this afternoon. Is she already awake? Behind the big green tree, Ino covered her mouth tightly. At this time, her father's voice was only 2 meters away from them, with the tree providing just enough cover for them to hide. "Let's go back and check on her. She's been working too hard on her missions," Rhino said with a light chuckle. "Okay." After Inoichi said that, he turned around and walked back, and the sound of his footsteps slowly faded away. "I need to get home right now," Ino, as if jolted by electricity, quickly pulled her hand away from Naruto's, stammering as she backed out from the shadow of the tree. You. Naruto was speechless at how quickly Ino's demeanor had changed. She stammered out a few "yous," but ultimately couldn't find the words to express herself, her face flushing red before she spun around and dashed off. Half a minute later, Naruto also stepped out from behind the tree. He stood under the tree for a moment, looking at the brightly lit Yamanaka flower shop, then turned and left. Taking advantage of the night, he walked along Konoha Street to buy something to eat before heading home. The street, lined with shops and bustling like a string of lights, was crowded with people. Naruto blended into the crowd, casually scanning the food stalls along the way. The sizzle of hot oil and the bright lights of the stalls were accompanied by the noisy chatter of people. "Yes, I'll have some takoyaki and that one." He pointed at the golden food, but for a moment he couldn't remember the name, and he stood there without speaking. "Tempura." Someone behind him reminded. "Yeah, that." Naruto echoed, but when he turned around, he froze. "What's with that look on your face? Surprised to see me?" Sakura asked with a smile. Her eyes curved into crescent moons, her pink short hair and dark blue eyes reflecting the bright lights of the street in Naruto's astonished face. Her skin was as white as snow, with bare arms that resembled lotus roots, naturally hanging at her sides. "No, nothing, Sakura. Weren't you training at the Konoha hospital under Tsunade-sama?" Naruto, recalling the awkward situation in the duty room last month, felt a bit embarrassed. Who is Sasuke? Remark had truly shaken him. After that, with the heavy load of missions, he had simply avoided seeing her. Without Sasuke, Team 7 existed in name only. Kakashi had been handpicked by Tsunade as her successor, so he was busy training and completing missions to build up his experience, leaving little time to manage them. Sakura had entered Tsunade's medical training program for further studies, while Naruto, serving as Konoha's temp worker, flexibly joined various genin teams for missions. In general, the situation of Team 7 is like this. The rebellious Sasuke dropped out to seek revenge. Sakura took the initiative to take the postgraduate entrance examination and was admitted. The former mentor Kakashi was forced to pursue a doctorate, and only Naruto, the street drifter, remained stuck in limbo, unable to graduate as a genin. "Today happens to be my day off, so I decided to go out for a stroll." Sakura smiled naturally, as if she didn't remember what happened some time ago at all. "But Naruto, you seem to have been quite busy lately. I haven't seen you or Kakashi-sensei in a while now." After the Chunin exams, the village accumulated a lot of missions, so being busy was unavoidable. Naruto scratched his face and chatted calmly. "Customer, your takoyaki and tempura are ready." Oh, thank you." Naruto reached out to pay and took the food from the vendor. He turned to Sakura, intending to find an excuse to leave, but she quickly grabbed his sleeve and said, "Mine will be ready soon. Just wait for me a moment." With his attempt to escape preempted by Sakura, Naruto had no choice but to stand aside and wait. A few minutes later, Sakura emerged from the crowd, blowing on her steaming takoyaki. "Come walk with me," she said with a smile. "Okay." After a moment's thought, Naruto agreed. The nighttime scenery of Konoha Street wasn't particularly impressive, even somewhat monotonous, with uniformly dim streetlights that seemed to be on the verge of flickering out. The sky was overcast, with neither stars nor a moon visible, just a dull gray. Naruto walked ahead with the food in his hand, and his other hand in his pocket. Sakura followed a step behind, leisurely blowing on her takoyaki before taking a bite. "Aren't you going to eat?" Sakura's voice came from behind. "I've got a dog at home. I'll share it with him when I get back," Naruto replied lazily. "Is it cute?" "Not really, more like scary," he answered after thinking for a moment. Sakura chuckled when she heard this. "Scary? What kind of strange creature have you adopted this time?" "I found him by the roadside. He's a bit shy. Naruto. Suddenly, Sakura stopped walking, calling his name in a serious tone. Naruto, now 4 or 5 meters ahead of her, stopped as well. Then, he looked back at her. What's up? Are you avoiding me? No, Naruto denied. But the extremely long distance between the two of them spoke volumes. I just don't want any trouble. Do you still remember Sasuke? Well, Sakura frowned. Are you asking me, or are you asking her?
What do you mean? Naruto's eyelids twitched slightly. The Sakura you know is hiding. Sakura's eyebrows were curved as she smiled. She pointed at her head and said, I still remember Sasuke-kun. Oh, that's too bad. Naruto said, and immediately turned to leave. Hurried footsteps followed, and Sakura immediately ran in front of him to block his way. Why are you reacting like that? I'm not close to you, so there's nothing to talk about. Naruto replied, his tone completely indifferent.